validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. At least we got the intro right today. Yesterday, I was touching stuff behind the scenes and cut the intro early. I was like, oh, shit, hold on. All right, look, how y'all doing? We're live. We're live tonight. We're live every night, right? And while we go live 7 nights a week, we do not let the sun rise without going live, but we don't always start on time. And that's why we ask you guys to like and subscribe, and then also hit those notification buttons so that you know when we do go live. When YouTube's doing what it's supposed to do. Then we ask you guys to take a look at the membership. But while you're here, I want you guys to mash those reaction buttons and show support for the live show. So we haven't had many updates, but we will be following up with some political topics on Monday that are going to be negatively or positively impacting our ability to make, save, and invest money, which is some of the things that we talk about on Mondays. Tuesdays, we talk about ways to make, save, and invest money. So there's a lot of financial information up there. You always say hi every night, but you never have relevant to the topic, almost like a bot. You just like come out of nowhere and do the same thing. You say hi, then you say your name, because your name is up there. I can see your name. But you do that every time. I don't understand why people troll like this. It's crazy. But we are live, as you can see. And if you have your comments put in the comment section and they're appropriately structured on appropriate topics, then you can potentially see your comments up on the screen. And this is a highly interactive podcast, so uh, we ask you to keep everything appropriate. Now, we talk about ways to make, save, invest money, budget money, and we got a lot of topics that I have listed because you see topics scrolled all the way out through September right now, as to all the stuff we plan on covering, and the list continues to get longer as I invest time into getting it in there. Okay, well, I'm not Stevie Wonder, I'm Xander, so I appreciate that. Uh, then we have Wednesdays. We talk about different countries around the world that you guys can invest in, potentially live in, and then there we go with that one. So uh, we talk about different countries around the world that you can live in and potentially invest in. We have the ability to give you guys information about self-improvement, personal development. We give you guys information about relationship topics, which is what we're going to be talking about today, dating the kind of women that challenge your growth. Then we discuss things about negotiation, socialization, building your brand, and then raises, promotions, negotiating your retirement, forced retirement, terminations, and then building your 20 and 30-year plan, so that you have that capability of doing today what needs to be done to have your final days on a better platform. That's probably the best way to put it. Um, the dynamic is this: if you live your life day to day, you're never prepared for tomorrow. You're just trying to get through it today. That's really what it is. Um, Once you get through today, today is already over. So you don't need to set yourself up for today. You need to have already had yourself set up for today. It's almost like when you get prepared for work, when you get prepared for the rush. If you overstock on the things that you know that you run out on during the rush, you don't run out of those things. If you overstaff for the quality of demand or the quantity of demand, then you have more than enough people there to deal with the demand so that the customers are not being delayed with their service. When you prepare for what you know is about to happen, or when you prepare for what you believe is about to happen, then you have less negative fallout in the moment, which allows for your ability to be more successful with less stress. And that's one of the things that I You say I'm on it. Hi, I'm Steve. And I'm an investaholic. I blame this platform for my future success. Exactly. So that's what we want to do. There's Sterling. He says, I can't hear you well. Hold on a second.
How about now? Maybe get closer to you. Well, the mic is right there on my cheeks, so I think that one of the other mics might have been connected because there's so many of them here next to the computer. So now you guys might be able to hear me a little bit better. Either way, and let me know if it's okay. Good, excellent. And this is Sterling. This is one of the awesome fans that come in and have something very intellectual to say when we cover a lot of our topics. So highly interactive podcast. But then one of the things we do on Sundays is we give you guys questions and comments where you guys have questions about how you're trying to operate and get your stuff done. And then I give you guys as much information as I have access to help you guys understand alternatives to solving your situations. Because whatever it was you were trying to do and however you were trying to do it uh, wasn't working. Not all the time are we in the situation that we're in because we don't want to improve ourselves. We just don't know another way. All the ways that we think about didn't fall through the way we wanted them to, and then we're kind of in a rut because we don't have any options that we can think of. So being able to brainstorm with someone else on the outside looking in who can brainstorm certain scenarios, we have to change our mentality from the self-sabotaging I can't. Not like Sterling, he couldn't hear me because my sound was on a different microphone. So it was a situation beyond his control. But when we talk about what we're trying to do for ourselves, I can't go outside at night, or I can't pick up an extra shift at work. It's not that you can't, you don't want to, right? I can't be at the house with the kids recital because I have to go to work. You don't have to go to work. You choose to go to work because you could have told your boss that this was going to happen and you weren't coming in that day and not go in that day, regardless of what your boss says, right? So one of the reasons why certain solutions that would resolve certain problems are not being explored is because we defeat those options before we even try them simply because we don't want to do them. Now, some self sacrificing individuals will prefer to not succeed in fixing their problems so that they have the problem to complain about, or some individuals that allow other people to fix their problems for them for attention, and then they would, um, in a sense, only allow themselves to be in a situation where every solution to fix it would not work so that they could stay in that situation so that they can woe is me, which is self-victimizing. And then someone else swoops in and does what a third party does to fix the problem where the first party person could have done it themselves. And now that the problem is fixed, bless God, I got somebody came and did, but it's like, bro, if a third person could have walked into your first person situation and resolved your situation, that means that's exactly what you could have done to resolve your situation. At least some of the times. Michael says, three things that will ruin a company: bad management, bad employees, or bad products. Yes, that is a good assessment. That is a good assessment. Um, well, there's a fourth thing in there but it kind of falls into the bad employees, but it's bad customer service. So, um, even if you have good, hardworking employees with piss poor attitudes, if you don't communicate with your customers well, you will lose your customer base. And that's just something that we recognize, which is why. But it's wild that the majority of the poor population is in fact part of, in some way shape or form, the hospitality area where you're servicing directly the customer, and people don't uh, uh, treat the help with the respect that the help deserves, even though in their own individual jobs they are part of the help. I don't understand that. But that's not today's topic though. So Ashanti, no, I don't take the glasses off. So uh, the, these are prescription glasses in order for me to see what I'm reading, what the 76-page script that I created for y'all for tonight's show, or the comments that are coming across the comment section. I use these glasses to read. These aren't to look cool. If you want to see my eyes, you have to see me in person, preferably in a reasonably dark room. So, I know that some ladies like mystery. I don't care. I'm not Blue's Clues. I'm not Scooby Doo in a gang. I'm not trying to solve your riddles for you. Um, Michael says, I learned I can when I called into the nursing program office and told if I don't raise my pharmacy exam from a D, that I would be dropped from the program. I got an A on my next exam. Damn right. Never look back. I can, so you can too. All right, Michael, let's go ahead and get in onto the main topic for today. Because first and foremost, the no exam is graded in a nursing program. Oh no, no, no. Yeah, it is in a nursing program, but not the nursing office. So if you were taking nursing in college and you got a D and they said that you get kicked out, because that is what happens in the medical field, is that you can only get two Ds and then they force you to change majors. I think that's the only field that's the case. So After the second D, there isn't an option for a third. You can only get two Ds, and then you're forced to change a major. So if you are looking like you're going to finish this class with a something close to a D, you got to drop the class before the last drop date of the semester, or bring your grade up, do some extra credit or something like that, and bring your grade up to a C minus to a 70. Now, for today's topic, most men will unknowingly trade their potential for comfort. And that's part of what we were talking about when we started on the show today. And the fastest, most common way that they do it is their choice of a partner. And that's going to be huge when a lot of times there are some men that say that I won't do business with a man whose house isn't in order, where he has a disrespectful and disobedient woman that doesn't cooperate with him and comply to his wishes. And I know a lot of overly masculine Western women that have a problem with that because they believe that they're supposed to be equals. And I think to myself, it's like, well, if you selected a leader of the team and then you don't let that leader lead, you have no confidence in that leader. Now, just on that level alone, I'm not even going to go down the rabbit hole of all of the nuances of the feminist movement. But if you select, women want a man that will lead them and protect them and provide them. And when you select a leader for your team, captain of the football team, or whatever the case may be, but you won't let that person call plays, you won't let that person make decisions on the team's success, you have no confidence in that person. If you hired a lawyer, but you won't let your lawyer talk for you, if you hired security guards, but you won't let them protect you, that you have no confidence in their capabilities to do their job. Now, just for that magnitude in and of itself, in business, if your family doesn't trust you to make wise decisions, then I can't trust you to make wise decisions. And that's where that dynamic comes from. Not because women are less than men. And even if they were, that has nothing to do with this observation. If the people around you that are supposed to have the most confidence in you express the lack of confidence in you, then how am I supposed to be able to trust you? And if we're doing business with millions, with billions, or whatever, even hundreds of thousands, I don't want to lose my money to your bad choices, right? The company that you keep builds your network, and your network builds your financial success. And we've talked about this on the show quite a few times. So if you're affiliated with somebody that'll drag you down, special shout out to OG Kicks. I think I said that twice already. But if you're affiliated with somebody that'll drag you down, then you will find yourself not having as many opportunities because people who don't know you on the outside looking in, watching your failures from afar, like Job under the tree, are not going to want to affiliate with your failures and have you bring them down. So if you've got chaos in your household, that means that you would have chaos on my job, on my work field, in my investment office. And I don't want that. Right. So choosing a partner is very important for your ability to be successful. Michael says one guy dropped a patient, he got kicked out. But, man, first of all, nurses need gym memberships. Because y'all have to pick up the body, roll them over. Y'all gotta, change them from gurney to gurney and all this other stuff. Like y'all gotta be like China. Y'all gotta be like Ronda Rousey. Gotta be like Cock Diesel up in there trying to make it work. And it just doesn't happen the way you want it to happen. Now hold on, y'all. We're gonna have to do this sound one more again because this mic isn't as charged as I want it to be. And the other mic I had put it on the charger when the show started. I thought I was going to get 30 minutes out of this backup mic, but I only got 20 minutes out of the backup mic. So give me just a second before we get started. So these headphones from Temu that I had gotten lasted me all of. I think I got them. I think I got them late last year. All of about 8 months, 8 or 9 months before I started dealing with one of them having a power issue. So because it used to, because this one lasts like 18 hours or whatever without a charge, especially on standby not being used. The other one now only lasts. I plugged it in, I took it off the charger and used it just for the first 20 minutes of the show, and now the battery's dead. So got to give me another one of those. But they're only $22 for like almost a year. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. I'll get me another one, and then I'll probably give me two so that I have a third. And be able to get everything going. All right. I try to work through the kinks on the live podcast so that when I do get into the meat and potatoes of the real topic that we're good to go. Oh, real quick before we get started. So I gotta tell y'all. Now, this is how people claim blessings come in, right? Now, um, so it's hot as fuck over here. All right. Now, AC's on, it works on certain sides of the property. But other sides of the property, not so much. So remember we were talking about warranties. Gonna have to call in the warranty probably around the 10th or 15th of July. But up until then, it's hot as fuck, right? And it continues to get hot as fuck, especially closer to sunset. And I don't understand why sunset it's even hotter than sunrise since the property faces north, the sun rises on the side of the property that we're on, and the sun sets on the opposite side of the property. But where we're sitting at right now is even hotter after 4 o'clock in the afternoon than what it is at 6 o'clock in the morning when we have direct sunlight beaming down on us. So today, the wildest thing happened. We had well, mail comes on a regular basis, but we had a package dropped off on the porch. Not really the front porch because the way the property is designed, the back door is treated as the front door because people park next to the building and then they just walk straight up through the driveway to the first door that they see, which turns into the back door. Now, I'm waiting on Michael to throw backdoor jokes in there, but I go to let the dog out and see this long behind box, and I'm like, "What's that?" Because I didn't order anything. I haven't ordered anything for a while, right? And I bring it in, and I'm reading it, and before I open it, because I'm not just gonna just bust open boxes just because they're on my porch. I'm looking and I'm looking at, okay, well, I don't recognize the name. I don't see the address of where it's supposed to go. It's just sitting here, so it's not like I can hand it to the person that it belongs to because good neighbor. If I knew the address of the item where it would have been one next door or something like that, then I would have dropped it off. Well, they wherever it's supposed to go, it's not this address, but it's on this doorstep. So I said, "Fuck it, let me see what's inside." I'll bust the box open. Portable AC unit. What? Man, I was hooking it up, turned it on. It's blowing. I should have brought it in here. It's blowing. I was like, man, now there's a nice cool breeze. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm loving it. So when we start talking about blessings, it's like, man, I was sitting over here thinking, man, it's so hot. I wish that there was a way that I could get a cool breeze over here where I'm at. And lo and behold, this situation happens. Now, this is something that was outside of my control. This was something that just miraculously happens. And I've done everything that I could personally do. I've serviced the AC system myself to the best of my ability, and now I got to get repair guys to come in and everything to that effect. And this dynamic just happened on the same day that I'm checking the vents, cleaning everything out, blah blah blah. And now it's almost like, oh, divine intervention. Now I've got a cool AC unit blowing me cool breeze. I just wanted to talk about that real quick before we got to the main topic because I know me and Sterling have talked about how faith without work is dead, and you have to. I've said it specifically that you have to apply yourself in life to be successful, because not all the time do you think does positive change just fall into your lap and just lingering waiting for your situation to change without you having to put any effort into changing it, is not the best way to go. You must proactively put in effort to change things so that you can proactively see the results that you're looking for. But this was an unforeseen circumstance that just so happened to benefit me, and I benefited from. I took advantage of the opportunity, and that's the other half of what we would consider miracles, is taking advantage of unforeseen circumstances and taking advantage of opportunities and not letting those opportunities pass you by. Because I could have left it on my porch, I could have brought it to UPS, I could have returned it back to sender, not knowing what it was, and sweated my balls off. But now I'm like, whew, cool breeze. Now back to the main topic. We know that we sacrifice uh, our potential for comfort. And we know that because for years, most men have chosen comfort. I've chosen comfort. We find ourselves dating women who have validated our excuses, who have shielded us from our weaknesses. And for a while, that's going to feel good for a lot of people. But your life is going to be standing completely still in these situations. Those individuals that pad the stats because you fucked up, you failed, but it's okay. Mm. They got some that'll do that. Nothing wrong with them providing you with moral support. What's wrong is, and it's not them being wrong, it is you accepting inaccuracy, is when someone is allowing you to make mistakes and then providing um, reasonable excuses for your mistakes. Let's use a non-catastrophic example, like being a bad karaoke singer. You go out on the stage, you make an ass out of yourself. People are not applauding because you did good. They're applauding because you're getting off the stage, right? You suck. Everyone in the room is saying it, right? Oh my God, he's back up there again, right? Now, you have the kind of friend that will tell you you did good, knowing dang well that they had to put earplugs in the whole time you were up there. The DJ had to turn the mic down, everything to that effect. But you have the kind of friend that will tell you with honesty that you're picking songs that are a few octaves too high for your voice level. You have the kind of friend that'll tell you that you should select songs that you are more familiar with, if you're trying to sound good, and then stop screaming into the mic, right? And give you positive feedback on how to improve the way you do what you do, right? The latter person is the one that you need, the one that's going to help you be successful. The former person that just, oh, you did good because you went up there and tried and came back. We have a third person that encourages you to do negative stuff like flip tables and flip off the boss, and like the guy who won $40,000 off of the game and was pouring milk all over the floor and quit his job because he won in one bet probably a year's salary. I wouldn't quit my job for that. If I would have won a year's salary, I wouldn't have told nobody. I would have just paid my bills for a year or two and then kept going to work, or invested that money somewhere where that money be making money for me, so I would have extra money to cover me for other situations. FX Trader says, how do you motivate yourself when things don't go well? That is yeah, Michael, self sabotage. That's what we're talking about before FX Trader's question. Is when you choose the kind of partner that allows you to not have to succeed, and they provide you with positive feedback towards that, you're self sabotaging, and then you have an enabler, is what that is called, in your presence, that is allowing you to self sabotage and not telling you anything about it. And that's something that we have to change, when we're choosing not only a romantic partner, but when we're choosing our network, we don't want people to encourage us to do things that will devalue us and then compromise our ability to have opportunities and choices in the future. Like, for example, the the girl that did the split on stage, who was dropping it like it's hot on stage and was bouncing with it and everything like that on the stage for graduation, and the other girl who's breakdancing for graduation. The fact is that there's certain things that you shouldn't do even if you can. And when your friends they're supposed to be your friends, they're going to cheer for you to do inappropriate things. They are encouraging you to fuck up and fail. They're not encouraging you to do something proper. And I said this on the show once before, and I'm gonna get to FX Traders' question. I've said this once before. You know, in the moment that you are about to make a decision, that you have a bad decision moment when everybody's pulling out their cell phone ready to record you doing something stupid. You know when you are in a encouraged bad moment when people are chanting for you to do something, because they never chant for you to do anything positive. What do they chant for? Hit them, fight. You know, they never chant for break it up, stop. They don't ever chant for that. You know, be respectful. They don't chant for that. Why? Because doing the right thing is not socially supported. It's expected, it's just not socially supported. Being reckless and irresponsible is socially supported. So the more reckless you are, the more people want to crowd around and cheer for you to do negative things. So you will find yourself, when you have a bad network around you, a bad group of friends around you, a bad romantic partner around you, when they're encouraging you to do things that bring down your quality and value as a human being, right? Now, for FX Traders question, how do you motivate yourself when things don't go well? First and foremost, you have to recognize that it is not the end of the world. You are going to go through several phases of grief because things aren't going the way you want them to go. And one of the first things that you can, well, not one of the first things, but one of the third or fifth things that you will end up doing after you recognize that it is not the end of the world, this is just a turning point in your life. Because a lot of times you find yourself in comfort with the way things were, and things aren't going well because things are changing. Like, you got fired off of a job that you hated. You wasn't getting paid enough. You were putting in double overtime. You were struggling. Your boss disrespected you, but it paid the bills. So when you get fired off of that job, things aren't going well. But that actually might have been a good thing, because now you can focus on a better quality job, a less stressful job, a job where your boss appreciates you, a job that you appreciate, where you're making more money so that you can work less hours and spend more time with the people that you care about, enjoying life on your time off and not be on call as an hourly wage employee. So you have to evaluate your situation, recognize that it's not the end of the world, and then start finding solutions to fix that. Emotionally, you probably have to talk to a friend or a therapist or somebody like that about the stress that you're under, the emotional discontent that you harbor because of the situation that has happened. But just like I've said before, um, there's no one uh, in the world that should be making an emotional decision where they're going to make a rational one when they're doing this. So, in the midst of winning a lottery, in the midst of hitting the jackpot, in the midst of getting a large subsidy, first thing you want to do is absolutely nothing. Let a few days pass by, let the feeling of having this there sit and marinate for a little bit. Find a bag of cash on the road. You kind of want to relocate it somewhere safe, and then rethink how you're going to distribute this capital. Are you going to slowly integrate it into your bank account, or are you going to live a life of cash and have your direct deposits from your job be forwarded to the brokerage account, where on paper your regular paychecks are still doing what they were doing, but in reality, you are reinvesting this money in different places. He says, gotta feed my YouTube channel. No one likes changes, especially at work. Yeah, you're right. No one likes changes, especially at work. You could be in a situation where you don't get that promotion or that raise, or you didn't get that bonus, or somebody else got recognition for work that you did, and you'll feel bad about that. You have to recognize that when something positive happens, you do nothing, but when something negative happens, you want to take 2 or 3 days and just let those feelings go. You're going to go through the phases. You're going to feel the sadness, the anger, the frustration. You're going to go through the phases of rationalizing it, negotiating the situation, whether you're negotiating it with yourself or if you were trying to, in the moment of the negative experience, trying to negotiate with the person that was involved in a negative experience. But you're going to reach a point of acceptance that this is where I am right now. Once you get to that point, that's when you're able to start making clear decisions, and motivating yourself is the key part of this question. How do you move forward from this? um One of the things my mom used to tell me was that you have to put your left foot in front of your right and keep going till you get to where you're trying to go. And it starts with the first step, just like Dom said in Fast and the Furious, quarter mile at a time, one step at a time. You have to start moving in a direction in order to get to a destination. Whether you move towards the destination or away from the destination is your choice, but you have to start moving in order for you to make it somewhere. So, one of the first things you got to do is get out of bed, stop walling around, leave the house. Doesn't matter where you go, just leave the house. You know, you want to start applying yourself to certain short-term tasks that allows you to start accomplishing some things and then build yourself into a position where you can actually start doing bigger things. But you want to put yourself into um, you want to put yourself in positions of uh, self success. And if that were the case, then you find yourself gradually moving towards um, the ability to start making better decisions. Now, in the short term, you want to gauge, what do you want to do next? Again, one of the easiest ways to motivate yourself to be truly successful is to find what you want to identify as success and then figure out what you got to do to get there. So, for example, you're working on a bullshit job, you might need a degree to get to where you want to go, and then you want to go from then you want to go from um, working on this particular field into working into another field that might require you to get a trade or a degree or something like that. Well, since you know you need to get into the college, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to apply, right? Then you're going to take the orientation test, then you're going to start showing up every day, right? The first couple of days of putting yourself in that position is going to be tough because you got to change your routine. Self motivation, the willpower to get up and get it done every day is just like cleaning your room. It's just like making your bed. Michael said it plenty of times before. If you make your bed every day when you get up, you've started accomplishing things for yourself. You know, I've even said before on the show that you should have a three-part out a wardrobe. You should have a bedtime outfit that you only wear when you get into bed, around the house outfit that you wear when you're not in bed. So when you're in your around the house outfit, you never go to bed, and then you have your leave the house outfit that you wear when you're not in the house. And those three phases, you psychologically motivate yourself to have the energy to apply yourself to different things. If you're wandering around the house in the pajamas, and if you're wandering around society in your pajamas, you're mentally not changing your motivation. But when you come out of your pajamas and get into your around the house clothes, you have triggered in your memory and your logic that I am awake now, right? You have a maybe a lazy style behavior that you have around the house, but then you have, when you switch into a different outfit, that uh um I'm leaving the house. You have like your business outfit. I'm going to work. You have your beach outfit. I'm going on vacation. You have your wedding outfit. I'm going to a special occasion, right? And each one of these outfits is a mindset shift. So the self motivation to continue after a bad situation requires a mindset shift. Whether you shift it through taking action or you shift it through psychological triggers like simply changing your clothes, taking a shower and changing your clothes, putting on a different cologne. You know, some people do life changes, drastic life changes, and when they do drastic life changes, they may cut off all their hair and start over, right? Um, which signifies a new beginning, and that new beginning is going to be applied with new effort, and that new effort, when you start achieving things, gives you the motivation to continue succeeding. It's just like on a video game. When you first start playing the game, every quest in the tutorial has a reward. Every little bullshit ass quest to learn how to do it's a reward, 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 and that triggers dopamine, and that dopamine is the motivation to allow you to continue to try to get more of those rewards. And you end up finding yourself addicted to the game because of all of these little rewards that you get, all the way to you're no longer in the tutorial, now you're in the main game, right? And that motivates you to continue to check into the game. Daily rewards could trigger you to continue to come back to the game. Weekly events trigger you to come back every week, every weekend, every month to continue playing into the game. And then when they have a certain special items, you buy those special items so that you can be different than everybody else, because we like to unique style everything. And all of that leads to the platform turning a profit, right? So if things are going well, and let's say things are going well in a relationship, your motivation to continue, first you have to make sure that the relationship is worth continuing. Second, you want to find something positive to do, and then and so you're going to start by doing something positive with yourself to get past the negative feelings that you have, and then you want to do something positive with your partner so that y'all can start doing positive things together. And then you want to find a neutral moment where y'all can talk about the disruption in the relationship and see if y'all can negotiate how to move past it without having to continue with those negative disruptions, right? And then also another thing, and I know this is a long answer, FX Trader, but there's a lot to that particular question. Um, you one of the quickest ways that you start finding better motivation to succeed, like I said about those dopamine hits, is recognizing what you have achieved. Because from the day you started till the day things went to shit, you accomplished some stuff. Now, what else do you need to accomplish now that things have gone south? Certain things are not in your favor, certain things don't go the way you wanted to go, but now you need to figure out where the failure is and then pivot. If you lost the baseball game because you wasn't swinging right, practice your swing. If you lost the competition because you didn't perform as well as the other people, train more. If you lost your job, you know why you lost your job. It was your attitude, it was your absences, it was your lack of performance. If you just got downsized because they can't afford to pay you, you did nothing wrong, which means that you don't have to do anything other than learn new skills and find a different job, right? So that's kind of going to be some of the ways that you're going to motivate yourself to move forward, is actually applying yourself to something different. And if you start small, like shit, you got fired, clean your house. You're going to be home for quite a few weeks. Clean your house. Start cooking at the house. Start accomplishing small tasks. Start modifying your resume. That's going to be one of the first motivational boosters, is when you start finding good things about you that you can put on paper to tell other people. Because a lot of times people believe that they're supposed to be validated by other people, but your self esteem is the esteem of yourself, which means that you have to be able to look in the mirror and find what makes you great. You can't just say that you're a 10 because you're a woman. You're supposed to be able to identify the things about you that makes you great, not just for yourself, but for the people that you impact. What about you makes you great for me? And if you got nothing, then you probably should start finding things that you can do to make yourself great for me. Now, why do I say it like that? Because if you're trying to be great for the workforce, what do you do that makes you great in the workforce? Because you are only great in the workforce when you benefit the job. Michael said, if you got a friend, oh, if you got fired off that job, you hate it. Happy for the freedom. Fucking right. They didn't get rid of you. They relieved your stress. Um, so I'm gonna put this up here because this person's trolling the podcast, and this is interesting. Uh, this person says that he's got this really wild name, something Russell. He says, "I think you are my dad." No, that's not possible. He says, "I'm 12 years old from Washington D.C. My mom showed me a picture of you." That's cute. So here's the funny part. There's absolutely no way that anybody from Washington, D.C. would know me from 12 years ago. I've never been anywhere near Washington, D.C. And I have not affiliated with anybody in the last 12 years. So that would be equivalent to telling an inmate that while he was serving time, that you're his dad. It's impossible. It is completely and unequivocally impossible. Now, had you been 18 or 19 years old and you gave me that kind of conversation, probably would have made sense. But 12, 12 years ago, I was in college and I was not doing anything in college. And 12 years ago, I was in college in the South. I was not doing anything in college. So kind of can't help you with that, buddy. But I'm glad that you think you can like and subscribe and donate money to the channel. And if you think I'm your dad, show me some support financially. Now let's get back to today's main topic here. That was cute. Somebody come and troll me and tell, "Oh, I think that you're my dad." Look, let's be honest. If if anybody were to ever think that they were related to me, one, they would have clicked that link just like Sterling did, approved the mic, approved the camera, waited in the green room until I noticed that they were there, came onto the show with their camera turned on, and had an appropriate conversation with me about how I met their mother. Ah, look, when we are dealing with contentment, comfort, the landscape of our potential is always going to be flat, like an empty desert. We're going to find ourselves camped out right in the middle of nowhere, mistaking the warmth of a bonfire for genuine progress. This is going to be the story of how a lot of people might learn that the best partner that they have isn't the one who makes them comfortable, but the one who makes you grow. Right? It's going to be about realizing that true love doesn't just soothe you, it sharpens you. And men say a lot of the times that they want peace, and we do, right? We want peace over chaos, but we also don't want a yes man. There are going to be some times where we're going to defer to our partner for a situation that we're undecided on. But there is never a dynamic where we want to battle with, argue with, or have to plead our case like judge and jury, where the other person is the executioner to our situation, our decision making skills. We don't want a rebellion because we've made a decision, right? But a lot of times, people will find themselves in the type of relationships where nobody tells them anything. That doesn't mean that you're in a good relationship. It just means that you're in a relationship that's not going to motivate you to be better than what you were when you first got in the relationship. So let's be honest. The search for comfort is a deeply human instinct. We all want a safe harbor, a place to rest where the world's demands can't get to us. And in a partner, this usually means that we're looking for validation. We want someone who laughs at our jokes, even when they're not funny, agrees with our complaints, even if they don't understand what's going on, and tell us we're perfect just the way we are, even after we've fucked up royally. It's an intoxicating feeling, and it's an ego cocaine. For years, we can find ourselves addicted to something like this, choosing partners who were excellent at making us feel good, but terrible at making us be good. They'll co-sign on all of our limitations. And that's one of the things I tell you guys on a regular basis. Do not have a network of people that will co-sign on the fuckery. When you're doing stuff that you ain't got no business doing, somebody should be able to tell you that you ain't got no business doing it. Okay. Um, if I were to say that I'm not a morning person and somebody were to say, I know, let's sleep in, but I got stuff to do this morning, that's not helpful. If I were to complain about my job but did nothing about it, and they say, well, your boss is the real problem. Um, they are wonderful, kind people, but they're enablers of my mediocrity, our inability to be successful in those types of situations. The relationship that we find ourselves in when we're in relationships like this might feel like a warm blanket pulled over our heads, shielding us from the morning sun of our own potential. And one of the things you got to realize about potential is that it is the ability to do something that your ass ain't doing. That's what potential is, the ability to perform. And this goes back to when we were talking about the stuff in the Bible where, faith without work is get dead, and God gives you the strength to perform. He doesn't give you tasks that he doesn't think that you can handle, that you can't handle, right? So when you are in dire straits, you have the tools and resources to get out of those dire straits. You just choose not to, and people enable you to not do that. Sterling's in there. Special shout out to Sterling.
Hey, thanks for
I
having
don't know
me.
your speaker around. Appreciate you coming back. What do you got for today's topic?
Well, I've been in and out, to be honest, but
No,
you
it's okay.
know,
I haven't done much yet.
one thing from that prevents people from leaving a job
What's that?
uh, is that the fact that their healthcare is tied to that job.
True.
And so like even if you were, and sometimes when you find a new job, and let's say you were to get hired the next day, sometimes your benefits don't go into effect for like 6 months.
Yeah.
So I feel like healthcare. Well, at first it was like designed as an incentive to bring people to work, to your job, to the company, to work.
Right.
But now I feel like it's been weaponized against us to keep us from leaving, even when things are bad and we're complaining. The boss is this and that, and yada. The pay isn't good enough. We can't afford to leave because we'll lose our health care.
Well, healthcare isn't weaponized to keep us on the job. benefits for the job are weaponized to keep us on the job because even if they don't want to give us the quantity of pay that we need, they'll weaponize our ability to need money and they'll call us in for overtime hours, have us working all kind of wild shifts and be an on-call employee. And then when they don't need us anymore, they'll cut our hours. We thought we were going into overtime at the beginning of the week, but even though we worked a really screwed up schedule to satisfy their understaffedness, they end up cutting our hours at the end of the week, and now we just got 40, but we've been doing double shifts all week. Um, they weaponize benefits. They might incentivize vacation pay, PTO time. Sometimes they might incentivize bonuses for extra effort. You're already overachieving, but they may encourage you to put in more work so that you can potentially get a bonus. And sometimes they give you that bonus. But healthcare is somewhat of a requirement these days. Back in the day, it might have been a thing to get you in the door, but what keeps you from quitting the job is the fact that you can't afford the health care that's being provided to you from that job. And you are afraid of not having a job by the time the insurance policy runs out. Because a lot of the times we don't think up until I started telling everybody about when you're looking at retirement or termination and negotiating part of your severance package, 3, 6, 12 months of them paying for your health care after you stop working for them to give you that extra time to transition into another job. Nobody thought of that. A lot of the times we believe that when we leave this job, it is done. The day that I say, screw you guys, I'm going home, that's the day that my insurance policy is cut off, or at least by the end of that month. And if I'm going to be unemployed for 6 months or 9 months looking for another job, that's 6 or 9 months of not having health care, right? Um, that's going to also be like income. We live paycheck to paycheck. So a lot of people are afraid to leave their jobs because where am I going to get money from? You know, it's the middle of the month. This is the check that pays the rent. If I don't go to work after today, then I'm not going to have enough money to pay my rent. If I'm going to be unemployed for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and this is going to be a mid-check termination, so I'm only going to get half the check that I need, which means I've only got 40% of what I need to pay my rent. I'm going to be late on my first month's rent because today's the 15th or the 18th, and I'm not going to get a full check for my last paycheck of the month of June. So I'm not going to have enough money to pay my rent for July. That's why people don't quit their jobs. Because one, we don't look for another job before we quit. We look for another job after we quit. Then we start trying to do unemployment compensation if we get fired unexpectedly. But we don't start planning our out before we even tell the boss I'm quitting. We don't start looking for another job. We don't start building our resume. We don't start learning new skills. So because we're unprepared for the transition, we're afraid of new beginnings because we don't know how this is going to work because we haven't prepared for it. That's the biggest reason why we don't make change in our life, because we don't prepare for change. And that's one of the reasons why I talk on the show every day about different reasons and different ways that change is good, and planning for that change could make the change less um, catastrophic to your emotions. So you have less anxiety towards the change. The change is less impactful because you have prepared for this movement. And then it is more beneficial to you because now you are sliding into something that better fits who you are now, as opposed to you struggling with the way you were before. And that's going to be part of what I'm going to be talking about coming soon with these relationships. Did you have another comment you want to throw in there?
Well, yeah, sure. It's probably unrelated, but my next question was like, if I were able to invest in a country, maybe their stock market or maybe a business or some real estate in the country, what country do you see in the next 10 years? Like if I invested some money today in that country, whether it's the stock market or real estate or whatever, what country do you see really booming to the point where in 10 years you're gonna like 2x, 3x, 5x your money? Could you say?
Well, Yeah, there's plenty of countries that I can list, but the question is that 2x, 3x, 5x your money the value that you're looking for? Because, for example, you can invest in China and your money is going to grow a whole lot faster in China than what it would in Belarus or Belize. You can go to Bangladesh and you might get that 5x because I covered Belarus, Bangladesh, Kazakhstan, and those countries are in high development with small business owners, tech, solar. So you could actually build a solar grid, then uh, construct office buildings, then invest in small business owners and get paid three times from the same person. Uh,
It, so if someone wanted to invest in China, how would we go about that?
Well, one of the issues that you have with certain countries is that they have some countries have a in for foreign investments. And when that is a scenario, you would have to talk to the local embassy of that particular country and make sure that you have the proper contracts in place that guarantees your capital gains are protected once you hand your money over for those particular type of investments. I've covered different countries around the world on Wednesdays where a lot of them have opportunity zones where if you invest in the government-backed research and development or the large scale constructions, then you can see large returns on your investment that are a lot of the times tax free. There are, I forgot the country that I talked about that was doing the hydrogen gas. They're inside of a mountain, at the bottom of a mountain, small town, somewhere close to Spain. And they if you invested in this country, you would be investing in all the dams and everything that they were doing to turn this into a natural gas that would be transferred around the world and sold, and you can make a significant quantity of money if you got involved in it. It's expensive to live there, but just to invest in that particular project, it is something that can be done. But there are certain countries that don't allow foreigners to invest in their market, which means that in order for you to invest in their market, you would have to become a native, which means you would have to move there, gain your citizenship status, and then start investing after you've gained your citizenship status. So if you were going to a place like China or Japan, or South Korea, you could potentially gain that citizenship status. But a lot of the times, like digital nomad visas and other such visas, you might need like $75,000 a year income to qualify for that U.S. visa style. Or if you're going over there as a worker and getting your citizenship from that way, you might need to be in one of the STEM fields in order to qualify to get that citizenship. There are other countries around the world that you can invest by, like buying real estate and other such things, and that $250,000, $500,000, $600,000 investment gets you the citizenship that way, where you have residency citizenship. You have the opportunity to change your tax status to that particular country, where you become a tax citizen of that country. And that's truly one of the moments where you're not forfeiting your American citizenship, but you're becoming a tax citizen of that particular country. And that's usually where you're really able to start investing in certain places. But if you're going to do it from a corporate standpoint, which I would recommend because it's easier to do it as a business than it is for to do it as an individual. You plan a business over there as a foreign domestic, the business can invest in the stock market. The business can purchase real estate when the individual can't purchase the real estate. And then all you just have to do is meet local requirements. Some countries like Japan doesn't require you to have a local native to hold a larger majority of the ownership of the business, but some countries like the Philippines requires a native to have 60% ownership of the company. In that dynamic, you get you a Filipino wife, make her the primary owner of the business, and y'all do buy and holds on properties and build it up, and give all of her family members jobs and help you build up the neighborhood and turn it into a massive scale real estate investment situation. But it really depends on what you're trying to invest in and what type of return you're looking for and that would determine which country you're going to go to and how much you have to put down to be successful on that. If it's specifically just real estate, there's at least 100 good countries to go to, like green energy, or like when we were talking about the petroleum, not the petroleum, the plastic gas, the plastic fuel. There's different countries around the world that have specific, unique investment opportunities. And if you're willing to invest in those oddball, unorthodox ideas, then you could potentially turn a frontier profit. And a frontier profit is going to be you putting your money up now and waiting 5 or 10 years for the project to be done. And then you get all these boatloads of capital accessible to you. Like, was it Kazakhstan was building an airport? If you, and they're on stage 2 right now, that airport, if you get in there now, by the time the airport's done, you'll be getting a boatload of money just because people are landing their planes there, right? So stuff to that effect. Um, if that helps.
Yeah, it does. It does. So do you feel like the United States, maybe we should adopt that model and make it harder for like non-citizens to invest?
No, I think that as American citizens, we need to stop being lazy, because one of the criteria of getting a U.S. visa to get through the H-1B1 process is to be better than a Native American. You have to be smarter than an American citizen. You have to be more capable. You have to provide large quantities of contributions in order for you to get a citizenship and be treated equally here. And I don't think that that's reasonable for us as American citizens. I don't really care how it's treating them, but they should not know more about our country than we do in order for them to be included in our. We should know more about our country than they do in order for us to be here, because we've been here our whole life. How is somebody coming to my country, be here 10 years and know more about where I've been for the last 40? That makes no sense. I'm not applying myself in that dynamic. So I think that the American people should do better about improving themselves, gaining knowledge, and then utilizing that knowledge to benefit their future, instead of just going on that day-to-day stagnation of it is what it is, and then go to work because you got a job, come home because you're done with your job, go to bed, play video games, get up, do it all over again, and never have a plan, never have a future, never have goals to achieve. Because when all of us were children, either our parents decided what we were going to do when we were growing up, or we had a plan that we wanted to achieve without an idea of how to achieve that plan. So I can't say plan. We had a goal, like we wanted to go to college and be something, or we just wanted to be something, not knowing that we had to go to college. As adults, very few people on this podcast right now can clearly say where they want to be and what they want to do in 5 years. 5 years. What do you want to accomplish under the next presidential party?
Let me clarify the question. Where do I want to be in 5 years, or where do I want? What do I want?
Yeah.
To
What kind of life do you want to have? And the reason why I said in the next presidential party, because right now everything's volatile. Your boy's going to be out the door by 2029, whether he gets a third term, whether somebody else takes over, whatever the case may be. 2029, we're going to be under a new group of people. That's 3 years from now. 2029, 2030, what are you going to be doing? What new thing are you going to be conquering?
Honestly, if it were up to me, I would want to be as happy as possible. Happiness,
right?
That's what I would focus on.
Exactly.
I don't necessarily, and I don't necessarily expect the next president to like influence that or to contribute. I'm not waiting on.
Well, no, I set
president.
the par as presidents as that's a change in the country, and what life change are you going to have when we have a new president?
Right. And what I'm saying is, regardless of who's president, I want to focus on my own personal happiness.
Right. So you focus on happiness. Michael says a healthy life. So
yeah, for sure.
But that's arbitrary. where you're going to live, what kind of job you're going to have, what kind of work-life balance are you going to have, what kind of relationship style life you're going to have, what kind of relationship with your family you're going to have. None of that was included in your response because we don't think about those things. What country you're going to be living in while you're living that kind of lifestyle? Are you going to move from a lower income to a middle income, or vice versa? Are you going to change states? Are you going to go from an expensive state to a cheaper state so that your money goes longer? Or are you going to go from working in a brick and mortar building where you got to show up every day and get paid? Or are you going to start working from yourself off of your computer at your house? None of that stuff is discussed. We have a broad spectrum: happiness, good health, stress free, with no details on how to get that. And that is one of the failures that we have as people. Because if you were planning your retirement, you're going to need to know how much money you need to retire. And retirement is not quitting your job. Requirement is not having any financial responsibilities that are not covered. So you would know, do you want to own your own house, or do you want to rent an apartment? Do you want to own your own car? Do you want to have somebody drive you around? Do you want to have an in-home nurse? Do you want to live in a nursing home? Which nursing home? Do you want to live in this country? Do you want to live in another country? How much is that going to cost you? That is how you decide what your standard of living must be when you retire. Then you decide, what do you got to do today to get there? If you need $800,000 to have that kind of lifestyle sitting in a brokerage account so that it's paying you $80,000 a year to cover the lifestyle you need in California, then you need to put a significant quantity of money down every month today to get there. If, say, like, for example, Stephen wants to have a concierge business when he gets out of college in he thinks 2 or 3 years. I'm telling him by the time you finish your 4 year, it's probably going to be 6 to 8. But either way, he would need to meet with professionals in his field, mentor with them. He would need to get guidance from them, connections with them, so that by the time he gets out of college, that he has a backing in that field. Then he would need to establish his business. But before he starts establishing his business there, he needs to know what qualifications his business needs to have, what licensing his business needs to have, what insurances his business needs to have. How is he going to get his employees? Where is he going to get his customers from? If he's going to get his customers from the local hospitals by referral, he needs to start introducing himself to those hospitals so that they know that he exists, so that they can refer him, right? All of these things happen before he even starts finalizing the graduation process for his bachelor's degree. And he wanted his master's degree before he started doing this thing. All of this has to be done before he got his bachelor's degree, because if he doesn't start this process now, he's not going to be ready for the step that he needs to take. Just like when you go to get a car, you at least have to have the money to pay for the car before you go to get the car. If you go window shopping for cars, you go out and look and see around about how much does some reasonably functionable cars cost. Then you go and get you a stack of cash to cover that, and then you go back and see what can you afford. But when you go there, the first thing they're going to ask you is, what are you interested in? I don't know, one that runs. Sometimes, if you do your research, you have a specific make and a specific model on a specific year, specific color, specific amenities in the vehicle. That's when you have a plan. You came prepared. I don't need you to sell me on this. I came for the one that's on your lot. All I'm going to talk to you about now is the price. The difference between the two individuals is that one came without a plan and the other one came with a plan. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Did you have another question?
Yes, I do. Thank you for the opportunity. You mentioned cars and you talk about investments, and so I guess I'm interested to hear from you. How do you feel generally about like a gas car versus a hybrid versus an electric car?
From what I've experienced so far, hybrid cars are more efficient for us, but they have a larger repair bill than a gas car because of the electric engine. And hybrid cars are going to be more efficient because the hybrid cars switch between electric and gas. You can charge them when you can, but you can also fill the tank up in less than 10 minutes and have the gas powering the car to recharge the electric motor when you don't have the ability to charge the electric motor. So that dual system, when manufactured correctly, like the Chevy Volt, is a good thing to have. Um, Gas cars have always been more effective for the quick refueling, which is something that not a lot of people think about. Electric is a fashion statement because it does not improve the ecosystem because it takes 20 years of pollution to create the battery that Tesla puts into its car. So it is pre-destroying the environment in order to create the electric car, and you would have to own that electric car for upward of 20 to 25 years before you get a return on your investment, depending on the price of the car. With how the cars are starting to cost $50,000 to $60,000 a piece, you might need to have that car for 30 years before you get a return on your investment. Um, Not talking about selling it back to the company or anything to that effect. And then considering that the average person experiences a car crash within 5 years of purchasing the car, you're not likely going to have the car for 30 years. So you're not likely going to get a return on your investment. And it takes 20 to 25 years of the car being driven before it starts benefiting the economy with its carbon footprint. Because again, it took 20 years of pollution to make the battery. Um, so the only benefit that you have from the electric car is the status symbol of I'm driving an electric car. And then you might have cheaper repair bill and no gas, but a higher electric bill if you're charging it at your house. But if you're not charging it at your house, now you have the inconvenience of factoring in how do you charge this thing. And right now they have not improved the charging potential for the cars, where even with the fast charge batteries or the fast charge stations, you're looking at 4 hours to fully charge your car from the dead battery. Um, 8 hours at the house, which means that you're plugging it in the afternoon and it's fully charged by morning kind of thing. But if you're doing a cross country drive, 2,000 miles, the average electric car goes 300 or less. And if you're fully loaded with a bunch of passengers or a bunch of luggage, you're usually operating at 50 to 25% of the maximum capacity of performance. So if you have a 300-mile range, you're now probably operating on a 100-mile range. But a 100-mile range, and now you have an 8-hour charge time, 4-hour charge time at a fast station. Or a fast charge station, which means that you're ultimately going to have to find something to do for 4 hours for the car to be fully charged, so that you can do another 100 miles. So what would have been a 8 to 12 hour drive from Louisiana to Florida would now be a 2-day drive in an electric car, because you would have to stop and charge the car for half a day in order to get it the rest of the way. But for a gas car, you just put a few extra 5-gallon gas cans in the trunk. You can stop one time in Alabama and fill up, and then you're in Florida and you can get there overnight, kind of thing. So the inconvenience of the charging requirement is the only thing that is discouraging me personally from choosing an electric car beyond the $30,000 inflated price. Because again, you can get a Nissan Versa for like $15,000 to $18,000 right now. You can get a Camry, Corolla, Honda Civic for $25,000 right now. But then when you go and get an electric car, it's $35,000, $40,000, $45,000, $50,000, $55,000, $60,000 for a base model electric car, which means that you can buy 2 gas guzzlers for the same price as one electric car. It's financially irresponsible.
I've
And
heard
they
that.
strap solar panels on the hood. They only give you a quarter mile a day worth of charge on that, dude. What were you saying, Sterling?
Well, I would just push back politely on the idea that on the fast charger it takes 4 hours.
From a dead
what
battery.
From what I understand, it takes less than 1 hour. It takes about 45 minutes. If you're on one of
45
those,
minutes from a partially used battery, like 50%, something like that.
you can go from 0 to 80%. So from 0 miles in your tank to, let's say, 270. If you get like 320 on your Ford Lightning, you can go from 0 to 80%, which would be like, I don't know, like 270 miles or something like that. in about
Oh, that's
45
an
minutes.
empty truck too, because we've done
So
research on a Ford Lightning, and that's on an empty truck too, because a Ford Lightning is operating like 50 to 100 miles to the charge, especially if you start putting weight in it. And
the
so you
Ford,
be
yeah, the Ford Lightning on a standard model gets 240 miles to a
well,
charge,
it's quoted for 240 miles, but if you put weight in it, it's not giving you 240 miles. That
I
that
mean,
that that has actually been some of the reviews on because there were a lot of people were disappointed. I wanted a Ford Lightning. I'm like, fuck yeah, Ford is my thing. Like, but the problem that I have with the electric cars, like even a Cybertruck, excessively overpriced. They promised a 500-mile range, haven't produced it yet. But the fact is that all electric cars have a estimated rating based on just the one individual driver in the vehicle. When you start putting four passengers in there, and God forbid they're all overweight, the more weight you put into the vehicle, the more performance that's needed for the vehicle, and that burns the battery down faster. If you were to fill the vehicle with luggage, Ford Lightning, if you were to fill it with work, um, towing an ATV or some stuff like that on the back of it, pulling a car on the back of a trailer, that extra weight on the vehicle requires more performance. Racing the vehicle up the interstate takes more performance, and the higher performance draws the battery down faster, which ultimately means that your 224-mile gauge is at 50% or 25% of its maximum expected range because of the weight and the performance requirement to operate on the interstate. That's just realistic observation. Now, I'm not knocking electric cars because I want one, right? I'm actually on the list for the Cybertruck. I'm one of the guys that pre-ordered that bitch back in 2019. So I'm not shooting down electric vehicles. I am recognizing that it's an inconvenience because one, there isn't charge stations all over the place for these things. There are certain places that have them and certain places you wish they had them. Then they don't always go the maximum expected capacity because again, it is gauged based on normal usage with no weight in it. It's not gauged on maximum capacity usage. And you have to factor that in if you were doing long distance travel. Because if you were planning on doing long distance travel and you think 200 miles from now is a charge station, you put all your luggage in there, you put your family in there, your vehicle goes 75 miles. Where the fuck is the nearest charge station? 125 miles down the road. So now you're in a bad spot because Department of Transportation is going to bring you 2 gallons of gas if you run out of gas. But who's bringing you a charge station to charge your vehicle if you run out of power on the interstate? Nobody. Nobody has that backup plan. A jump box is not going to cover that. You would need some type of backup battery system that you yourself would put into your car for preparation of your car not making it to an actual charge station. There's an inconvenience of not being capable of being prepared for when the battery dies. Then we also have to take into consideration that these electric vehicles are most efficiently effective in states with a lot of sun. And the reason why that is because if you go to cold states, the batteries don't hold the charge as well. So not only do you have the degraded performance from the extra weight, the degraded performance from young bucks and old heads that like to put the pedal to the floor and speed with the vehicle, you also have degraded performance because the temperature change, right? So now the battery might not get you that 75 miles because it's cold outside, right? So you can't predict how far you're going to go with this electric car because you don't know what the battery's going to do, right? But you can predict how far you're going to go with your gas guzzler because it's always going to give you that mileage until it throws a rod, right? And that's the difference between an electric car and a gas car. You can't predict that electric car. But if you was running a business, let's say you had a real estate business and you put a charge station at each one of your properties, you decided that you were going to go check on all your properties, you could stop at each property, charge your vehicle up, never have to charge your car at your house, and you would have no problems, right? But for the average individual who have not transitioned into the life of electric, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying there's inconveniences that you have to take on to have an electric car. I was talking to a guy, I was at a tire place getting my oil change, talking to a guy that had a Tesla, and he was paying $2,000 to replace the tires. I don't have to pay $2,000 to replace my tire. I pay $500 to replace my tires. So the I don't have he may not have to pay $2,500 to replace his transmission, but I don't have to pay $2,000 to replace my tires. There are inconveniences with these electric cars that people are not aware of until they become a car owner. When I asked the man if he was going to get himself another Tesla, he said, hell no. Not because Tesla's a bad model, but because he spent $155,000 on his Tesla and he's paying $2,000 on tires every time he needs tires. And it is just not convenient. Not because it's not a good car, it's just not convenient. The price versus the usage versus the inconveniences that you have to take on. Right? Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. And I would say that, with a gas guzzling truck, you would still get limited mileage. Like the miles per gallon isn't going to stay the same if you hook up that same RV to your truck, your gas guzzling truck. If you have a bunch of obese people in your truck, it's not going to get the same gas mileage. But I agree that it's going to be much easier to find a gas station than it would be a fast charging, electric station. I agree with that. But
Well, I think
sorry.
the if you got yourself let's say that you got yourself a Dodge Ram 3500, 8 miles to the gallon for some reason, and this is your work truck. You know how much performance this vehicle is going to give you, right? And let's say that you're hauling horses every day, right? You know that even with the load on the back of the thing, and you've got the 240-gallon gas tanks or whatever is on this vehicle, right? You know that you're probably going to get about 150 miles to the tank every time. Rain, snow, sun, you're going to get about 150 miles to the tank. Every 125 miles, you're looking for a gas station. However, with an electric car, it is projected for 225, but it might give you 75. You are not prepared for the gas station. You're not prepared for a charge station. And that lack of preparation is an inconvenience that I have not grown accustomed to yet. If they had solar panels on the vehicles where they could just charge while they're sitting outside in the sun, like Michael said, slap some solar panels on the roof, where I could get it a couple extra quarter miles when I'm at the Walmart and there's no charge station there, that might make me more convinced to say, yeah, I'll go ahead and go grab one. If I'm a short distance driver where I'm only driving like 50 miles at a time, and even if it was overloaded and high rates of speed where I'm only getting 25%, I'm still going to not use 100% of the power of the vehicle. I can go do what I got to do, come back, and then I got to charge my car. But for those people who say work at the courthouse, you drive your car to work, there's no charge station in the parking garage, you get out of work, the car is in the parking garage, there's no sun, even if there's solar panels on the car. If I don't have enough charge to get back home, that's another inconvenience. When we talk about the electric cars, I talk about that girl who missed a gas station and went through the Arizona desert and got stuck for 3 days. I don't want to have a $60,000 car that gets stuck on the side of the highway because there isn't a charge station in the area. Not because I missed the station, because there isn't one. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But there's apps that show you like all the charging stations, and there's becoming more and more. Um, is there is a lot.
There are a lot of free stations, but some of those free stations are people's houses where Tesla registers all of the charge stations that exist, not if they're publicly usable. There have been situations where, and social media is showing this a lot more, where people are just pulling up to random people's houses and plugging in and using their charge stations, which is actually piracy because you're stealing electricity from a source that didn't grant you authorization to use that. If you go to a pay station, you're paying for it, so you're genuinely earning the right to use this electric station. But the apps that show you where all the free places to plug your car up, you're actually stealing electricity from this venue. And if you didn't get permission from them to plug your car up, you could be in a problem. And while yes, there is a growing number of stations, and eventually it will make sense to have an electric car during this particular transition phase right now in 2026, it is not convenient to have an electric car because
And
it's not improving the environment and it's not saving you any money.
well, now I don't know, because I think it depends on the circumstances. Because like if you're like living in town and you can charge at home, then I don't think it would cost hardly anything. I mean, like your electric bill might go up $50 a month, but
It'll go up
and
more than that.
no, I don't think it would. Matter of fact, I know it wouldn't, because I used to own a Nissan Leaf.
Those are good
And,
ones. I would recommend Nissan Leaf over a Tesla.
oh, you can even a brand new Nissan Leaf. I think is like 30,000, maybe 35. I'm not sure, and it gets like 320, 350 miles a gallon, or on a charge. I meant.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. So
And you said you used to own. Why don't you own it now?
okay, that's a good. The problem in 2012 or 13, and when they were brand new, they only got 85 miles on charge.
Hmm.
But once you put 50,000, 100,000 miles on it, that battery starts to degrade to the point
And that's
where,
another reason why I don't like them.
and to the point where I was only getting like maybe 45 miles on a charge. But now,
Right now, you
uh-huh.
understand. I'm sorry for continuously cutting you off, but you understand that the average electric battery has between 100 and 200 miles of life on it, and a lot of the batteries to replace them cost between $5,000 and $10,000, and that is one of the inconveniences of having an electric car that really discouraged me from getting it. Because, like for example, right now I have a 2008 Cadillac with 165,000 miles on it. That would have been an electric battery. I would have had to pay $10,000 for another battery on the car at least once. I have a 2003 that has 85,000 miles on it. Well, 90,000 miles on it right now. And that 90,000 miles would mean that that battery would likely be operating at probably 20 to 10% of its original capacity. The problem with an electric vehicle, the degraded battery means you're going to get less performance over time that you're not prepared for. And you typically trade it in because it sucks that it's not broken. It is just not convenient to replace the battery and put a new battery in there in order to have it run the way it used to run when you first bought it, because the cost of the battery is not covered under the warranty when you have it for 5, 7 years. And the cost of the battery is almost the same price as buying another gas car. But a gas car, 500,000 miles, will forever give you the same miles per gallon every time as long as you maintenance the car correctly. And that the guarantee that you have is that I can plan a trip right now today with one of the vehicles, and the only concern that I have is if its maintenance allows me to get there, not will it run out of gas too soon. But with an electric car, if I'm driving through snow, if I was driving to New York from where I am right now and it was snowing outside, I might not have the same charge capacity. If I'm driving to certain locations, there might not be any charge stations. And those are the inconveniences. That's the only thing that's discouraging me right now is the battery life and the inconvenience with the charge. Everything else about it is fantastic, but the other thing I dislike is also the price, because a lot of the electric cars that are out there are $10,000 to $20,000 more expensive than a gas powered car, and the maintenance that you're not paying on the electric car is offset by the price of the electric car. So you're not winning at all financially by buying the electric car. You're really only obtaining a status symbol. And I don't like buying status symbols. I'm not going to buy a pair of Jordans just because they're Jordans. I'm going to buy a pair of shoes because I need shoes. So I'm not going to buy an electric car just because it's an electric. I'm going to buy an electric car because it is convenient. And right now they're not. But when they become convenient, then I'll get one.
How many miles a day on average do you charge? Do you drive?
Well, that depends on the day because right now I've got a 2,000 mile drive on next week Saturday.
Okay. What? Well, I guess my question there would be, why are you driving 2,000 miles?
because I have a dog.
Oh yeah, it's
Not
hard to
all the
drive.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, not all the time is it convenient to fly.
it's not. Yeah, that I know. Some dogs they
When you
want a
have
lot.
it's a mandatory requirement for me to bring the dog. That's an issue. So it's not, oh, well, you could just leave it at home. No, I actually have to bring it with me.
Well, now if it's like one of those companion dogs, or what do they call them?
Service animal.
Service animals, then you have the right to bring it on the
Oh, of
plane.
course. Oh, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
But
And it's pretty easy to get your dog certified as a service animal too.
oh yeah, I know. I've gotten my dog service animal certified years ago. I
Oh,
have
okay.
the identification for them and everything. It's still not convenient. The
No,
lack of convenience is going to be once you get checked into the airport, there's no outdoors. So dogs using the bathroom inside the airport. So you have to really watch your animal. You have the plane. The plane isn't designed for animals. So you have to hopefully get proper seating. But if you don't get proper seating, you and your dog are crammed into one space unless you're paying for an extra seat so that you and your dog can sit comfortable. So now if you're paying for, say, $500 for a ticket for yourself, you're paying $1,000 for a ticket for you and your dog, which is equivalent to buying first class. But just to fly economy, and not a lot of planes, depending on which plane you get, can you get first class with more space? So you might find a first class ticket for like 600 or $700, but it is just a little bit more space than business class, which isn't enough for you and the dog to be in the same location. There is a lack of convenience there. Now, yeah, I have gotten plane tickets when I'm flying and traveling in a hurry. But let's say I'm gonna make a stop down south, then I'm gonna make a stop somewhere else, and then I'm gonna make a stop in the direction that I'm going. If I have three different stops, that's like six different planes. Uh, a road trip would probably be more effective.
well, and yeah, you may be right, but even a road trip has inconveniences as well. It's going to
It
take a
does
lot. It's going to take much longer
way
with
longer.
gas prices. It might even cost more. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I
yes, it
had
will. Oh no,
I,
well, plane ticket and gas right now are like what and what.
well that's true. Like plane tickets are crazy high right now.
Yeah, so like $600 for a plane ticket, $600 to drive to the same location for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So but both have their. And I've heard that for a service animal, you don't have to pay for a ticket. I could be wrong, but I looked into
Well,
it
you
years
don't
ago.
have to unless you need another seat for the dog.
Okay, yeah,
So if you don't buy, because the dog flies for free,
right.
but if the plane is full, now you are crammed into one space with two bodies. So let's say that you got a window seat and the person sitting next to you is twice the size of the seat that they're supposed to be sitting in. Now you're in a position where you're crammed in the corner and your animal is crammed in the corner right in front of you. If you're not paying attention and you don't ask for the window seat, you might be sitting in the middle, and now you got somebody uncomfortable with dogs, and now they're gonna act a fool because you're sitting next to them. Your dog has to be on the floor in the middle of two people, and the person that's got the window seat is acting a fool because they don't like dogs. Because you don't know what you're getting into until you get on the plane. The ticket just says sit here with your animal, and that is um, the inconvenience because people are not socially appropriate a lot of the times.
Yeah, and I've heard that like sometimes they make the dogs like travel down in the like where they store the luggage and stuff.
Luggage? Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not doing that.
yeah. That can be sketchy because sometimes like they're not pressurized and yada yada. And I've heard horrible stories of sometimes not normally or the majority, but rare occasions where dogs like died on the way
Yeah,
like on a trip. Yeah.
yeah. I wasn't even thinking about the pressurization factor. I was thinking about the fact that yeah, it's gonna be down there with the luggage. So nobody's down there watching them.
Oh yeah. Right.
So and you're looking at like a 4 to 8 hour flight. I'm not putting my dog in a position where he's trapped in a cage with a bunch of moving parts in a space by himself, or like in a space with a bunch of other crying dogs for 8 hours. That's psychological torture. I wouldn't do that. So I would either spend the money that's required for him to be in the cabin with me, or I just drive.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you have a pet, that makes sense.
But the 2,000 mile drive is it still can be done with an electric car. It's just you have to go through the inconvenience when you reach 50% to start looking for a charge station because there's less of them out there, and you have to plan on at least 1 hour of charge time to charge your vehicle back up, even if, like you said, that there are 1 hour um, fully chargeable stations. You still need to like go catch a movie or go find your place to sit down and have lunch or whatever the case may be to fully charge the vehicle, as opposed to I'm just gonna straight shot this bad boy, stop by a gas station, 10 minute fill up, and then straight shot this number where we can just go and get back. So, for example, like if you were an Uber driver for a living, an electric car is not your friend. You can make a decent quantity of money off of that, but when it says like 30% or something like that, depending on, or 40% some situations, depending on how far away from your house you are. At some point, you need to say, well, time to stop because I'm not going to be able to continue because I'm going to have to sit here and charge for an extended period of time. Um, and then again, the mileage on the batteries, eventually you're going to have less performance over time for the same quantity of charge, where ultimately refueling is going to cost more in the long run because you're going to get less performance out of it, like you said. And that these are things that discourage me. You can't keep an electric car for 30 years without planning on buying a replacement battery twice. And that's what the guy told me with the Tesla that he had, was that he got his first battery replaced under the warranty, but the second battery is going to need to be replaced, and he didn't want to spend the $10,000 to replace it, so he was trading it in. That was the main reason why he was trading the battery in, because his first battery got replaced under warranty, and the cost to replace the second battery would be the cost of buying another car. And since his car is $155,000, if he traded it in, he could get at least $60,000 for the car as is, and just go buy him a brand new gas guzzler, or not gas guzzler, but a brand new gas car for 60 grand. And that's anything mid-grade luxury car, and not have to deal with those inconveniences.
I wonder, like, I wonder, like, if we could calculate theoretically your trip, your 2,000 mile trip, how much it would cost. I think you said your caddy gets like 8 miles a gallon.
No, my caddy right now. Well, when I drove out here from where I was coming from, my caddy was getting upward of 400 miles to the gallon. But I don't know if the gauges were miscalculating that mileage. But I only topped the vehicle off twice, and I drove through 5 states. Uh, and then these days is calculating somewhere between 280 and 310 miles to the tank, which is averaging about, because it's like about a 10 or 15 gallon tank, so it's averaging about 25 to 28 miles per gallon right now.
Okay. Earlier, I think you accidentally said 400 miles to the gallon, but I think you meant
No,
like
400 miles to the tank,
to
to the
the
tank,
tank.
not to the
Okay,
gallon,
okay,
to the tank. 400 miles
okay.
for the whole, like from start to empty, it was
Gotcha.
400 miles, and then I filled it up.
Okay, okay. And I wish we knew. I wish we knew like how many gallons it could hold, whether it's like 10 or 15.
I said 15.
Oh, I thought you said like 10 or 15. Okay, 15. Um, so okay, all right, 15. It holds 15 gallons, and the national average of gas is probably like what, like five?
379 right now where I'm at.
Okay. Let's call it $4 just to do easy
Yep,
math.
$4.
All right, so let's say to fill it up. Well, just to check our numbers here, how much does it cost you to fill that thing up from zero?
Uh, One time I put $48 in there, but then after
Okay,
the war it went to 60
60 would work because yeah.
$68 is where, so
Oh,
$70 would be a good number to use.
okay. Hold on, let me get my calculator. I hope I'm not boring you, but this is important to me.
No, you're fine. You're perfectly fine, buddy.
15 miles, 15 gallons in the tank. Let's say it's $4 per gallon. Let's just say you spend $60 to fill it up, and then you're telling me that would get you. It used to get 400 miles, but now it gets about
280 to yeah, about 280 to 310. I would say like 290 easy.
290 miles for $60. 290 miles um, for $60 means that each mile would. I'm sorry, 60. Yeah, 280 miles. So yeah, okay. So man, you know what? You know how
What
I
what
might
calculations are you trying to do?
basically I'm trying to calculate. You know, let's say it gets. I'm trying to calculate which would be cheaper if you're going 2,000 miles. A Ford Lightning that
Flying a
gets to,
plane, flying a plane would be more convenient based on time.
right. But what I want to calculate is like let's say like a Ford Lightning versus your Cadillac.
So if I spent $60 to get 290 miles off of my car, I'd be paying 20 cents a mile to drive.
Okay, yeah, that's
Is
what I
that the
calculated.
calculations?
Okay, all
Now
right.
we don't really have off the top of our heads an exact cost to charge an electric car.
Well, and it depends on
I'm
the car and the temperature and all that stuff, like you said. But I feel confident that at one of these like fast charging stations, I could spend the same 55 $60 and get the same 290 miles.
Let's see if they have some statistics out there.
Because I've been in a Ford Lightning that charged outside of a Bucky's. It cost
They're
about 50.
saying $8 to $15 for a full charge at home, $15 to $40 in Publix. Like you were just about to say $50. So that's about 20 cents to 40 cents per kilowatt.
But
So
to me,
almost the same.
yeah, to me it sounds the same. Like for about 50 $60, we could both fill up and get
Yep.
290 miles. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I said the only inconvenience with an electric car is the charge time versus the lack of battery life and the lack of dependency on the range that you get from the charge. Because there, based on my calculations, there's no mechanical difference in price between the two vehicles, except the electric cars cost more than the gas cars, depending on the model that you get. And the repair cost is cheaper on the electric car, but the price increase on the electric car offsets the repair cost. The amount of money that you're spending on gas would ultimately, for fast charging stations, would equivalent the amount of money you're going to pay for electricity. Um, and your light bill would be higher at your house, but you would not spend as much money at the pump. Um, the, so it's kind of going to be price wise either the same or more expensive to have an electric car. And they've taken away the $7,500 tax credit, so you don't have the incentive to go and buy an electric car because of the tax credit. So you have it's a status symbol. That's really what it is. You're buying a status symbol for the inflated $10,000 to $15,000 increase for the vehicle. There isn't another benefit for having an electric car. It has the same space as a gas car. It has similar performance depending on the model that you get. Um, outside of cosmetics, there isn't a difference between an electric car and a gas car besides the inflated price. Now, when they start making gas cars cost the same price or more than electric cars, then I'd be buying an electric car specifically because it's cheaper. But right now, you can't buy an electric car used and say that you got a good deal because the quantity of miles left on that first battery is how much time you have before you got to go buy another battery for $5,000 to $10,000 a battery. A Leaf would have cost you probably $5,000 to replace the battery, but a Tesla costs you $10,000 to replace the battery.
That's a good point because we were talking about my Leaf earlier. And what's interesting is in that 2012 Leaf, like you can get a brand new 2025, 2026 battery, right? So like the battery they put in would be getting you like a 320-mile range, whereas before you only got 80 brand new. But actually, so I looked into that, and they quoted me $15,000.
Right. For the newer batteries, yes. But it's the price of a car though, because you can get you a Nissan Versa for $15,000. You can get you a brand new Nissan Versa with no miles on it for $15,000 cash up front. Probably if you get the base model with the roll down windows and the standard shift, it's $15,000 with taxes, title, and license.
Right, but if you buy a $15,000 brand new battery, you pretty much have a brand new car.
Yes, but the problem that you have is that you would ultimately be buying an electric car and then putting money aside so that you can budget for the replacement battery.
And if you buy a gas car, I could say you should be putting money to the side for when that car dies on you, because that's one thing we haven't talked about is the longevity, the life expectancy of gas.
The repair cost for a gas power car is going to be higher than the repair cost for an electric car, but the purchase price of an electric car offsets the repair cost for a gas car, so it washes out. And then the longevity of a gas car is going to outlast the longevity of an electric car because the gas car has the highest replacement bills is the transmission and a head job. Head jobs are usually between $2,500 and $5,000 max, unless you blow the engine and throw the rod. Transmissions are usually $2,500 or less, unless you have a luxury model vehicle. If you're doing a regular economy car, it's usually around $1,500 to $2,500. And you're not going to do both of them at the same time unless you are really treating your car bad. And in that scenario, you would have $7,000 or $8,000 for the transmission and the engine at the same time. But with an electric car, the entire drivetrain is one chain link scenario. That's it. It likely isn't going to go out. The only issue you're going to have mechanically is the battery dies. So when it does go out, you have a $10, $15, $20,000 guaranteed replacement. But with a car, with a gas powered car, you have the salvage transmission. You can get a refurbished transmission. So instead of me spending $2,500 on a brand new transmission swap, I can go and get one out of the salvage yard for the same car, paying under the Oak Tree mechanic $500 to put it in. I might be able to get that transmission replaced for like $900. Head job might be $5,000, but I could also, since it's a 20-something-year-old car, probably pay $900 for an engine swap. I can get the engine transmission changed out for less than $2,000. But you cannot get a quality electric battery aftermarket refurbished for $5,000. It's not going to give you the performance you need. You must buy a new battery. There are no choices there. So you're limited, and that limitation is an inconvenience. The only complaint that I have with electric cars is the inconvenience due to the lack of progression of technology, where right now it is a status symbol that is inconvenient but beneficial to your reputation. In the future, maybe 20 years from now, it will be a convenience. Right now, unless you're like a $500,000 a year kind of person, it is not convenient. Unless your life is built around the charge stations for that vehicle, it's not convenient. It's a status symbol, but it doesn't boost your life, save you money, make you money, and every vehicle that you buy, whether it's electric or non-electric, is a liability. It's not an asset. It doesn't generate you wealth. So from the magnitude of cost, it doesn't save you any money to make it more beneficial to buy. So since it is equivalent to buying a gas guzzling car, when you think about a 40 or $50,000 Leaf for a Rogue or a Kona, something to that effect, you can also simply say, well, fuck it, I might as well just go grab me a 1967 something or other that's fully restored and just drive that. The difference between the two is that 1967 model is going to last a whole lot longer than the dang Kona. It's going to last longer than the Leaf because I'm not going to have to spend 10 grand on another motor.
Well, this is an interesting conversation. Thank you for indulging me. Um, I think it depends on your circumstances. Like things that we talked about, like how far you're going to be traveling, and whether or not you can charge at home, and whether or not you make road trips when pulling an RV and so forth and so on. But I can certainly see scenarios where people pay $0. Well, okay, again, like
Zero extra dollars, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah. Like, and again, like if you plug it into like your standard outlet, like in your garage or something, it might take 2, 3, 4 days to fully charge. But if you have the electrician come out and they give you like one of those 30 amp watts or 30 watt amps, I don't know exactly, but yeah, kind of like the same thing that your oven or your like dryer runs off of, those weird like outlets that
that's a 220 amp charge station.
Well, I
or
don't know
240 amp charge station.
Okay, I don't know about that, but like, okay, sure, let's say that's correct. Like if you have the electrician come out and install that at your house, then you can charge overnight. Then it might be 8, 10, 12 hours. Yeah, maybe if you're lucky.
I researched it because I was like, yeah, I want to get an electric car. I want to put the charge station at my house. I'm gonna put solar panels on my house. Like I really wanted to do this, but then when I looked at the cost of the cars versus the what if I'm not home for 4 days, then I was like, fuck. I'm pro electric vehicle. I just want you to understand that. So even though I'm shooting down the vehicle based on its inconvenience, it is solely based on inconvenience because the price wise is not going to be beneficial. But one of the things I found out, if you're charging it at your house, you are going to see more of an electric bill than just $50. You personally did not experience that because you don't drive as much as like me and Steven. They drive like 100 something miles a day in your vehicle, and you're doing like 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles a month. Your electric bill might be $200-300 extra on, because if you're doing $40 a charge or $50 a charge, and your vehicle is getting you, like you said, your vehicle was originally giving you like 85 to 100 miles, right? Now the newer battery might get you 300 miles, but recognizing even with high performance interstate driving might have got you 150 miles. Every 150 miles, you would have put $50 on your light bill. So if it's 150 miles, you're driving 100 miles a day. Every other day, you would be spending $100. Out of 30 days, 20 days out of the month, you'd be charging up your vehicle, which means you'd be putting an extra $300 or $400, $500 on your light bill that you would not have to pay at the pump, but you're going to have that increase on your light bill. So you're not the $15,000 or $20,000 worth of gas that you would pay for a gas power car is offset by the $10,000 extra dollars on your light bill, or the $12,000 extra dollars on your light bill. So it's not going to hurt you financially just because your light bill is going to be higher. It's just the cost of refueling the vehicle is diverted from the pump to your light bill. That's the only difference. Once I discovered that, I was like, well, fuck it. You're not benefiting from the electric car at all. Does that make sense?
It would make sense, but I don't think it's true because I mean it says here, charging a Tesla at home typically increases your electric bill by $30 to $70 per month.
That's not going to be a factual statement because we just had that discussion where the Ford Lightning charges, and we just did the math that fully charging a vehicle, it runs about $40.
But well,
And
it run me about 55. But again,
55, but that's
that
every time you refuel it.
no, that's when you refuel on a fast charger on the road. Just because it costs $55 at a Texaco, a Shell station on their fast charger, doesn't mean it costs you $55 at home.
Okay, so charging an electric vehicle typically costs between $8 to $15 for a full charge at home. And if you're
I,
doing $8 to $15 for a full charge at home,
I don't
and again, we're
I,
looking at every other day,
I don't believe
charging a vehicle, that's $30 a day.
I don't believe that's true. $8 to $15 a day. I don't
Oh,
believe.
but
I know.
this is a statistic.
I heard you read it.
This is a statistic that's saying between eight
Yeah.
to $15 to fully charge your electric vehicle at home, and $15 to $40 at a public fast charging station. And you said $55 at a public fast charging station,
Uh huh.
where most owners that have a EV right now are averaging about 18 cents per kilowatt. So a fully charged battery would be between $10 to $16 depending on the battery size. Cost per mile is about 4 cents per mile to 5 cents per mile for the electric battery. These are statistics. The level 2 charge station is going to be like 20 to 40 cents per kilowatt, which is about $15 to $25 for a full charge, depending on where you go. And then the DC fast charges, which is the level 3, is 45 to 60 cents per kilowatt, which is for cost to charge it to 80% is $25 to $40. You were paying 55 probably because you were getting a full charge, not an 80% charge. Um, but statistically speaking, it's saying $8 to $15 to fully charge your vehicle at home. And I think that it costs more than that. But if it's $8 to $15 for each time, and we're calculating from potentially a dead battery to a full charge battery, not like, oh, I left the house, it's 10%, I brought it back, plugged it in, it's only like 50 cents, 75 cents. I only went 40 miles today. It was only like 30% of the mileage of the battery. I brought it back to the house. It only took like 2 hours to charge the car up at the house. That might be $1.50. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you got in your car, you went cross town, you did a bunch of business, you came back, the red light was on because your car was about to die. You plugged it into the house, and this is what you got to do every day: $8 to $15. And if you're running, like we said, your Leaf that's like 85 to 100 miles to the full charge, or the newer one that's doing 300 miles, and if you're lead foot and you're zooming, you might not get that 300 miles. You might get 150 or 175 miles, which means that you would be refilling your vehicle every other day. So if you're getting $15 per charge every other day, then that means that out of every 30 days, you're probably refilling your vehicle like 15 days out of the month. And now you're looking at almost $250 added to your light bill every month for refueling your electric car, which might be cheaper than the average gas guzzler who's going to be charging their vehicle at the pump. Uh, if you're refueling at the pump every other day for $60 a day, you might be paying like $500 or $600 a month. So you might save a little bit of money on switching over to the electricity if you have the convenience of charging at the house overnight outside of peak time, because that's another condition for the charge price is that you're charging a vehicle outside of peak time. But there, you have to change your whole lifestyle for this vehicle in order for the vehicle to be physically convenient for you. Because if you charge during peak time, the impact on your light bill is going to be higher. But if you refuel your car, your car is going to be the same price most of the time. It might be a little bit cheaper to get gas at night, but I mean, you're saving like 5 or 10 cents per gallon to charge up overnight versus um saving 1 or 2 cents per kilowatt or 5, 6 cents per kilowatt to refill your electric car overnight. But what if you work overnight? If you work at night, you have to refill your car during the daytime. So you're still doing the same mileage, but you have no choice but to pay the higher price because you're charging during peak time because that's when you're off the clock. So the car is not universally convenient for everyone yet. And the cost that you save in certain areas with the electric car is going to be offset by the higher price of the electric car, which washes out the convenience of the electric car and simply makes it a status symbol. You know, so I'm sorry for continuously cutting you off. You can go ahead and print your argument for me, but since we already calculated that, like me driving a Ford Lightning 5 states away versus driving my Cadillac 5 states away is going to cost me the same price. If my maintenance isn't an issue with driving that distance, and Ford Lightning's maintenance isn't an issue for driving that distance, and we get the similar performance from vehicle to vehicle, my Cadillac cost me 4,000. How much does the Ford Lightning cost? To buy the Cadillac cost me 4,000. How much does the Ford Lightning cost?
If you bought a used Ford Lightning, a good deal would be like 30, maybe 30,000.
Okay, so I would pay $26,000 more for a used Ford Lightning than what I paid for this car to get the same performance. That is my exact argument. Same performance, same price for usage, 24,000 more dollars. Even if I threw in a engine repair, transmission repair, 8,000 extra dollars for repairs on the car, I am still $16,000 more for the Ford Lightning. And I'm limited on that Ford Lightning by how much battery is left on that vehicle. That's the only reason why I'm not a big fan of the electric cars right now. I want one, but me and Steven can both find like 6 different Toyotas that are less than $5,000 that would equivalent the price of one Ford Lightning.
Well, I think you're taking a risk on a $5,000 Toyota, even though I love Toyotas.
You're
You're
not
taking
taking a risk on
huh? What you say?
you're not taking as much of a risk on a $5,000 Toyota as you are on a used electric vehicle.
You might be right. Like financially, it's a lesser, it's a cheaper risk, but I would think that that Ford Lightning, even if it is used, is going to last a lot longer than a gas guzzling car. But it's just an interesting. It's very interesting because
Well, think about
yeah.
this: a five
Go ahead.
thousand dollar Toyota, a $5,000 Toyota is going to be a 25-year-old car. Because, like I said, I got a 2008. It's 2026. 2 years from now, that car's 20 years old. A we can price them right now, but if we looked up a 2000 or 2006 Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, something like that, they're probably going to be around 4, 5, $6,000. Now, a lot of them going to have around 75 to 150,000 miles on them. Worst thing you're going to have to do with it, transmission and a head job. Again, not going to have to be done when you buy the car because the lemon laws require them to sell you a car that is mechanically inclined. It's supposed to last you a reasonable period of time after purchase before major failures start occurring to it. Otherwise, they can't sell the vehicle. So you might have the car for 2 years before you have to do a transmission job. You might have the car for 4 years before you have to do a head job if you're taking good care of the car. So the only inconveniences that you have is that you might have to do a brake job, buy some new tires on it. If the car was sitting up and the tires are dry rotted, you might have to do a tune up on it, something like that. AC compressor, something like that. There are inconveniences with the car, but when you buy that electric car, if you know that there's 100,000 mile limit to the functionality of the battery and the electric car shows that it has 75,000 miles on it, you know that you only got 30,000 miles left. You got 1 year left on that battery before it's no good. That's the difference. But you're paying $26,000 for a vehicle that you know only has 30,000 miles left on it. But that Toyota, even if you paid $5,000 for an engine swap, you've got 500,000 more miles on that Toyota, unless somebody crashes.
I don't know many cars that get 500,000 miles on a gas engine.
Toyotas and
I,
Volkswagens.
well, you know what? My family's owned both. I had a Prius and it didn't get 500,000. I never missed an oil
No,
change.
not a Prius. Not a Prius. I have no respect for Prius.
What? Why is it? Why is that? It's a Toyota.
They're garbage, bro. They're garbage. That's like getting a Jaguar. You don't want to do that. Jaguar, you change the transmission in 5,000 miles. You don't want to do that. Every 5,000 miles, you got to change the transmission in the Jaguar. You don't want to get a Prius. When I talk about quality Toyotas, I talk about a Corolla, a Celica, or a Camry. There are SUVs like Steven's got a RAV4, like there are SUVs and other such vehicles that are good, but like the top of the line as far as performance and longevity, the ones that'll last you 20, 30, 40 years, those are going to be Camrys, Corollas, Celicas. And if you get a Camry or a Corolla, that's like getting a Nissan Maxima. Fuckers last forever, right? A Ford Focus, they last forever, right? Literally forever. Like you can go pull you up a 1996 Ford Focus right now and put some plates on, put it on the road. You ain't got to do much, but like I said, tire change, tune up, brakes, oil change. That's it, and it's good for you, you know. But the average car does not have a mileage limit. It just has an increased repair cost. Once you redo the transmission, if the transmission lasts you 150,000 miles, you do the transmission will last you another 150,000 miles. The engine lasts you with moderate repair. Before you have to do a head chop, 200 or 300,000 miles, it's going to last you another 200 or 300,000 miles. So that car would last you 600,000 miles if nobody crashed it. And the most expensive part would have to be that transmission done halfway through that 600,000 miles, or that engine done 60% through that 600,000 miles. But your electric car is going to give you 100,000 miles, $10,000, $15,000 battery, another 100,000 miles, $10,000 or $15,000 battery. So in 600,000 miles, you would have bought 6 brand new cars to keep that electric vehicle. Whereas in 600,000 miles, you might have only paid 20 grand for one head job or 2 head jobs and 2 transmissions. If you got the kind of car that's doing that every 150,000 miles, you still would not be paying the same cost to do the major repair twice over 600,000 miles for a gas car that you will be paying to replace those electric batteries.
And I don't think the electric batteries would only last 100,000 miles. And like
it's 100 to 2,000 miles max.
What's that now?
100 to 200,000 miles max.
200, and then what happens after, let's say, 200,000?
They don't hold a charge.
Well, I think I disagree, because like I think what would happen was it no longer gets you the 320 miles that it first did, but after 100,000, 70 to 80.
No, it's exactly what you experienced with your Leaf. It stopped maintaining the charge that it was originally getting before. By the time you got to the 100,000 miles, it wouldn't be holding the charge.
Well,
it would not be effective enough.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that after 100,000, it doesn't just die. The battery just doesn't get the miles that it used to. So, like,
right. But a Duracell battery, that's a rechargeable battery that you use to recharge the batteries for your gaming console, can only hold so many different charges, and then after a while, you got to replace the batteries because it only lasts 15 minutes. What we experienced at the beginning of the show, I bought this headset like 6 or 8 months ago, and now it doesn't last me 30 minutes for a podcast where I'm usually doing 4 to 6 hours on a podcast. But it used to last for 18 hours without having to charge it at all, and now it only lasts like 15, 20 minutes. That exact same experience with the electric battery of a car, by the time it gets to 200,000 miles, if it's not going to last you 10 miles up the road, but you're spending all day charging a car, it's not worth it anymore. You still have to replace it. But a gas powered car is never going to do you like that. A gas powered car, if you take care of it, is not going to say, I'm not getting a full tank of gas drive down the street. The only time that happens is if you don't take care of the car. But you can take excellent care of an electric car, and the battery no longer supports the performance expectations. And now you got to pay $10,000, $15,000 or trade it in because it's not doing what you want it to do. So when somebody else buys a used car, they're buying the car from a dealership because it's electric, status symbol, but they're getting the depreciated performance that you were not satisfied with when you sold it. But if I get if I get a gas power car, like I said, I actually got this 2008 Cadillac 3 years ago. Okay, and it had 145,000 miles when I got it, and I put like 25,000 miles on it since I got it, right? And if I take care of it, it'll last me another 200, 300, 400,000 miles, as long as nobody crashes it. But if I would have bought an electric car with 125,000 miles on it, I would likely have, if especially if it has the original battery in it, I would likely have to change the battery out coming soon, which would be an inconvenience because I bought it used for $26,000 if we're using a Ford Lightning for an example. And then I've got to pay another $15,000 to replace the battery. And that is the biggest inconvenience. That's what turned me off of the vehicle right there. Because a used vehicle should not cost the same price as a brand new vehicle. That's impractical.
Well, that's a good point. And like as far as like a vehicle holding value, that's kind of something we didn't touch on. And from what I understand, like the Ford Lightning, according to Kelley Blue Book, has the highest retention value and resale value of any vehicle on the market. So
that's because it's a truck. Trucks hold value like, bro, that's like bricks of gold.
No. Actually, if you compare it to the F-150 that's a gas guzzling, there's a huge difference in the value that is retained by the Lightning versus the gas.
No, I completely understand, but it's a truck. If you look at an electric car, it's not going to have the same value of retention.
But the same truck, if that were true, it's just because it's a truck. It doesn't apply to the F-150 that takes gas.
No, it's a compounding value because a truck retains more value than a non-truck. An electric truck is going to retain more value than a non-electric truck, if that makes sense. So an electric car does not retain its value as well as the electric truck because it's a truck. It is usable. You can make money with the truck. That's why it retains its value. You can't make as much money with a car. You can't do as much stuff with a car as you can do with a truck. So the truck retains its value. It's just when we start talking about value retention, the cars, one, because they're cars, are not as expensive when they're bought. So their value is going to depreciate a lot more, which means they're going to be cheaper over time, which means when you go and pick up a 20-year-old car, it might be $5,000 or $10,000. Ford Lightning just came out, though. It's only been out for 2 or 3 years, so it's not like it's a 20-year-old electric vehicle. Maybe in 2045, when we have this conversation, that same Ford Lightning might be $15,000 or $20,000. It still retain its value, but even in that situation, you'd have to spend that extra $15,000 for the replacement batteries.
And I wonder like a Toyota Corolla or a Camry. And those versions also make hybrids, right? You can get a hybrid. Okay, so I would be willing to bet, even though it's a car, not a truck, that the hybrid models retain their value better than the non-hybrid.
Probably so, but that would mean that the hybrid values are going to be more expensive. But one of the things that discouraged me from excessively used, even hybrid vehicles, is the cost to replace the electric portion of the drivetrain. Because you can't just, I've been a mechanic, getting in there and trying to do mechanical work on a hybrid because you got an electric engine right next to a gas engine under the same hood. It's not that easy. The cost to fix them is more. It's nice to have new if you can buy it new or certified pre-owned with the extended 125,000-mile warranty. But before that warranty runs out, you need to trade it in for something else. Because once that warranty is out, the cost to fix it is immense. Unless you're willing to pay extra money for an aftermarket extended warranty like CarShield to deal with those unexpected deficiencies, the electric portion of the car costs far too much to say that it is more valuable to the consumer than a gas power car.
Okay. And I hate to beat a dead horse. If you want to move on, then just let me know. I won't take.
No, go ahead. No, you're good.
Well, okay, let's apply the same thing to a golf cart, right? They make gas powered golf carts, and
Mhm.
they make electric ones, right? Battery
Yes.
powered ones, right?
Mhm.
Do you think the electric ones cost much more?
Um, when I was looking this up for my university, because I was actually talking to my university about switching over from gas powered to electric powered. Yes, they do cost slightly more, but the repair cost for them would be a lot less. It would it only made sense for the university because since they had mandatory 4-hour shifts for campus transportation to transport people out, you had a 8-hour usage time for a full charge golf cart, and then you had a charge time, or not 8-hour usage time. You had an 8-hour charge time for the golf cart, and if you only use 50% of the power, which would be driving around for 4 hours, you would have like a 4-hour recharge time. So if you were to buy twice as many electric cars than gas powered cars, you would one improve the environment of the university because you wouldn't have these gas powered vehicles all over the place with the emissions choking everybody out, and you would not have as much stuff to fix. So I actually promoted this for my university, and I can't remember the exact numbers, but I think we were talking about like 10 or 20 of them, costing upward of $150,000 for the school, which would have been cheaper than um, 5 or 10 of the, or no, I think it was like 20 or 30 of the gas powered ones, because the gas powered ones had a very high maintenance bill at the time. Uh, they they ended up switching over, but the issue is that you need two electric vehicles to do the performance of one gas vehicle because of the inconvenience of the long charge time. That was always the only complaint was if I ran out of gas, I could top it off and keep going, and that would only take me 5 minutes. But if I ran out of charge, I've got to drag it to a charge station, plug it in, leave it there, and take another vehicle and finish doing what I got to do.
And we were talking about like how much it would cost to charge an electric vehicle overnight, and your sources were, I forgot the numbers, were saying it was like maybe like $10, between
Eight to $15 if you're
eight
using
to.
a at home station,
Okay, and I think that you said that those numbers were based off of going from like zero to a full charge, right?
roughly. Yeah.
Okay, but to get from zero to a full tank of gas is going to cost you way more than $8 to $15 in a
Yes.
Cadillac, or yeah,
$60. Yeah.
way more.
Yeah.
And like if you go back to which they said that your monthly bill would only go up, like, I forgot what the number I said, like 30 to $70.
Well,
But
they misstated it, but they misstated it because when you look at the number of times that you recharge a vehicle and multiplying that $8 to $15 for each time you recharge a vehicle, it depends on how much you use it. They're going to give you an average based on at that time when you were looking at that review, the number of people who reported recharging their vehicles for people who don't drive, but 40 or 50 miles round trip total on a regular basis, maybe 3 to 5 times a week. They may not go 250 miles in a month. They may only experience that recharge increasing their light bill by 50 to $100 because they're not using their vehicle as much. When you use the dynamic of a daily driver, that is a high performance calculation, which is going to be higher than the national average. Because if your battery life is, say, 300 miles, and you're guaranteed only 150 miles of that, and you're driving 100 miles every day, you are guaranteedly using more than 50% of the power of that vehicle every day. And that means that if you're doing $7.50 a day of recharging, if you recharge your vehicle every day, you're multiplying $7.50 times 30 days in a month,
right,
and that's well over $225 added to your light bill.
right, yeah, I think it'd be like 245. But
Right.
if that
It's not nearly as much as like $500 or $600 a month for gas. But as I said before, you're saving $15,000 a year in gas but you're paying an extra $15,000 a year to get the car.
Right, and
Or not,
that
if not per year, you're paying $15,000 to get the car. That's the issue.
and again, that gas guzzling vehicle gets 8 miles a gallon, only until you load it up with that same weight as the truck, right? So,
Well, if
like,
you're using gas guzzlers are going to be like F-350s and stuff like that, heavy duty trucks, diesel vehicles, stuff like that. You might find 8 miles to the gallon with sports cars like the Hellcat with the Scat Pack and stuff like that. 19-gallon gas tank, like 215 miles an hour for 3 minutes is all you're getting on that vehicle, and then it's out of gas. And then it runs on premium gas. So right now you probably be paying like $4.75, $5 a gallon for the gas, the gas guzzler. And that car, when you get I think it's the all-terrain view, the all-terrain or the RT, I think is what it's called, the RT version of it, that has the all-wheel drive at 155 miles an hour top speed is like 55 or $60,000. But when you start getting the Hellcat with Scat Pack and all these other aftermarket performance enhancements put onto the cost of the car, you're looking at like $70,000 or $80,000 for a overly priced sports car, so that you can go to jail and get your car crushed in California. Uh, you start comparing it equivocally to a Tesla, like dollar for dollar. Then you can argue, well, it sucks on gas, but Tesla's good on electricity, and they go the same distance. They don't go the same speed because of Hellcat's fastest vehicle in America on the streets right now legally. But at least that Tesla will get you to where you got to go quick, fast, and in a hurry, less maintenance, this, that, and the third. Tesla's cheaper, right? Electric cars cheaper. But when you say electric car versus a gas car, any gas car, I can pick like 5 gas cars that are under $15,000. I can't find 5 electric cars that are under $15,000. You're paying an extra $15,000 to $20,000, and that $15,000 to $20,000 that you're saving on gas, you're offsetting on the price of the car. The money that you're saving on repairs for an electric car, you offset by the mandatory $15,000 to $20,000 you're paying for an electric battery, which is a guaranteed time limit. The monthly repairs or annual repairs on a gas car is going to be the monthly or annual repairs solely based off of usage and preventative maintenance. And then also the quality of the car, because you could buy a luxury car like a Mercedes Benz and pay $2,000 for the tune-up, but you can get a economy car like a Miata or Nissan Maxima or a Altima or something like that and pay like $65 for the oil change, like $150 for the tune-up. But at no point are you spending mandatorily $10, $15, $20,000 to replace anything on a non-crashed gas guzzling car. You're looking at, like I said, between $1,000 and $2,500 for the transmission, and you're looking at between $2,500 and $5,000 for the engine, and that's it. That's like the most expensive stuff that you're going to get, unless you got a sunroof, which is $2,500. So overall, you're still spending $10,000 for the sunroof to break once out of the life of the car, the engine to break down once out of the life of the car, and the transmission to break down once out of the life of the car. And you're looking at from the time you buy it until 500 or 600,000 miles, you would have only made these types of repairs one time. But an electric car has a time limit. That battery is no longer useful after 100 to 100 to after between 100 and 200,000 miles. That's it. So when I bought my Cadillac at 145,000 miles, I was guaranteed to have no more than like 45 or 55,000 miles left on that vehicle. And after that, that battery's going to be no good, right? But the car gas guzzler, gas powered vehicle, that car will last me another 400,000 miles. I just got to spend the appropriate money to take care of it. Change the gasket seals. That's really what the head job is changing out the gas seals and replacing the lifters. That's it. If you blow the engine, then you got to machine it, which smooths out the surfaces, and then put the engine back on there. And that extra work is why it costs $5,000 and $7,000. But just to do a normal replace the gasket seals, because they're the original gasket seals from 2008, and you're putting new gasket seals on it, that's regular maintenance that only have to happen once in 20 years. You can't compare the inconvenience of that replacement battery to the inconvenience of regular maintenance and say that electric is better than gas. They are equivalent to one another as far as performance and usage. And where you save money with the electric car, you lose money with certain things that you just gotta do, like custom wheels and all this other stuff that's mandatory for the car's performance. If you buy something that's not spec, you get less performance on your vehicle. You can't modify your vehicle. It has to stay the way it was built because otherwise you're going to get less performance on your vehicle, which means you get less miles per gallon on your battery, which is so it limits you in a lot of ways that a gas car, we're used to the way gas cars operate. We were born on this stuff. So it's a learning curve, and that learning curve is inconvenient. Now, when we get to a scenario where we have flying cars, electric cars might be the thing to do because flying cars won't get us as far as we want to go. But the first flying cars that we're going to feel comfortable with are going to be gas powered cars because you don't want the battery to die while you're 3,000 feet in the air. So there's a lot of pluses and minuses. But when I did this research for these when I was in college, and that's one of the reasons why I know that they're the same. And the only difference is that gas powered cars pollute the environment over the life of the usage, and electric cars pollute the environment to create the car. But you're still going to have 20, 25 years worth of pollution. It just depends on when it happens, before the car is built or while you're using it. So you're not improving the environment. You're not improving your wallet. You're inconvenienced by the mandatory life change to charge the vehicle so that you have guaranteed transportation to and from where you got to go. So the only benefit that you're getting from an electric car is the status symbol. Does that make sense?
You said the only benefit is what? What was the last thing you said?
Status symbol.
Okay. But when I had a 2012 Nissan Leaf that I bought for $4,000, it wasn't exactly a status symbol, you know?
Yes, because you had an electric car.
Yeah, but like I wasn't flexing because I had a Nissan Leaf. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, technically, you personally wasn't doing it to flex, but it was a flex unknowingly to you because it was electric. That's it. That's the only benefit for having the car. It's like if you stumbled across a pair of Jordans at a thrift store and you got them for $25 because you needed shoes, and now you're wearing a very nice pair of expensive shoes that you didn't know were like socially acceptable. Having a status symbol and not knowing it and deliberately going to get the status symbol for the status symbol doesn't change the fact that the only benefit you have from it is the status symbol. That was my point.
yeah, and I remember when I had that Nissan Leaf, my electric bill, and I was like busy every day. I wasn't spending time in the house except to sleep, and my electric bill would be like $65 a month. You know, but again, that was only I would only spend like 15 miles a day off of my car. You know,
Right.
so a lot of people think they need 500 miles in the tank for it to be reasonable, but the average person probably drives less than 20, 25 miles a day. I would guess.
No, certain states, yes, but in other states, no.
Right.
You
That's
got
what I said.
California, you're driving like 40, 50 miles in one direction. In Florida, you're driving 60, 75 miles in one direction. Steven, he's on a show every night of the week when he's not at work, while he's at work, as a matter of fact, and he's doing like 50 to 100 miles a day. Jolin's a contractor. He comes on a show on a regular basis. He does roofing work. That's a work truck. He's doing 150, 200 miles a day. The average person might do anywhere between 40 and 150 miles a day, depending on what state they're in. And the more your commute is, the less convenient an electric car is. If you do not have a high commute, if your daily or monthly travel is like less than 50 miles, then yeah, electric car could benefit you because your car's sitting in the yard more often than not. You don't have to do as much, which means that one vehicle could go a lot farther. But like you said, you were doing like 15 miles a day and you were hitting like $60 a month on your light bill. Now imagine doing 10 times that, because if you're doing 15 miles a day and getting $600 or $60 on your light bill, if you were doing 150 miles a day with that same vehicle, that would have been a $600 light bill. because you for the same price, volt for volt, you would have had 10 times more expense. So just it became inconvenient as soon as you had to start doing long distance driving.
And I agree. Like for long distance driving, I'm not sure it is cost effective. But if you're charging it at home and and by the way, it says the average person drives about 30 to 37 miles a day.
Okay.
So if you're only refueling 37 miles each day when you plug in, that's without doing hard math, that's only going to cost you probably like $2 a day.
Okay. And that would be, yeah, you're getting that. Yeah. 2.5 trips, spending just over 60 minutes behind the wheel. They are not calculating every state, but this is a national average now.
Mhm.
Um, this is a not everybody kind of thing, but again, that's not going to take into consideration those states where everything is far. Because like driving from Tampa to Orlando, that's a 2 hour drive to maybe a little bit more than that, um, depending on the traffic. You're looking at when you're driving from Apollo Beach just to get to Tampa, you're looking at an hour drive. You're looking at like 60 miles in one direction. So it really depends on what lifestyle you have. If everything you have is far, if I'm driving from Apollo Beach to Tampa and that's 60 miles to get into town, and then I got to drive from Tampa back to Apollo Beach, that's 60 miles out of town. It's 120 miles a day. Um, and that's just driving in and out of town. That's not hanging out with friends. That's not, let's go to Sarasota and go to the beach, which is another 150 miles out, you know. So if I was doing that to and from work, and let's say I did that 5 days a week with 2 days off, if I'm doing 120 miles uh, a day, 5 days a week, that is what, almost 600 miles a week,
Right,
right? So that's over the course of a month, almost 2,400 miles.
right.
Okay. Now, with the charge capability that you had with your Leaf, where every 150 miles would have cost you $60, I still would have been paying almost 400, $500 on my light bill.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I missed it.
I said, based on your calculations, where the 15 miles you drove would have been $60, and we said 10 times that 150 miles would have cost you uh $600, that we would have been spending far more money on electricity for that 2,500 miles uh, a month for driving an electric car, which would be calculating like 25,000 miles a year.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's just certain lifestyles. It's just not convenient. And my lifestyle was one of those lifestyles that it was far more inconvenient. One of the things that I tell people on the show is that I don't I'm not gonna shoot something down just because it doesn't work for me. I tell people that you have to look at the opportunity cost. The amount of money that you are going to have to pay to put this into action, and how beneficial it is to you is how you gauge if you should go get it. You shouldn't get it just because it's electric. You shouldn't get it just because it's a status symbol. You should get it because of its benefits. So if you can find a bunch of free places to charge where nobody's going to give you a bunch of grief over plugging it in, if you can find a routine that allows for you to plug it in, charge it, unplug it, get ready, do what you got to do, get to where you got to go, come back, you never run out of power. Um, and then you're willing to pay the cost, the increased cost on your electric bill to save on the cost of repairs, then you can say, well, an electric car is beneficial to you because you no longer have to go to the mechanic shop and get your car fixed on a semi-annual basis. That's one reason why you would get it. But the overall, at least with my lifestyle, a gas power car is more convenient. And since the cost of using an electric car is similar to the cost of using a gas power car, the only benefit that differs is the status symbol. So, like for example, I got a Cadillac. A Cadillac holds, no matter what year it is, a higher status symbol allegedly than a Nissan Leaf. So, an electric Nissan Leaf might have reasonably similar being an electric car quality value as a 20-year-old Cadillac. If the status symbol is about what and what, the cost is about what and what. You say you picked yours up for 4,000, I picked mine up for 4,000. The gas mileage is about the same. The cost for gas is about the same as the cost for electricity. The only difference that I would have had to deal with is the mandatory requirement to change that battery out for $15,000 versus when I change out the transmission and when I redo the engine. And the engine and transmission together is half the price of that battery. So now when you start talking about financial convenience, redoing the transmission and the engine at the exact same time as a mandatory requirement because the car broke down is going to be half the price of that mandatory requirement for that $15,000 battery for the Nissan Leaf because it no longer maintains the charge that it used to maintain. And until I change out that battery, I have to charge it way more than I used to and get way less mileage than I used to, which puts me in a position where I'm spending more money on charging that I would not have to pay on a gas powered car. The cost to power the vehicle will always be the same unless war happens and raises gas prices. So I'm spending more money not to spend the $15,000. So I have to spend the $15,000. Otherwise, this vehicle is going to be a waste of money and an inconvenience because it's going to die sooner, which means I'm going to get out of work one day and it's not going to start because it doesn't hold a charge. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Let me just introduce this. And you're right. I agree with you. It depends on a lot of circumstances and factors of your life. I agree. But we haven't really touched on is if you have access to a free charger. So, like, if you live across the street from, a Hilton hotel or some sort of like factory outlets.
Well, let's throw a solar panel on top of your house. Let's say that you have factored into the cost of your house a fully charged solar system. Now you got free electricity. What's the question?
Well, I guess my question was going to be if you had access to a free charging station nearby, then that would definitely change the game. Now, these free charging stations are never fast, so it's not going to be 45 minutes. As a matter of fact, it's going to be more like 8 to 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very inconvenient, especially like on a road trip.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much to take into consideration. If you had unlimited time and you were a retired person, and maybe you have like an RV on the back. Like if you're pulling it on.
If you change the dynamic and you're not in a hurry, then an electric car becomes convenient. But if you have a time limit that you have to meet, like you said, even though you have a free charge where you're saving all this money on gas, you have the inconvenience. Again, the only thing I said that the problem with electric cars was that they're inconvenient, that mandatory 8 to 12 hour charge time. Then, even though you have some free charge stations in some places, you don't have free charge stations everywhere. So let's factor in, what if if you changed your house to a solar powered house to power your car, it costs you an extra 50 grand on your house. Even if you added it to the mortgage, refi your house and have them install it, and now you just pay a little bit more per month on the way they would do it is they would provide you with like a finance system where you're going to pay them a certain amount of money per month, and then the electric bill would save you a certain quantity of money per month, and the difference would wash out the fact that you got to pay these people a certain amount of money per month. So you might pay them $200-300 a month for the solar panels that they put on the house, but your light bill might go down $200 or $300 if you do it right, $400 or $500 a month, where you get like $50 to $100 back from the electric company for overcharging the house. Right now, let's say that you plug your house up and now it becomes a $0 electric bill where you're paying the solar panel company the $300 a month for the solar panels, but you don't have an electric bill, right? And your car is fully charged on a regular basis. The inconvenience you have now is that you have to plug your car up outside of peak time in order to get the best performance out of your solar panels and the cheapest rates, which means you have to change your lifestyle in order to revolve around the charge times, because otherwise you're going to have a higher electric usage or electric cost, which is going to negatively impact your profit margin off of the solar panels, so that you can have this electric car. And if you drive too far away from the house, now you're limiting your radius of travel. If you drive too far away from the house, now you got to start paying for electricity outside of the house if you can't find a free charge station that will allow you to use it. You also have the inconvenience if you don't have your charge station put in a garage or a place that's secured, other people parking in your yard using your charge station, because once you have a charge station, especially a Tesla charge station, it's listed as an accessible charge station. And everybody with an electric car will start rolling up on your house, start plugging their shit into your house, and you got to start doing stuff to stop that, which is an inconvenience that I didn't realize until I start doing some research and finding out about that. Because the charge station is not locked where you need a key code access or anything like that in order to unlock it. They just pull it like a lever at the gas pump, stick it in their car, and they start bleeding electricity out of your house without your consent. And these are free charge stations because there isn't a meter next to the station, but it is an electric charge station, and it is registered on Tesla's system that it exists. But it doesn't register on a Tesla system that is a private owned free charge station that you got to get consent to use. They don't do that yet. So the problem that I have is exactly, you answered your question in your response. It is going to be an inconvenience because even if I bought a house with solar panels already built into it, I don't have an increased cost. The car is free to charge. The $20,000 extra dollars I pay for the extra car, the extra cost for the car is offset by the $20,000 in gas that I no longer have to pay. It cancels itself out. I don't have a repair bill for the car, but outside of changing out the tires, but that $15,000 for the battery outweighs the general repair because you're doing what 30 like right now, for example, I do like $165 for an oil change twice a year. Okay, so if we rounded that up to $400 a year for maintenance, that's it. That's what I'm doing for maintenance for this 20-year-old car. When I do a tune-up, the tune-up is going to cost me one time like $150, and that tune-up doesn't happen every year, but it can happen every year if I wanted to. But typically it only happens when the fuel stops performing the way it's supposed to perform due to misfires on the engine. So I start doing a tune-up, right? So since it went from 400 miles to charge down to 290, I might want to do a tune-up so that I can get that better gas performance. But that's $150. So that brings me up to $500 for the year, right? Now, let's talk about some unexpected maintenance. Power steering pump, a couple things broke on a car, cost me $2,100. So now we're looking at $3,000 total over the course of 3 years. I don't need to do anything else on a vehicle until I put that $5,000 on the engine to do the engine whenever I decide to do it. Because I race to and from Tennessee with the car on the interstate at 135 miles an hour, which with an electric car is not going to give you the same miles per kilowatt that you would get doing 45 miles per hour. Okay, another issue.
Well, the same thing is true with the gas car. You're not going to get the same mileage doing 135 miles an hour as you would going 45.
Oh no, that's the reason why I was getting 400 miles to the tank, because I was doing 135 miles an hour at 2,500 RPMs.
I don't see your point. I'm sorry.
I was getting the 400 miles to the charge because I was doing 135 miles an hour at 2,500 RPMs, meaning that I was right above idle speed or idle performance of the engine, coasting at 135 miles an hour.
But
I wasn't doing 5,000 RPMs. I wasn't topping out the engine. It was right above idle speed because it idles at about 1,200 or 1,300, and then when I was running it on the interstate, it's like 2,100 RPMs, which is like 3,500 RPMs right above idle speed. Like second gear and fifth gear are the same RPMs when I'm coasting down the interstate,
are
so I'm
you
burning less gas.
are you saying that your gas mileage doesn't depend on how fast you're going in a gas car?
My gas mileage is not as negatively impacted because I choose to break the law. So I don't have to slow down and accelerate all the time. And that constant speed allows for the gas. The gas is chugged in a gas powered car when you push the gas to the floor and force more performance out of the vehicle on a regular basis. That doesn't happen if you're operating on a consistent speed. That's one of the reasons why cruise control was put into vehicles because you save money on gas because you're not fluctuating the performance of the vehicle. I'm riding consistent speed. I ride on interstates more than I do back streets because I get in the left lane and I just keep going, and I expect people to get out of my way. It doesn't always happen, but in a lot of states it does. When they see a car that's doing over 100 miles an hour, everybody moves to the right. So I'm straight shot, and it's like 135 miles an hour, 145 miles an hour, guaranteed 2,500 RPMs or 2,100 RPMs the whole time, and that gives me that 400 miles to the tank because I'm hightailing it down the road. I'm basically getting like 40 miles a gallon because I'm gunning it and I'm not using very much performance to do it. But it's just the way that I drive the vehicle. It's not like this Cadillac is so special that it gets the best gas mileage in the world. It's not plausible. It's just that the way I drive it, it performs better for me. Um, but it's not better than a gas than an electric car that gives me 55 miles per gallon. It's just that the cost, and that's the only reason why I'm talking about the cost, not the miles, not the speed that I can do on a vehicle, the cost. Because like I said, I've calculated almost $2,600 worth of cost and throw down the repair for the engine and the repair for the engine one time out of the life of the vehicle because you're changing head gaskets from 2008 on the vehicle for the first time in probably 2027 when I do it, which will be almost 20 years of owning the car. I would have spent buying it used uh, and having it for 3 years. I would have spent upward of like $8,000 on the car for repairs, right? But the $15,000 battery, when you're buying the car used, I would still have to pay double to get the battery, and that's a all-in-one purchase. The head job is $5,000 or less, depending on where I go, and that's just that one repair, and that only happens once when it's at its most necessary, which is one third the price of the changing out of the battery. So when we start talking about mandatory maintenance, the difference between the two, it's not going to be the same. An electric car costs more, and it doesn't provide you any conveniences in your life. It is going to be an inconvenience. It is going to be a change, and it is going to pressure you to do more financially to keep the car for 20 years. You're going to have to do a lot more for an electric car to keep it for 20 years because like you had your Leaf. How long you had your Leaf? What, 3 years, 4 years before you got rid of it?
I think that's right. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Right. Now, if you bought a battery every 4 years at $15,000 a battery in 12 years, you're spending $45,000. But in 12 years, I spent 10. And if you do the oil change twice a year and you do the tune up once a year, you're looking at maybe 15 over the course of the same 12 years. That cost for that battery just threw me right out of the window. And then one more factor that we never take into consideration. Um, that's a lithium ion battery.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm assuming. Yeah.
All right, so you got a nuclear bomb in your car.
Oh, is that what you got?
No, it's not what I thought. No, lithium ion batteries. Those some bitches, they can catch fire and explode, especially if you're riding in areas where there's a lot of salt water. Notice how Tesla cars, when that flood happened in 2024, burned a lot of people's houses down.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that. So when it flooded
Yes,
and
sir.
I saw like videos of like Teslas going through water and catching fire.
That's true.
I saw that, but then I saw like Nissan Leaf.
But it's specifically salt water
Oh,
that is the worst part for it.
okay, I don't think I knew that, but I saw like Nissan Leafs through water and nothing happened, and I had an electric
That
golf.
wasn't salt water.
Oh, okay.
The lithium ion battery is an ionized battery, and sodium is going to be a negative ion. It's a positive ion, but it's going to be a negative reaction to the ionization that's already in the existing battery. So what it is it's a negatively impacting chemical reaction to your battery in salt water specifically, not all water. And not all flood water is salt water. But if you live in a state like California or if you live in a state like Florida and the ocean tends to meet your house when it floods, that's when the battery starts becoming inconvenient.
And you're right. I didn't because I'm not sure if I have videos of salt water or fresh water, but so maybe that is a difference. I would say though, that does happen rarely, and there are instances of gas cars, catching fire, like
Yeah,
after an,
Ford.
you said Ford.
Yep, Ford.
Well,
Firestone tires. Yeah, but the difference between the two though is like for example, Tesla, the battery is under the car from the front tire to the back tire. So you're sitting on top of the battery. Battery goes bad, you're not likely to survive that. I don't know if you've ever heard you're familiar with those bird scooters, those electric scooters.
yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They've exploded while people have used them.
Oh,
People have
really?
gotten injured in hospital on. Yes, they've gotten injured and hospitalized on them. They don't talk about it that much because it doesn't happen very often. But the likelihood, because those are also lithium ion batteries, the likelihood of an electric battery getting damaged from impact or water exposure and then becoming highly volatile is higher than a factory defect on a recall from a gas powered vehicle. That's not something that people talk about. So if you're hitting speed bumps, you might end up because the battery's on the bottom of the car for the Tesla, but Nissan Leaf, I think it might be in the trunk. You got some electric cars that it's in the engine compartment area. Um, Damage to those lithium ion batteries weakens the structure and makes it more volatile. Exposure weakens it and makes it more volatile. But with a gas powered vehicle, you can fuck it up like a demolition derby. And outside of turning it upside down and having the gasoline hit the spark plugs and set it on fire and blow it up like that, there's very few scenarios where a gas powered vehicle will just spontaneously combust off of normal usage from riding it into a river or hitting too many speed bumps.
Okay, all right. Yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, I didn't really consider that, but it's so rare, that I guess I didn't consider that. Um, hmm. No, sorry, I'm just thinking about that. Well, and one thing that we don't consider also is the.
Microphone. That's what I was saying.
So,
So I was saying, I think that is one of the more inconvenient things that I had to experience with my research with the Tesla batteries was that it doesn't. They've reinforced the batteries more now, So it is a bit safer than what it was when they first came out, but it is something that you also have to take into consideration. And then when you think about radiation exposure, we don't talk about that a lot, but when you're paying attention to a battery the size of you, because of the Tesla batteries are not small, they are the underbelly of the car. If you ever go onto a dealership and just crawl up underneath a Tesla, all that up underneath the Tesla is the damn battery. It is what it is. That picture isn't overstating it when you look at the on-dash system and you see the circulatory system and you see the big square in the middle where you got the driver's seat, passenger seat, and the second row seats, and that big block up underneath it. That's the damn battery. That whole block is the battery up underneath the car. You're sitting on top of the battery. The guys in the front and the people in the back are sitting on top of the same battery. It's not like the Nissan Leaf that has the little small batteries that they stack on top of one another and plug into one another, which I think is very efficient. But when you start thinking about like true safety concerns, like, yeah, how does sitting on top of that radioactive battery really make you feel? How does having the car, let's say that it doesn't blow you up, but let's say you park your car outside, you live in a flood zone, your car gets flooded. How do you feel about your car insurance not paying for your $500,000 house because your car set your house on fire? And your house is not going to cover your house because your car set your house on fire. Like, these are the issues that we don't take into consideration. Then let's say, because in a flood, you might flood out your car, you might have to do an engine flush that might cost you $2,000 or $3,000 to fix your gas powered car. But if you wash out your electric battery, $15,000 for a new battery. When you put an electric car under the same conditions as a gas powered car, it is not cheaper. So the only benefit that you get from the electric car is the status symbol.
Okay, so so are you saying going through water? Let's say your electric vehicle didn't explode. Do you think the water can damage? You think?
There we go. I can hear you now.
Are we good? Can you hear me? I don't know if I can hear you.
So what did you have to say?
Okay, now I can hear you. Well, I know another thing we don't take into consideration.
Hold on a second. Oh. Let me get because my headphones died a second time because I didn't charge them before the show. So I'm in a position where both headsets died during the live podcast, and I wasn't expecting that. So I'm gonna try to get them. Let me get logged in from a backup system where I can hear you and you can hear me, and we can continue this discussion real quick. Give me just a moment.
No worries. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Yeah.
There's like
all kinds of backup plans here.
There's a slight echo.
All right.
What you know? What
well,
you
can hear me, but I can't hear you. So I'm trying to set it up where I can hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? You can't hear me right now?
All right, hold on a second. So we're gonna mute.
So like now all of a sudden I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. Like somebody, can y'all hear him? Now I hear you. I hear you.
All right, good. I'm trying to keep an echo out of the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have a good audio. Like somebody in the chat will have to let us know. But as long as you can,
let me see. Oh, wait. wait, hold on, there it is. I was trying to stop that feedback.
Yeah, you got some feedback. I'm thinking
Because
maybe
what happened was,
go on.
go ahead, I'm listening. There's a delay, but I'm listening.
Yeah, that's weird that there's a delay now too and an echo. I'm thinking
Well,
like
there's a delay because I can hear you from the live podcast, but I can't hear you directly from my laptop.
well that is weird. And if you have like the live YouTube version playing, that's what's causing the echo, I imagine. Because if you have like YouTube and StreamYard at the same time, that can cause an echo.
All right. How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So this was probably going to hold us for a minute or two.
Okay, all right. And I hope there's not a delay or an echo, but somebody will just have to let us know.
Wait, what is that? Camera's red camera. Okay, I can hear you now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna talk, and hopefully the delay won't affect me, and we won't be talking over each
Oh
other.
no, you're good now. I got one of them charged. So one of the better parts about electric batteries, I don't got to charge it for very long in order to get the power back on. But I have forgot to charge both of them, and I had to put one on the charger during the show, and the other one only has like a 20-minute battery life. So I had to put the other one on the charger. So since both of them are on the charger, if we're gonna be talking for another 40 minutes, I just got to switch it out because I plugged up the second one. So I can hear you now on the headset, so we don't have to worry about the
Oh, great.
feedback from the thing.
Yeah, it sounds great. You know what you need, right?
A new headset.
No, you need a gas powered headset.
Well, I would do an electric headset over a gas headset, and the reason why I would do an electric headset over a gas headset is because gas powered anything is allowed engine to function.
Right,
So
that's true.
the same way I'm a fan of MacBook, but I'm not a fan of iPhone. I'm more of a fan of Samsung over iPhone, but I don't like PC. I prefer a MacBook. There's certain things that are good for certain things, and other things that's just not that good. iPhone is not as customizable and it's easily hacked, and the largest majority of the population has an iPhone, but not that many people have Samsung, and there's too many different types of Androids for a hacker to specifically make an algorithm to hack every Android at the same time. They're not going to put that much effort into it. So I'm less likely to be impacted the way iPhone was impacted when they hacked it to FaceTime. There's also the scenario where MacBook Pro is less owned because it's so expensive. When people create an algorithm to hack Windows, they hack everybody's computer that has Windows, but it's you're not going to impact as many people. So it's more convenient for you to have a MacBook than it would be to have a PC because you're less targeted by hackers. Doesn't mean it's impenetrable. It's just that you're less likely to get got. Same thing with this. Like the opportunity cost for a gas powered vehicle versus an electric vehicle is nothing outside of the prestige of having an electric vehicle. That's the reason why I'm like, nah, just stick with gas. But when it comes down to an electric headset versus a wire headset that's plugged in, where the wire can get frayed over time, and then you still got to buy another headset. This was $22. It lasts me almost a year. Um, it is worth what I paid for it. But if I forget to plug it in, this is the perfect example of why an electric car is inconvenient. Because if I came home, I was dead tired and I forgot to plug my car in, I'd be fucked. I would not have the mileage I need to make the trip tomorrow because I got to spend that charge time to charge my vehicle. But I would do, for example, um, with solar generators in my house over a gas generator because it'll run out of power. It'll run out of fuel eventually, but it won't run out of power eventually if it's connected to the solar panels and a backup electric generator that's producing power to the house. I would lean on hydro electricity before gas because I can put my water hose into the thing as a fuel source and not have to spend as much money on water as I would have to spend on gasoline. Because even when gas prices go up for the war, water prices are still the same. So I'm not just leaning on gas power just because it's gas power. It is the inconveniences that make me say that the electric is not good for me, and the cost of massive mandatory repair versus the inconvenience of reorganizing my life for charging are two major inconveniences that make me say this isn't worth my effort when I factor in the safety concerns and then the inflated price for the cost of buying the car in and of itself. So all of that is discouragement. But when the cost of an electric car and the cost of a gas car is the same, repair cost is the same, or cheaper for an electric car than a gas car because there's not that much repair cost. Storage is the same, charge times are the same, whatever the case. If I could charge my car at the house in an hour, then I'd probably get an electric car. But right now, as technology is progressing, it's not that convenient. But what did you have to say?
Oh, I was going to say there's one thing that that's volatile that we haven't really spoke on is like how gas prices could change.
Yeah, gas prices did change. Gas prices changed a lot. Gas prices went up like $2 over the last 3 months.
Exactly, and I feel like there's got to be an advantage for an electric vehicle under those conditions.
Nope,
You still say no?
no. And the reason why is because the electric plants are fueled by the same gas that the cars are fueled by. So unless they're doing the nuclear fusion plants or nuclear energy plants.
From
So when gas prices go up because of the war, electric prices go up as well.
from what I heard, your electricity at the house runs off of like coal and like
No, coal
coal
is
and
part of it, yes, but coal is not it.
that natural, what do they call it, like that liquid gas or whatever it is.
The fossil fuels, and fossil fuels is sometimes is part of the petroleum.
From
The
what I
the raw stuff being oil, the raw oils that are being mined out of other countries.
you think that's what keeps the electricity grid on?
That's going to be part of what keeps the electricity grid on. We do have hydroponic electricity grids. We do have windmills and other such things. But the even when you think about the coal, because like the United States doesn't run 100% off of its own resources. The United States ships their resources in. Once you put coal, wood, any type of resource on a boat, the gas to run that boat raises the price of the materials that are going to be burned at the plant, which is then going to raise the cost of the electric bill because the cost for resources is going to be offset onto the customer. And that's going to be why the electric bill goes up. So gas went up and electricity costs went up as well. Take, for example, there's like 3 or 4 states in the north of America that is right next to Canada that got a 25% tariff added to their electric bill. They're spending an extra $50 to $75 a month for electricity because they get their electricity from Canada as Americans. But if we were to internalize our resources and only use what we have here in America, our prices would be very cheap. But because we get our resources shipped in from other places and we preserve our reserves for when the rest of the world doesn't have any, the cost to get it here is going to be impacted by the source of transportation to get it here. Boats are going to burn fuel, trucks are going to burn fuel, and that fuel is going to increase the cost to get the materials to the power plants. And the power plant is going to offset that expense onto its consumer, and that's going to be why the light bill is going to go up.
Yeah, but from what I understand, we only import about 1% of our coal. We have enough coal here. We have enough natural gas here. What we don't have is heavy crude oil. Heavy crude
Mhm.
oil is what we need to refine, and that's what comes in on boats. That's what Venezuela has. That's what the Middle East has. What we have is the light oil, the light crude oil. And so that when they say the United States, like we're a net exporter of our natural gas or our petroleum products or whatever they say, right? They say,
Mhm.
oh, we export it because they're factoring in all that light oil that the whole world has. But
Okay.
we have to
Well, during the Iran conflict, we have experienced a price increase of 5.9% year over year, and fueled by the disruptions in the Persian Gulf, it has contributed to a 23.5% spike in electricity.
sorry, you're saying that because of the Iran war, electricity
Yes,
in
sir.
in the U.S. went up
Yes, 23.5%.
for electricity.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't realize that, but I wonder why that is. Any guess?
Because not all of it is coal. There is other materials that are being shipped in that is going to, and some plants are going to operate off of actual fuel, crude oils. There are plenty of different ways that we're not using nuclear power to fuel the generation of electricity. Not all of it is water plants, hydroponic plants, and the plants that are utilizing stuff like crude oil and other such areas is going to impact the full totality of our electric bill. Even if 1% is being shipped in, we still experience a 23.5% increase on electricity because of what's happening in the Persian Gulf. So our gas prices went up and our electric prices went up because the cost to ship non crude oil material into America to power our power plants cost our power plants more money, and they offset that onto the customer. So even though you're still going to spend a little less money on electricity for an electric car if you're charging it at your house overnight, you're still spending more money now during the conflict with Iran than what you were spending in December. And you're spending more money on gas right now than what you were spending in February. And actually, according to this, it's looking like $4.50 more combined fuel and energy related costs since the conflict began.
And yeah, I'm
Oh
certainly
no,
not
it's
looking.
$450 more combined between electricity and gas.
Wait, say that again.
So $450 more in combined fuel and energy related costs since the conflict began. In certain states like Oregon, the conflict has added over $1,080 to the combined household gas and electric costs in places like Oregon. So that's not everywhere. That's just certain places. So we don't get a free pass with electricity. What I've learned is that an electric car transfers your financial expenses from one source to another. That's it. The cost is still going to be roughly the same.
From what I'm reading, the average electricity bill only went up about 5 or 6%. Whereas
Yes, that's what I said.
yeah. So if electric
5.9% year over year, but 23% overall since the conflict started.
But when you say 23% overall, I think they're factoring in other things
That's
like
for energy. That's
energy. Yes,
energy.
yeah, because they're factoring in gas prices at the pump. But if you're just looking at the electricity bill at the house, it's only going up 5% because it's mostly not using fossil fuels. But if you
Okay, so
look,
if you want to whittle it down to 5% increase on just the electric bill, your $100 a month or electric bill is now $105 a month. Your $250 a month electric bill because of your AC unit might be closer to like 265 without your electric car. If you're adding a 5% increase on that $60 of fill up that you were adding. You would be adding another at least $5 to each fill up for the 15 miles that you were driving with your Nissan Leaf. So if you were driving 150 miles with your Nissan Leaf and you were putting $600 towards the gas for that 150 miles for the charge, that extra 5% is a hell of a lot of money. It's not better or worse than gas. It is just when you start talking about daily commuting, daily driving, when you start doing mile for mile, what a gas car could do, an electric car is not better. It is the same. It just costs more to get it. And then it costs more for that one replacement that you can't get around, because you can get around used cars buying aftermarket refurbished parts for less. You can buy an alternator offline for $50. You can buy a new engine from a salvage yard for $800, but you can't buy any kind of fully functional electric battery that will not fail you for $1,000. It's not possible. You have to get that $15,000 battery.
Well, the 15,000 would be for a brand new one, but you could like if there was a lightning in the salvage yard, you could take that. Again, if you're only spending $800 on this engine, then it's going to be used, and you're not guaranteed anything. And not to mention like how much it'll cost to actually install that engine.
It's usually far cheaper to do an engine swap on some vehicles than it is to do a head job on those same engines, specifically because the engine that you're putting in has no mechanical failures, and you're taking all of the fully functional parts off of the vehicle that you're off of the engine you're taking out and adding it to the engine that you're putting in. And then they're really only charging you the cost of labor because you bought the engine yourself. But when it comes down to replacing out an electric battery, there's a finite cost. Um, there aren't very many refurbished batteries out there that I'm aware of. They may have some, but again, $8,000 for a refurbished or used electric engine still bodes the concern of two things. Was it damaged in the previous vehicle that it was in? Because outside of the risk of it blowing up, you have the concern of it not holding a charge. And then how many miles do you have left on it? With an engine, there is no top limit to the engine. There isn't a standard that says that after 150, 200, or 300,000 miles, this engine will not function anymore, right? But there is
There's
a lifetime for a battery.
no, I mean, actually, it's different because there's no limit on on the lithium ion battery. There's no limit, and the difference is actually with your engine or your transmission, it's going to go out, and you're not going to be able to drive it. With the
Well,
battery
you have
on the
mechanical parts that'll malfunction that, especially if you're not doing preventative maintenance, that requires you to service the engine. But what servicing you're going to do when the coils aren't working on your lithium ion battery? You have to replace the battery.
I don't know about that, but what I was going to say was that um, sorry, I lost my whole train of thought. Mm.
I think you were heading down a direction of electric batteries have a
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So with the electric battery, it doesn't just die on you. It's never gonna like you're not gonna go out there one morning and it just doesn't run. What happens is it just loses its charge. So to say that after 100 or 150, 200,000 miles, you have to replace that battery, no, that's not true. Like if you're still getting half of your 320 miles, 160 miles, and you're okay with that, you don't drive 80 miles to work and 80 miles back, then you're good, and so you don't have to replace that battery. It could easily get 500, 600, 700,000 miles on it if you're just driving it in town.
that's like saying I can drive a car with one gear as long as I drive in town.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said that's like saying that I can drive my car with only one functional gear if I only drive in town.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Well,
So if you um so first of all, we have the observation that typically they project lasting 15 to 20 years on these batteries, and they do believe that they're supposed to be in the capabilities of outliving the operational lifespan, but they have an expected mileage usage where the lifespan is depreciated based on its usage. So when you talk about a person who's only driving the car 30 miles a week, that battery might last 30 years. But we have current modern EV battery packs that is engineered to comfortably last between 200,000 and 300,000 miles now, uh, before dropping below the optimal state of health. You're looking at a degradation rate for large scale real world telematic tracking that shows that modern EV batteries degrade at an incredibly stable average rate of 1.8 to 2.3% of its maximum capacity per year. Um, Long-term range retention is somewhere after 10 to 12 years for heavy daily driving vehicles on the road routinely in experience about 72 to 83% of their original factory range. So if you were getting 100 miles on the full range, now you're going to be getting 75 miles or 72 miles on the full range. If you was getting 300 miles that range, you're now getting closer to 200 or 225 miles on the range. So warranties on these batteries usually last about 8 years or 100,000 miles, and then after that, you're stuck with paying the battery on your own. The luxury models are 10 years or 150,000 miles. Um, and then you're looking at what was the other thing we were talking about here? Um, Refurbished electric batteries, typically saving you about 20 to 50% on out of warranty hardware, ranging between $5,500 and $18,000 depending on the vehicle model and the capacity. Whereas a fresh battery replacement is between $14,000 and $22,000. So if I was to get a refurbished battery for $5,500, which is what I was telling you before when you told me that yours was $15,000, I might have been quoting a refurbished battery because that's the cheapest one that you can get. Um, you're still looking at diminished capacity over time. And the diminished capacity over time is going to cause you a headache because your projected performance has to be recalibrated every year. Your car is not going to go as far as it used to go every year, and the cost to distance every year is going to be more and more expensive. And that's not something that's going to happen with a gas power car. The gas power car is going to cost you the same amount of money every year to maintenance it unless you don't take good care of it and you let it wear itself all the way down. Like people say, I'm gonna ride it till the wheels fall off. And then when it breaks something else. And now you've got more than one thing to fix. In those situations, the car costs more to fix. But if you're doing regular,
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second. You were spinning. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
now we're good. I had to change my headset again, but now we're good for the rest of the show.
Okay, we're good now?
Because this other one, the only reason why this other one worked, yeah, the only reason why this other one wasn't working as well as the first one is because that one had broken, had to glue it together. So I think the power source doesn't have a stable connection, so it doesn't charge as much, so the battery wears down faster. But the primary one that I usually use, it should last us another hour.
Okay. All right. And like I've been thinking a lot about this because like I would like to be able to be in a position where I had way more time, more than money. Like as I get older, I just want more time, more free time
Right.
specifically, right? And I could
Right.
I try to envision a situation where I have all this time, and I have a Ford Lightning, and I have a a Coleman 13B camper on the back of it, right?
Okay.
And so I pull into you know the mall parking lot where charging is free, right?
Okay.
And I take advantage of that every 75 to 100 miles, but then
Okay.
I have to stay there for like 8 to 12 hours.
Yeah.
But if you had like a camper, it wouldn't be that inconvenient. You could relax, and you'd have
Well,
to say what.
real idealistically, painting that picture on paper is a sound assessment. The only
Uh-huh.
problem is getting to that lifestyle, which is what we were talking about at the beginning of the show, which is planning your ability to function in that way. So with the lifestyle that we have right now, we might not have the exact same lifestyle, but we have places to go and we got stuff to do, and we don't have the convenience of waiting. And modern society is doing a lot more Instacart deliveries, Postmate deliveries, Walmart.com deliveries, groceries dropped off on your doorstep because you don't have time to go to the grocery store. Um, where everything is starting to become digital, yeah, emailing legal documents back and forth instead of mailing them. Life in Western culture is so fast paced that when you're trying to migrate from the 10 minutes at the gas pump to 8 hour charge time, that migration is the type of major inconvenience that doesn't really work for me and a lot of people who still keep gas cars. Even Steven said a while back that electric cars isn't for him. He doesn't even feel good with potentially having to fix a hybrid car at this time. Um, and the inflated cost to get it. But when you start changing your lifestyle, like I said before, that was one of my main arguments is that you have to live a life uh, revolved around the inconveniences of the electric car in order for it to be a non-hindrance, because it's not going to be a benefit. There isn't a benefit to the electric car. It is it's an alternative. It's equivalent in, so I'm not saying that gas cars are better. They're just more convenient. You know, uh, we've gone over multiple times. They wash out as far as price on one side versus price on another, value on this side versus value on the other. The value retention of a vehicle only matters to you if you're going to sell it or take a cash loan out on it. But if you're going to keep it and you're not going to take a cash loan out on you can have a 1996 Toyota Corolla that's valued at $3,000 that you bought it for $5,000 and it never lets you down versus a $33,000 Ford Lightning. I wanted the Ford Lightning when the Ford Lightning came out. I wanted the Riviera when it first came out. Wanting it and benefiting from it is two different things. I can put away enough money to build the lifestyle that can support it. But I can also put enough money away and build the kind of lifestyle to support a Resvani tank. So the difference between
To afford a what a tank? What kind of tank is that?
the Resvani,
The
the bulletproof, it's like a $250,000, $500,000 vehicle. It's like a bulletproof vehicle with pepper spray, electronic doors where you can electrocute people,
oh
smoke screens. Like there's all kinds of stuff. You got to look like Mr. Beast blew one up with a grenade and then drove it after that. Very good vehicle.
wow.
But you can get and I mean, with the way we get treated at traffic stops, it's kind of necessary. You can get a $500,000 vehicle, that gas guzzling vehicle, high performance vehicle that would protect you under rapid fire from irresponsible individuals with badges, or you can get you a very cheap Toyota Corolla for like $4,000 or $5,000. If you build your life around that, it will be an alternative, but it is not a benefit. because all the benefits that I can tell you about having a bulletproof vehicle that could prevent you from being gunned down at a traffic stop is not going to benefit the $250,000 to $500,000 price to buy it. It is still fiscally irresponsible. But if you build a life to make that make sense, then it's an alternative. But you can easily get a Lexus, a Toyota Lexus that has some of the same bulletproof capabilities for $150,000. So again, the difference between the Resvani and a is like $300,000 space. That's probably the only difference between the two vehicles. When you start talking about apples to apples, these vehicles are the only thing you're getting from one vehicle over another vehicle is the convenience to your lifestyle. And the only thing discouraging you from getting it is the inconvenience from your lifestyle beyond cosmetics. I don't like the way the body style looks, or I don't like the color for it, or whatever the case may be. But um, when I talk to people on the show about stuff, I talk to people about how it negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money, and when it is not financially beneficial to you to do things on impulse and emotional investment. Because getting a Ford Lightning in 15 years might be a good thing to do. Getting a Ford Lightning in 2026, not so much. However, after we just finished covering on the show, I think Monday, about how automakers are making the newer model cars more dealership exclusive for repairs, where you're going to be spending an arm, leg, and an eye at the dealership because everything is going to be serial number exclusive to the VIN number exclusive to the vehicle. You're less likely with a car built after 2025 getting the same value out of your money as you would be getting from a vehicle made before 2025. So you can get you a Ford Lightning and get all of the awesomeness of having this mono electric vehicle that goes wherever, and you can run an extension cord to the vending machine in a Walmart parking lot and charge a vehicle up, or you can park outside of a Home Depot after hours and run an extension cord to the vending machine and charge a vehicle up and get free charging. You can find ways to benefit from having the vehicle. You can, like Michael said a few hours ago, install a solar panel system integrated into the vehicle so that it could charge itself. You're talking about having a camper. You can have solar panels on the roof, solar panels on the hood, solar panels in the bed of the truck, solar panels on the camper, and all of it wired into your electrical system to fully recharge your vehicle more often while it's sitting still in the sun, reducing your requirement to have to find a place to charge the vehicle, which would be a benefit that a gas car wouldn't have, because a gas car, you would have to have a bunch of gas cans and gas fumes in the vehicle and all of this other stuff, where you could probably camp out in the middle of the Arizona desert and still drive all over the desert because the solar panels would recharge the car. Under certain conditions, if you make your lifestyle those conditions, you can find value in an electric car. But under the average conditions of a vehicle in and of itself, an electric car is no better than a gas car. It's cheaper than a gas car. There's no financial benefits. The incentive to buy it from the tax credit is gone. The only thing you're benefiting from these vehicles is going to ultimately be the status symbol of I own an electric car. Outside of that, there is no difference between the two vehicles, because you trade the convenience of the cost of electricity for the 8 to 12 hour charge time. You trade the convenience of not having to pay for general maintenance on a gas car with the $15,000 electric battery. You trade the low maintenance requirements with the extra $15,000 or $20,000 price tag to buy the vehicle. You trade knowing that this battery is going to go out soon for well, you don't have a downside when you know that this engine is going to last. If you don't have to do this repair on this vehicle until it reaches 250,000 miles, once you do that repair, you don't have to do that repair again for another 250,000 miles. But if you know that this vehicle has a limited battery life, and then we start saying, well, 75% capacity. Well, if I want that full mileage range, I got to replace the battery. If I don't care and I don't mind operating my vehicle at 50% capacity, I could probably ride this electric vehicle for 20 years and never buy an electric replacement. But now, when I used to charge the car up every 300 miles, now I'm charging the car up every 150 miles. If I was paying like we were discussing, you said $60. Let's say that it only cost you like well, we said $15 at the house, right? So let's say that uh uh you now have to charge it twice as much. If it's $15 per charge at the house, now you have to charge it twice as much because it's operating at 50% capacity. If it would have cost you $200 a month to charge your car up for a daily driver, 100 miles or more a day, every day of the week. Now you're paying $400 a month for a daily driver, which actually increases your electric cost by 4,800 a year more because you didn't change out the battery. So the cost of using your gas car is going to be consistent. So what you're going to sacrifice for to have an electric car is the knowledge of consistency of what you know your vehicle is capable of versus the consistency of knowing what your electric vehicle is, I mean, your gas powered vehicle is capable of. I can tell you right now what my Cadillac can do. I can tell you right now what my Chrysler can do. I can tell you right now what my Dodge Ram 1500 can do, just based on its make, model, and specs. But you can't tell me what your Nissan Leaf can do right now today if you still had it without replacing that electric battery. You can tell me what it did this week, but if it snows, the performance is going to be different. So if you got 50% capacity and then the performance of the battery is going to be 50% of that because of the snow, now you're operating at 25% capacity. So where you was getting 300 miles because it's snowing outside, now you might be getting 75 miles. If you was 75 miles with a fully loaded vehicle, you probably pick up all your co-workers or bring them to work. Now you're getting 25 miles. You have the uncertainty that they haven't fixed yet. And just like, let's throw the Cybertruck into the mix, because the only thing that has been promoted more than the Ford Lightning and the Riviera was the Cybertruck. Overpriced. When it was $79,000, fantastic vehicle. $100,000 waste of money. $125,000 for them to put a sticker on the side of the vehicle that says Foundation Series. Waste of money. But when they offered the bulletproof glass, the solar panel on the vault, the light bar on the top, $79,000 worth its grain in salt, worth its weight in salt. Now they don't have the vault on the back of it. They don't have the solar panels on the vault. They don't have the headlights on the hood. They don't have the bullet resistant glass as a factory installation. It's an increase to the $125,000. And there was another thing that they don't have the 500-mile range. I think they have like 250 to 300-mile range right now. They don't have the quad motor. They only have the dual motor and the single motor. So all of the stuff that you were looking for $79,000, they don't offer that. It's not worth its money. But and then it doesn't have the aqua feature that people were talking about. They have plenty of Cybertrucks that have bent frames. They have plenty of Cybertrucks that have gone to a car wash and now they're a brick because you have to push a button to put it into car wash mode so that the car knows that it's about to go through a car wash. It's steel, so it's gonna rust. You can't polish it because the police won't let you have it on the road because it's too reflective. The wrap for it costs extra money. First generation Cybertruck is not going to be worth your grain and salt. I'm on the list, but it's not worth going to get one right now. Probably the third generation Cybertruck, maybe the 2035 model might be worth going to get. So
Yeah, I would
electric
never.
cars, and it's just not. They haven't done enough so trial and error for first generation is going to make it better for us when we do go and get it in like 10 years. But right now, it's not. It can't replace a gas powered car right now.
Well, yeah, and I would never buy a Tesla. Like never. I would never put money in my pocket. Like on principle. So, and the fact that it's over $79,000 makes that even easier.
Oh, FX Trader asks, are the manufacturers planning to void the warranty on cars that are not repaired by the dealership. No, actually, the discussion that was happening when we talked about this on Monday was that the manufacturers are making serial number and VIN number specific parts where when you add a new part to your vehicle, your OEM, your ECU is not going to allow you to start your car until the dealer sends a code to the car to verify that the part is authorized. So it's going to be just like Apple, where when you buy non-Apple products, it has to be approved by Apple. In order for you to utilize it with your Apple equipment, it's going to be somewhat the same thing with your cars. Now, manufacturers are more often producing electronic components that have to be authorized by the dealership in order for you to start your car. They've had some vehicles out there in the past, like I think it was a Mercedes-Benz 330 series that had that problem. I was working at a mechanic shop and we did something servicing on a vehicle, and then we had to bring it to the dealership for them to do the codes in order for the vehicle to start. Because after we did the repairs, it would not start because the electronic components that we put on the car were dealership exclusive authorized parts. So the dealership has to do something to the vehicle to make the vehicle start. And they're starting to make that a thing where all of their electronic components are dealership restricted authorization. So you can't just go to a salvage yard and buy an alternator and stick it on your car. You have to buy the alternator, put it on your car, bring it to the dealership, and have the dealership put a code in your computer that says that this alternator is good before your car starts. And that issue is what Donald Trump was talking about last week when he said that the manufacturers are trying to ban people and pass laws to stop people from fixing their own cars. And that's going to be an issue with your electric cars because in the future, in 10 or 20 years from now, depending on what legislation that goes out this year and next year about your vehicles, when you're buying a newer model electric car or newer model whatever vehicle, the fact that you got to cart it back to the dealership in order for repairs to be done, when repairs need to be done, you're dealing with inflated prices instead of going to your local mom and pop shop and getting it done, or your local under the oak tree mechanic that would have fixed your vehicle with no warranty, but like a case of beer and a blunt, he fixed your whole car. You're not going to get that same convenience from an electric car in future because everything's electric. All the parts are dealership authorized. You are leasing their intellectual property and calling it your car, but you have to get permission from them to even fix your vehicle. That's not something you're going to have to experience with a 1965 CUDA. That's not something that you're going to have to experience with a 56 Bel Air. You know what I mean? Like you can literally go outside with your son and teach him how to build cars. If you had a 1979 Mustang or a 1984 Charger or one of the a last full size steel body frames with the Crown Victoria from 1983, you can build your car from the ground up and do it in your own backyard. But the electric car, you can't fix that yourself. You have to find an electrician that is specialized in this type of vehicle to fix your vehicle when your vehicle malfunctions. So you're going to be best friends with your dealer, and that's not even on a street level. You're going to be best friends with your dealer in order to be able to keep your car running, because otherwise, when your dealer no longer supports your vehicle, you're going to have to trade it in, because who's going to fix it? And that's going to force you to continue to upgrade. That's not something you're going to have to experience with a 1992 Mercury Grand Marquis. That's not something that you're going to have to experience with a 2005 Honda Civic or a 2012 what is it, the Scion, the Toyota Scion, or the 2016 Volkswagen Jetta, or the 2018 Beetle, or the I'm going through all of the gas powered vehicles that, like, you can fix that shit in your backyard, but with an electric car, that's not going to be the thing. What's your thoughts on that, Sterling?
Well, I had heard that about, like, you're not going to be able to repair your own cars, and I didn't look into it, so I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to have to do some more research about that. But I knew
Look at my
friend,
Monday show. I did research for you on that.
You said on Monday? Okay, I'll go back and look.
Yeah, I did 2 days ago. I just covered this topic 2 days ago. Important stuff like this, I talk about it on the show.
I appreciate that, and that's why, I'm sorry to go on and on about this, but like I knew that you would have a good perspective that I wanted to hear about. So I really appreciate you talking to me about this. I know, like it was about a year or two ago, my friend had one of those Porsche SUVs. I think it's a Cheyenne or something like that.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't get one of those.
And he when he had a flat tire, he had to be towed into the dealership to get a tire
Yep.
fixed.
Yep.
Like he's not even like they got some sort of lock on it or something to where you
Yep.
cannot take your tire off is what he told me.
It's
And
a
I thought,
dealer exclusive piece, and they don't sell it outside of the dealership. So unless you buy that part from the dealership, when you buy that car, you're not going to have that wheel lock to get the wheels off.
yeah, I'm not sure what exactly prevented him from taking it off, but he made it seem like even if you had a replacement tire, you wouldn't be able to change it.
There was a wheel lock on the lug nut that is dealership exclusive. And because he bought that vehicle and he didn't buy that part, he had to go
Uh,
back to the dealership to get the part. But it's only if it's sold, it is only sold at the dealership, and it's not going to be a cheap part. It's going to be a specially designed lug nut remover. It's going to cost you like $250.
right. Okay. So you think if he had that and he had a tire, he would have been able to replace it?
Yes, because what a wheel lock is, it's a special tool that usually is in the glove box of the vehicle when the vehicle is sold. If you're getting the wheel locks from the dealership with the brand new car, but if you buy the car used from somebody else, sometimes the wheel lock tool is not in the car, and if you don't know that, you're kind of screwed. And that means that a four-way or regular lug nut remover or crowbar or whatever does not fit one of the five or six lugs on your car, and that means that you have two choices. You have to bring it back to the dealership or break the lug and have an uneven wheel displacement because you're not going to have all of the lugs on your vehicle, which could break the rest of the lugs on your vehicle and have your wheel fall off. So to prevent your wheel from falling off, now you got to tow it to where the part is. Um, if you don't know where to go to get that part. But me being a mechanic, I'm aware that that special tool I w- I would have to tow it home or tow it to the dealership because I got to buy the tool or bring it to them and have them do it so I don't have to buy the tool. And that's why he towed it to the dealership because it's cheaper for him to get the free tow on his car insurance for a vehicle breakdown and bring it to the dealership and then pay the dealership to put a new tire on the car because he doesn't have to buy that part. They would sell him a new tire and then the car would be working. But if he didn't want to be codependent towards the dealership, he would buy that part from the dealership while he was at the dealership after they replaced the tire so that he could change it himself.
Yeah, I remember like I had a Toyota Prius, which you've already said how you feel about that, and it had like one of those special like locks that was in the glove box, and I
Mm,
lost it, and I bought a new one on Amazon for like $8.
doesn't fit.
But now with this Porsche, it's saying that you need a specialized center lock socket tool, which
Yep.
usually hidden in the trunk. But it says you also need a massive heavy duty torque wrench capable of 443 pounds per foot of torque. And you need a
Yeah.
second person. You need a second person inside the car to press down the brake pedal while you
Hmm.
loosen or tighten the lug nut.
Yep.
And it says if you get a flat tire on a semi-lock Porsche, your best option is to call Porsche roadside assistance.
Yes, because I mean, most people who drive Porsches drive by themselves. And if a dude is driving a Porsche with a chick in it, is she really gonna follow instructions in order for you to get this job done? Y'all gonna argue so much, you can be like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna call the tow truck." So the to prevent from breaking your car, the recommendation is because so much stuff goes into it, take it to a dealership. But again, here's the thing: when you're buying a Porsche, you have the lifestyle of financial convenience to pay the help to fix the car. A lot of people with um, a flashy behavior pattern the mindset to flash wealth will be poor as fuck, buy a Porsche, and they live the lifestyle of a Ford Geo Metro. They would do better getting a Ford Pinto, but they're getting a Porsche for a status symbol. But their lifestyle doesn't support that. If you have the income level of I'll fix it myself, you shouldn't be driving a Porsche or a Jaguar or a Land Rover or a Range Rover or a Hummer. Really, you shouldn't be driving a BMW or a Mercedes Benz if you have the mindset and the financial income of I'll fix it myself. You should have an economy car. But when you buy a Porsche, you're buying a Porsche as a status symbol. And when you're buying a used Porsche, you're poor man forcing a rich image onto society. And then you can't afford the inconveniences of a luxury vehicle. And luxury vehicles are inconvenient. They're just as effective as economy style vehicles. Some of the amenities are reasonably there in a luxury car that are in an economy style vehicle. It just costs way more because you're paying for the brand. And then it is more inconvenient because certain things like transmission doesn't last as long because they're not supposed to be driven every day. These are luxury cars. They're supposed to be like weekend drivers, only the special occasions to show off the fact that you got one. They're not the kind of vehicles that are designed to be a taxi cab like Uber, So when you buy a Porsche and you don't have your own pit crew, you're putting your money towards the wrong thing. And I say it like that because wealthy people have mechanics that will come and fix the car while they're at the house. Wealthy people have people that'll fix the pool, and they have people that'll cook for them while they're on the phone making money doing something else. They have people cleaning the house for them. They have a personal assistant that socializes with society on their behalf so that they don't have to talk to people. Those are the people that have where now you're in a Porsche, not because you're driving it, but because you're being driven by your chauffeur. Certain vehicles are meant for you to drive, and certain vehicles are meant for you to be driven in. And when you have the lifestyle that supports that style of vehicle, then you have the financial freedom and freedom of time to deal with the inconveniences of having that vehicle. So, like, you want to be in your Ford Lightning with your camper on the back. Fantastic setup, especially since they have the charge box on the back of the truck. You can kind of plug all the electricity to the back of the bed of the truck and run your camper from your truck. You don't even have to get an external generator or anything.
Exactly.
I actually was operating the Bird scooters in Florida, and I was charging my vehicles on the electric scooters on the back of my truck, and I had a actual power source running directly into my truck to charge these vehicles from inside of my Dodge Ram 1500. Never turn the vehicle off and charging up all these scooters. It's a fantastic business to have. It's just I started realizing the concerns about all of this extra effort with these batteries. But the fact is that was one of the reasons why I was looking at the Tesla, the Cybertruck, because of its charging capabilities with the 500-mile range. I was looking at the Ford Lightning because of the equivalent charging factors. But when you think about what would you have to do to have that type of lifestyle, maybe you might want to make this you're on the road. So you're going to sell all of your stuff, get rid of your house, your car, your apartment, everything like that. Keep your Ford Lightning and then have your camper. And then you're building the type of financial wealth to support that type of lifestyle. So say you might need $30,000 a year to live on the road, covering whenever you do have to pay for charge, hotel stays when you need to take a shower, dumping stations when you need to unload the waste from the camper, from the portable toilet or whatever. RV parks when you want to park somewhere and get the charge for your car and the power for your camper and the running water and all this other stuff, and then food eating out because you're probably not going to spend much time cooking in the camper, and other such amenities. The lifestyle that you would need might cost you, like I said, about $30,000, which means that you would have to put something close to $350,000 to $500,000 away to have a brokerage account that's paying you 10% dividends where you will be getting that monthly income to be able to sustain that type of lifestyle. Now you can just travel the world or travel the country with your electric vehicle, with your camper, with your solar panels all over the place. And now you have the convenience of putting up with the inconvenience of the 8 hour charge time because you're just going to park and let it charge. Whenever it stops charging, you'll go to the next city. And that would be fantastic. But in order for you to plan that lifestyle, then the only way that you can perform that is that you would have to start today investing in that lifestyle. And if you have to buy the vehicle, you have to invest in that lifestyle in order to buy the vehicle, in order to buy the camper, and then sell all of your stuff, and then close out all the things that you're not going to have, and then establish the full matrix where this actually makes sense. But in your current day to day lifestyle, just having that truck and having that camper and saying, oh, well, on my days off, I'm going to go down a street and go and camp out at the national park. It's not feasible. The truck costs too much fucking money. The camper costs too much fucking money. The charging is inconvenient. The time it takes for you to put this operation together, your whole weekend is shot. You're gonna have to take some time off from work so that you can make this work for you in a way that it's not going to add extra stress to your life. So ultimately, you would have did better if you're gonna go camping, rent you an RV and go out and do it with the rented RV and bring it back. That way you don't have to deal with the maintenance. You just got to put gas in it and bring it back, and then do whatever you need to do. And the fact that life has two factors that we don't pay attention to, it's convenience and cost efficiency. When I asked you towards the beginning when you first got on, what did you want your life to look like? You gave me a broad spectrum answer because you never thought about the details. And I'm very detail oriented because the details is what costs money. The details is where the inconveniences lie. And when you pay the extra cost to offset the inconvenience, that's when you start putting dollar amounts to the totality of the inconveniences. That's why when I told you that when you start talking about dollar for dollar, what you have to pay for worst case scenario with an electric car versus what you have to pay worst case scenario with a gas car, they cancel each other out. But when you start talking about how much would it cost me right now to go and buy that Ford Lightning brand new versus how much I would pay for buying a Ford F-150, if we're going to say truck for truck, you're going to spend ten or $15,000 more for the Ford Lightning than what you're going to spend for a Ford F-150 1500. Tradesman. Okay.
You think so?
I reasonably believe so. I believe that a Ford Lightning electric is going to cost more than a regular Ford F-150. I believe that because you when you think about it, a Ford Lightning electric is going to come standard. There's not going to be very many amenities added on to it. It is what it is. You get it or you don't. But you've got a base model for like of Ford F-150. You have a mid-grade model with a few extra amenities, and you have a luxury model. You can find the most expensive Ford F-150 and match it to the Ford Lightning, or a mid-grade Ford F-150 and match it with a Ford Lightning and say, no, the gas powered Ford costs the same price as the electric. But the cheapest Ford Lightning you can get brand new versus the cheapest Ford F-150 that you can get brand new, it's likely going to be a $10,000 to $15,000 difference. And the electric car is going to cost more. Or your insurance is going to cost more because of the value of the vehicle. We didn't even get on that part.
Yeah, well, certainly, like if you buy a brand new one, the base of an F-150 starts around 39,000. However, the cheapest Ford Lightning cost brand new 56,000.
That's my point. That's what I told you at the beginning of this discussion. That it's going to cost you
Mhm.
10 to 15,000, but in this situation, almost $30,000 more than the other vehicle.
Right, but that's if you buy it brand new. Now, I wouldn't buy a car brand new myself
You're
personally.
not. You shouldn't because the value is worthless. Well, the value of it is going to be half. But then if you start talking about resale value, you can get a certified pre-owned vehicle for like 15, $20,000 less. But like you say, that one is 50 something thousand dollars brand new, $33,000 used. But you can likely find a Ford F-150 that's also reasonably used that's going to hit you for something close to $20,000 or 10,000. Well, not 10. You see a brand new one. You said it was like $30,000. You probably see a certified pre-owned one for like $20,000 to $25,000, which will still be $15,000 to $20,000 cheaper than the Ford Lightning.
Well, and back in like when they first came out, like back in what, it was like 2021 or something like that. The Ford Lightning,
Mhm.
the base model started at 40,000. So now the base model starts at 56. So
Yes.
so for a 2022, the gas
Well,
F-150, I'm sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the
The gas F-150 was what?
gas F-150 used 2022 cost between 26 and 30,000. Now the
Okay.
Lightning used 2022 cost between 31 and 34. So it's very close. It's not a $10,000
About
difference. We're
five or
talking
10,000 is almost. If you're talking about the same year,
sure,
we're hoping that they're close to the same quantity of mileage on them,
yeah.
because trucks really retain their value. The problem that we have with the what I've discovered with my research is that the promoted benefits of the electric car during ownership is offset by the front loaded inconvenience. So the money you save by owning it is offset by the extra money you spend on getting it. The money you save on repairs is offset by the money you spend on a battery. The money you save on gas is offset by the money you spend on electricity. The emissions you save over the life of the car is offset by the 20 years worth of pollution that you do to make the electric battery. So that's why I say that, because all of the societal inconveniences of the car is front loaded on the electric car. Once you get it, it feels better to some people, but it isn't better. It's just you paid for it all up front, and now you just have it. But you don't dollar for dollar cost efficiency benefit from the vehicle until you've had it for 25 consecutive years. Have you ever owned a car for 10 years? The same car for 10 years?
Oh, that's a good question.
I haven't. I haven't had a car I have not had the exact same make and model in my possession for 5 consecutive years.
I've definitely gone 5 years. I'm trying to think. Maybe about 5 years is as close as I got.
No, you wouldn't be able to convert a Ford Lightning to a hybrid for a reasonable amount of money because it is a mono electric vehicle. There's no space in the body design in order to put a gas powered engine in there. You would have to completely convert it to a gas powered vehicle unless you put a gas engine on the bed of the truck, which makes it no longer a truck, just to answer Stephen's question. But the average American does not retain legal possession of their vehicle for 10 years. They don't. Usually something happens to the vehicle. Somebody crashes into it, typically, is what happens. The cars might last you 7 years, but it doesn't last you 10 years, not because the car couldn't do it, but because unforeseen circumstances takes your car away from you. So you would have to be one of the lucky few that owns your electric car from the day you buy it to 25 years later before you start turning a profit on possession. And it's mathematically impossible to do unless you don't use it at all. And at which that point it's a waste of money. So imagine a 1938 or 1954, whatever make and model that's only got 30,000 miles on it. Some bitch ain't been used. Whoever had it, it was a waste of money. It was a paperweight in their garage. In modern 2026 society, it makes absolutely no sense to buy something that you're not getting daily, weekly, monthly benefit from. So when you're buying right now, 2026, it's 52,000. It's going to be more than that next year because if that 2026 model was post tariff, that inflated cost was a $10,000 to $15,000 tariff tax for all the imported parts that went into that vehicle, because Ford does get parts from Asia for their fuel efficiency. Most manufacturers outsource for a lot of the parts that are making their used to be gas guzzling vehicles fuel efficient EcoBoost vehicles. So your cost for your modern, built in America but created somewhere else, American made vehicles, there's going to be a $10,000 to $15,000 inflated cost for all cars, not just electric, all cars. You might find a $10,000 or $15,000 price for like a Corolla, Camry, Celica, Civic, uh, uh, um, um, Accord. You might find that the cars are $10,000 or $15,000 more right now in the summer of 2026 in comparison to what they were last year in the summer of 2025, because of those tariffs that hit last year. So, which is why I tell people don't buy anything that came after 2025 just because of the tariffs, but because of the automakers, I'm like, don't buy anything after 2026 because if you want to fix your own shit, it's got to be pre 2026 model, because otherwise the dealership is going to control whether or not you can use it after you fix it. But what were you saying, Stephen? I mean, Sterling?
Um, no, I was listening to you, and I must have forgotten what I wanted to say. Um, I'm going to go back and listen to your Monday's show, because I'm sure there's like, exceptions as far as what you can fix. Like, can you do an oil change? Can you fix a headlight? There's certainly going to be certain things that you can do and certain things you can't.
What
Right?
the automakers are starting to do right now is the electronic components on the car is going to be restricted, where it is going to be dealer authorized part replacement. So you should be able to change out your spark plugs. You should be able to maybe change your oil. You should be able to flush your transmission. But when you start talking about transmission replacement, when you start talking about an alternator, when you start talking about a new battery, when you start talking about your throttle body, any sensors, ECUs, any type of electronic component that, because there's over 100 million lines of code going into your cars these days. Anything that partners with the main computing system of your computer is going to require a dealer authorized code in order for that part to start interacting with your car, which means if that part is needed to make your car function, it's not going to function. So you might be able to fix your power windows, you might be able to fix your sunroof, you might be able to fix your locks, but you're probably not going to be able to fix your ignition switch. You're probably not going to be able to change out the electrical components in your steering column. There's going to be certain parts on your car that are more and more often going to be dealership exclusive services, because the electronic components do not uh, 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 function with the car until the car has been programmed to accept it. Almost like when you try to take a pirated disc and put it into your PlayStation, PlayStation ain't gonna read it because it doesn't have the right authorizations to be read by the console. That's going to be what they're doing with the manufactured parts right now, but they're trying to build it into law where the intellectual property of, because right now the way the laws work is that all of the data that the manufacturers use to goes to codes on a computer and test the car and reprogram the car and everything like that is required to be made public knowledge. And they want to change that where it's dealership exclusive. So if you got to get a uh, one of those big OBD2 readers to mess with this car's whatever computer service that it needs, you now got to go to get it from the dealership. Or the third party mechanic that's going to get it would likely have to pay X number of dollars to buy one from the dealership, which means the dealership is going to get a lot of money off of that in order for them to have them for the car. Now, more frequently, the dealership exclusive parts that are going to be VIN number exclusive. So your battery is going to be linked to the VIN number of your car. You can't snatch a battery out of another vehicle and put it in your car. Like my car, I got 2 batteries in my Cadillac. I can't just take the battery out of my Chrysler and throw it into my Cadillac if I've got to call Cadillac and get them to verify the battery in the trunk. Those types of limitations is going to be equivalent to when your friend had a flat tire, he had to bring it back to the dealership just to get the tire changed. Those types of repairs are going to become more and more mandatory. Whenever your car breaks down, you must take it to the dealership because the local mechanic shops don't have the tools to fix the vehicle because it's dealership exclusive and the dealership isn't selling those parts to the general population for any usage outside of the dealership. They're basically battling for aftermarket repairs because that's the reason why cars were sold so cheap was because you're buying it and then you're going to come back to us and pay all this extra money to fix it. One of the reasons why general maintenance is there is so that the dealerships can make more money off of your continued ownership of the vehicle because you got to pay them to fix what breaks on the vehicle. But now with those on upcoming restrictions, it hasn't been passed into law yet. They just started talking about it. But the downside is that the more often that you have to pay that $250 to $2,000 for the dealership to verify something that needs to go onto your car, general maintenance is going to start costing you more money. And if they put a sensor on your oil filter, now you got to pay for that sensor to be replaced when you get your oil service. They put sensors on your spark plugs. Now you got to get those sensors replaced when you change out your spark plugs. And each time that they do that, you've got to get the dealership to authorize that electronic component so that that electronic component can now function with your car. Yeah, it is probably still going to be possible for you to ride your vehicle at a diminished capacity the same way we do with outdated vehicles where the sensors are all triggering the dashboard. It looks like Christmas. All the lights are flickering. There's warning lights everywhere, but you notice it'll get you from point A to point B. But it looks like a disaster on your dashboard with all of the codes that's triggered on your car because the sensors don't work. Yeah, you can still probably function your vehicles, but in order for your vehicle to be the way it was when you got it, you would have to spend more money on it to have the dealership authorize legitimate transition of parts so that your vehicle functions at optimum performance. So is there a bypass for diminished capacity? Probably for certain things. But if you know certain computers have anti-theft systems that locks up the vehicle and prevents it from starting because certain parts aren't compatible, that same type of experience that we have right now could be spread across more parts that are put on a vehicle, which forces us to more often than not go to the dealership and pay dealership fees to get our car fixed. And that also is going to discourage me when I start talking about going to buy an electric car because it's like, fuck, I got to pay $15,000 more because they're shipping it in after the tariffs were added. Then I got to pay this extra cost because it's dealership exclusive. Now the dealership can charge monopoly prices because I can't say, screw you, I'm going to go to the mom and pop shop down the street because they're cheaper because they don't have the parts. They don't have the tools, so they can't fix it. Now, whenever you go somewhere and they're the only person providing the service, they can overcharge you because who's going to compete with them? Then the value of your car is going to be diminished because certain services that are going to be exclusive to the vehicle from the first owner doesn't roll over to the second owner, satellite radio, OnStar, all these other things, but also because the vehicle can't be repaired by another dealership, your Ford has to be brought back to Ford to get the value trade in that you need, which locks the customer into Ford forever. Because if you don't want a Ford, if you take the Ford to Dodge, you're not going to get as much for the same vehicle because Dodge can't fix Ford, dealership exclusive parts. So if there's something wrong with it, they're going to give you less value for the vehicle because they can't do anything with it. They're going to have to bring it across the street to the Ford, where, might I add, wherever you see a Ford dealership, either on the same side of the road or across the street, you're going to see a Dodge. So they're going to bring it across the street. And, the dealerships will make a bunch of money off of this situation, but you as the consumer are not going to make as much money off of the situation. And you're going to spend more money off of the situation. So now I'm like, well, fuck, instead of spending $33,000 for a Ford Lightning, I'll spend $33,000 for a Cuda or a Chevy Nova or a Cadillac Coupe de Ville or a Lincoln Town Car or a Bel Air, because that car, I know 5 mechanics right now that I can pay to rebuild that car from the ground up. And it's not going to be that expensive. Like I said, 1 or 2 cases of beer, a couple of blunts, car's fixed.
Right, but that wouldn't be true for a Cadillac that's 2026, right?
Oh no, fuck no. I'm not. I'm not. You get a 2026 Cadillac, and you're looking at like, because they're already putting the parts in there right now. So they're just doing more of it as time goes on. So in 20 years, all of the dealerships are going to have the new amount of cars with these dealership exclusive pieces and dealership exclusive tools and less access to the third party mechanics. They actually had to pass a law. Matter of fact, it's in process right now because like aftermarket bumpers, they have patents on like body parts of the car where you have to wait several years after the car comes out before aftermarket body parts for the car comes out, where you can get a carbon fiber body part cheaper than the polyurethane body part that's on the car. Which, if you get into a crash, you're spending more money within the first 2 years of ownership of the car when you get into a crash than what you would 5 years after the car came out, because now you can get an aftermarket part from somewhere else. We always wonder, well, why they don't have any available parts from like discount auto parts or AutoZone or something like that. That's because there's a patent that prevents the aftermarket entities from creating cheaper parts because the dealership is controlling the monopoly. And that's what's going on right now. They're trying to control the monopoly. So like a 2026 Cadillac, yeah, yeah, it's going to be harder to fix that one than what it would be to fix a 2016 Cadillac or a 2006 Cadillac or a 1996 Cadillac. Those are cheaper and easier to fix. A 2026 Cadillac, you need to have like CIA money in order to be riding around in a 2026 Cadillac. You need to be like Wall Street. You need to be like a top tier lawyer, 5 years in your field doctor. You need to be like a professor at a 5 year university kind of situation where you're making a 260,000 a year kind of thing to be in a Cadillac, and it makes sense because yeah, you could be working at a McDonald's or a nursing home or something like that and riding around in a 2026 Cadillac, but when that motherfucker break, you're gonna regret it. It says Lincoln Town Cars luxuries. How about the Ford Lightning? Ford Lightning is not luxury, but it has luxury car price because it's electric. Electric is luxury. So tech and luxury are at the same price point.
What makes a Lincoln Town Car luxurious, but the Lightning isn't?
I didn't say that Lightning technic. Okay, so Ford is not luxury. Ford is supposed to be durability and a high performance, but tech, the Lightning is tech, and tech is the same value as luxury.
I see. I see. So the tech in the Lightning makes it as expensive as a luxurious Lincoln.
Yes.
Okay, because you're paying for the luxury of a Lincoln versus the tech of a Lightning. But my question
Yes.
is, what does the Lincoln have from a luxury standpoint that the Lightning doesn't?
Nothing because it's tech. Lincoln Town Car is prestige based on the brand and the tech that it's going to have in it is going to be like heated seats, power windows, maybe a sunroof, moonroof, cruise control. I don't know what all goes into a Lincoln Town Car. I don't have one. The headlights with the windshield wiper blades that get the debris off of the headlights with the little spray thing. Like I don't know all the stuff that goes onto a Lincoln Town Car, but it's amenities that are on that Lincoln that isn't on the average car that probably is on the Ford Lightning because it's tech. But the brand name Lincoln Town Car is considered luxury. The same way the brand name of I can't remember the black label off the top of my head right now. It's not Cadillac. It's not Mercury. I'm trying to think of the one. It's considered luxury right now. Uh, it might be a Lincoln, but it's not necessarily a town car. But it's one of the black label SUVs, but it's luxury. It's almost like Cadillac. It's almost like the Navigators. Their name brand luxury. BMW and Mercedes Benz are name brand luxury, not because it's better quality seats. The polyurethane seats, and the polyester blend seats in a Cadillac and a BMW and a Mercedes Benz is the same as a Camry or a Accord or a Maxima. The difference is in the name brand.
Okay, I see. Earlier you said
But
something.
when you're buying branding, you're buying a Lincoln Town Car because it's a Lincoln Town Car. That's going to be the luxurious prestige on it. But then because it is a Ford Lightning electric, the EV makes it tech luxury. That's to answer your question. Because a Ford F-150 is not going to be the same monetary value as a Lincoln Town Car.
You're probably right. I don't know how much a Lincoln Town Car costs, but what I was going to say is that the Ford Lightning could have all the same features as that Lincoln Town Car: the leather seats, the heated steering wheels. The big screen on the front on the panel. All that.
Oh, I can guarantee that that's all in there. I can
Oh
guarantee
yeah.
that that's all in there.
So as far as luxurious items, I would say you can get all that in a Ford Lightning. But now earlier you were saying something about the Hellcat and how fast it was, and you were like, an electric vehicle can't do that.
I'm saying that 216 miles an hour for 3 consecutive minutes, you're probably not going to see that as much with an electric car.
Oh wow, the Hellcat can do 216.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So let's just concede that the Lightning can't do that. But like how often are you going 216 miles an hour? You know what I mean?
Never. Not unless you're OJ Simpson. You have no reason to go 216 miles an hour.
Um, can a Bronco go? You know what? Never mind. Um,
Look, I was thinking that when I said it. Can a Bronco go 216 miles an hour? No, but
a
that
night,
man was on a high speed chase for 6 hours and didn't get caught. He drove home.
right.
Only person who did not get pit crewed. He had what, 10, 15 cars following behind him on the highway half a day, all over the city, having a whole conversation with the police while he's sitting in the back of the car while his homeboy's driving. And his homeboy didn't go to jail for that, but he went home, got a chance to hug his family, tell his kids he loved them before they took him to jail. That Bronco, fastest vehicle in the road, in my personal opinion, because I ain't never seen that. Usually within the first 5 minutes, that car pit crew flip, barrel rolled down the street, billions of pieces. If the person survived, 20 people that shot at him on the side of the road. The high speed chases don't last more than 5 minutes. But with a Hellcat, you ran out of gas inside of 3 minutes.
But like let's take for example like off the line at the light when that light turns
No,
green.
Bronco is slow as fuck.
And what about the
A
Hellcat?
Bronco and a Ford Explorer probably what and what.
But like what about a Hellcat versus a Tesla or a Hellcat versus a Lightning?
I don't. I because they don't have a transmission, an electric car has a smoother acceleration than most transmission vehicles. Point blank, period. So if you have a 0 to 60 Tesla or 0 to 60 Lightning that's doing 3 seconds off the line, then they're going to be faster on the takeoff than a Hellcat. However, the Hellcat is not about acceleration off the line. It is about top speed. It is one of the only vehicles that are legally allowed to be on the road that does not have a governor limiting its maximum performance. Most Ford trucks top out at between 110 and 130 miles an hour because of the limiter, the restrictor on its top speed. A lot of cars that are not sports cars top out at 105 or 110 because of the limiter on the motor. The sports cars sometimes make it to about 155, 165 miles an hour because of the limiter. The um, it's not a Hellcat, but it's the SRTs that the police officers use that are 155 miles an hour top speed, not the Hellcat 216 miles an hour top speed, but they have the all-wheel drive, which is 60/40 front wheel, for more control and stability, which is why when a Hellcat is zooming up the road, you don't see a bunch of police officers doing 216 miles an hour chasing them. They have the helicopter following them and the police officers doing 150 coasting behind him till he crashes because very few people can maintain control of a vehicle at 216 miles an hour. So to answer your question, Lincoln, they don't really have Lincoln Town cars out here right now. They have Lincoln Navigators for $121,000 and the SUV Corsivore for 39 to $54,000 for a Grand Touring, and a Nautilus for $53,000, $65,000 for the Black Label, which might reach as much as $79,000, and then a Lincoln Aviator, which is $80,000. These are all SUVs and not actual cars. Lincoln hasn't put out a car for a while, but Lincoln is considered a luxury model vehicle equivalent to um, the Escalade.
So when what's the dealership's reasoning behind this proposed new law? Like, what are they saying? Like, why the consumer shouldn't be able to, make those sorts of repairs and maintenance themselves? Like, yeah,
So what bullshit reason did they give the society to
to
block
just
people from fixing their own stuff?
yeah, how do they justify it?
Safety and security. Safety
Go
and
on.
security. That's the bullshit they tried to feed us.
And
Safety, they're claiming that manufacturers are going to fix the cars better and more efficiently than third-party mom and pop shops. Then security, having a closed network system is less likely to get hacked than an open source system. Excluding the fact that Tesla, being a closed system, has gotten hacked plenty of times and careened certain vehicles off the road where a right turn turned into a left turn and people died. They don't talk about that part, but and that was with their autopilot system. Um, but their claim is that it makes the cars safer and the maintenance is more guaranteed if the dealership does it. But price wise, they're really just taking advantage of the ability to get the repair cost from the customer after the customer owns the car. Then they're also going to tack on stuff that used to be standard issue, like the navigation system, the OnStar, the um, autopilot features. You got certain cars on the road right now that are sports cars that have extra horsepower unlocked if you pay a premium for it. They're going to be leasing you a subscriptional service for certain amenities in the vehicles that used to come standard, where you no longer own the car. You're basically just renting the possession of the vehicle because all of the money you got to pay to the dealership directly after you get it to keep it in the condition that it was when you got it is going to make it more effective and more efficient for you to lease that motherfucker than it would be to own it. Because if the dealership is going to charge you all this extra money to repair, and I'm more than positive that when you lease a vehicle, you don't pay for repairs. You just pay to keep it and bring it back to them and let them fix it, and then you give it back to them after 2 years. And under that dynamic, with the way they're changing up the laws, it's like, well, fuck, to either lease it or buy something before 2025.
don't you think there will be like a black market for this sort of thing, moving forward? Like,
Eventually, but wherever dealerships, well, not just dealerships, wherever technology comes out for good, it is used for evil, and whenever technology comes out for evil, it is used for good. So the dealership is going to at first have priority control over the market the first few years that they're putting out dealership restricted parts, but it always happens where it ends up being sold aftermarket, and then somebody finds a way to hack into it. Now, what's going to happen is that a black market service done on your car voids the warranty on your car. So yeah, you can find a way to bypass the dealership's ability to allow your car to function. But if your car breaks, it will not be covered by the dealership. So you take that risk to give the dealership the middle finger and say, "Nah, I'm going to do it with somebody else."
Right. I guess if you had a warranty, you would take it to them anyway, because it's not going to cost you anything.
Well, yeah, you would take it to them, but the issue is when you're buying certified pre-owned, um, you're not necessarily doing the certified pre-owned with the dealership that the car was manufactured by. You can get a certified pre-owned vehicle from a used car dealership. That is not the dealership that made the car. And the dealership that made the car will void the repairs on the vehicle if it's not done through the dealership. So now the person who sold you the car has to fix that dealership exclusive. So say for example, you buy a Ford from a third party company that sells certified pre-owned vehicles. Ford has dealership exclusive parts on the vehicle. The third party company bypasses the system and does certain repairs on the car. Now Ford don't want to mess with it. You have something that needs to be fixed. Ford determines that there's parts on the car that didn't come with the car when the car was built. They tell you, no, we're not going to fix the car for you. Now you got to get another car. Or if they tell you, well, yeah, we'll fix it, but because this is aftermarket, we're going to have to give you a whole new system. Not true. You just need to put a few codes in there just to make the shit work, but you're going to make it seem like we got to revamp the whole system. And now I'm going to charge you $5,000 or $10,000 to reprogram the computer because you got a bunch of unauthorized parts in your vehicle that's making your vehicle not run. They can overcharge you at Ford because you bought it from a third party mom and pop shop that bypassed the system so that they can recalibrate your system and get your system back on track. That's the downside.
Gotcha. And I just feel like like you said, eventually there'll be a way around it.
If the law goes the way it's supposed to go, well, not the way it's supposed to go, the way I think it's going to go, um, they're going to make it mandatory after a certain number of years that the car is out that they release this information to the general public. They might put somewhat of a restriction on the first 3 to 5 years after the car comes out because that's during the time that it's going to be under the warranty of the original dealership. So they may make that change, but I don't believe that they're going to pass the type of law that makes it impossible for anyone other than the original dealership to have rights to repair the car because that actually turns it into somewhat of a monopoly. It should. And then the other thing is that people who work for the dealership do not always have the same experience in mechanics as the mom and pop shops because a lot of the mom and pop shops are people who retired from the dealership and opened their own business. So they have the same skill set, if not better, than a new guy that just started working with Dodge, Ford, and Chevy. So they can't claim that the dealership itself has better quality technicians than the guy down the road that's been doing this for 25 years. Um, but there will be a surplus. I believe that if they're going to lease access to their network to those third party dealerships, that premium that's going to cost the dealership is going to be offset to you. So even if they do have a workaround where they say, well, yeah, I'll sell my dealership exclusive technology to you as a proprietary lease of the service, but you're going to have to pay me X number of dollars a month to use this particular device on all of your vehicles that come from my company. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to look at that price and say, well, we're going to have to divide this to a per maintenance fee so that every time we use this, whenever we use this, it pays for itself. If I have to pay $50,000 to get all the codes that the dealership has, now I might be charging an extra $200 per car to fix the car so that I can have the reimbursement over the course of the time that I have this device. Now, that's just one dealership. What if I've got to pay that type of price for every dealership that I'm going to be using in my system? What if I got to pay $100,000 for a OBD2 reader that has all of the most updated codes for it? What if I now have to pay $10,000 a month for a subscription to all of the dealerships combined so that I can have the updated codes like virus software subscription? The whatever workaround they have where the dealership gets paid just for the third party mechanic to borrow the equipment to get the job done. The dealership's getting a cut like a loan shark out of the mom and pop shops that could have otherwise fixed the car themselves.
Yeah, I see your point. I feel like those codes will be online, or there'll be a Chinese version that you can buy.
Mhm.
There'll
Well,
be
you're
good.
going to see a 20% increase on repairs, and that 20% increase is going to be the cut that goes to the dealership.
And why do you think all of a sudden they're doing this?
Oh, it's not all of a sudden. It's been over the course of years, but Donald Trump just talked about it. The legislation has been out there for a while, and Donald Trump just talked about it a couple weeks ago, and it made it public view discussion. And now we need to start talking about what are we going to do about this? Because if it passed, we have less access with newer cars with aftermarket mechanics. If it doesn't pass, we might have inflated prices with aftermarket mechanics. Either way, because right now, without the law passed, the dealerships can make it more difficult for the aftermarket mechanic to fix dealership exclusive technology because the sensors have codes that you got to get authorization from the dealership. And as soon as the mechanic figures that out, they're going to call the dealership. Dealership says, "Yeah, I'll give you that code, $250." Now, the dealership selling the code to the mechanic. Now the mechanic tells you, "All right, well, we had to go to the dealership. We had to pay $300 in order to get that code. So now you got to pay $300 extra dollars to get whatever you had to get fixed on your car because it needed a code from the dealership." That's what's happening right now on certain vehicles. It's just going to get worse as time goes on.
Right. And I think somebody at the dealership, someone who's disgruntled, perhaps is going to post all them damn codes online for free. Um,
Right. But what that's going to do is that those codes are going to be limited, and then the dealership's parts are going to end up with a different code.
and you were talking about that, like if Ford or Chevy or whatever comes out with new technology, a new part that they can patent, then I mean I can appreciate that, but that patent should
So
only
that's what they're
last.
doing right now. They're patenting all of the mechanics, all of the electronic equipment that has to run a source code to the main computer of the car is all being patented so that it is identified under the law as intellectual property. And as a result, they are trying to have a law passed to prevent non-dealership mechanics from having access to that intellectual property, which would then prohibit those mechanics from using the intellectual property to repair cars unless they pay the extra cost for licensing fees or patent fees to borrow the patent. That's the
and, and,
legal talk about it.
and that makes perfect sense. What I would say is that if they are creating a new product, then they deserve a patent for it, but that patent should expire. Like what you were saying,
That's what the law is saying right now. The law is currently saying that the patent's lifespan expires and then it must become public knowledge after a certain number of years of the car being on the road. But the
okay.
automakers are trying to pass the bill to prohibit that, to change that, to make that patent permanent, where you must get
Oh.
authorization from the dealership only for the life of the car. That's what's being changed right now. Right now, you have a car that came out in 2026. You can't get information on that car because of the patent because the car just came out. You think, average consumers think it's because the car is new. No, it's because there's a patent on the car right now. There's a patent on the parts of the car right now. And when that patent expires, it becomes public knowledge. And then the aftermarket manufacturers can make replacement parts. Aftermarket manufacturers can make custom parts. And then the aftermarket mechanics can fix those vehicles. Typically, 3 to 5 years after the car comes out, which is typically after the original manufacturer warranty runs out on the first owner of the car, the replacement parts start coming out. But what the automakers are trying to do is change the law to prevent them ever having a access to the equipment.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you clarified that. I didn't know that. I mean, and I wonder if this is somehow related to like how how Trump's trying to get all these car manufacturers back into the United States.
Yeah.
I wonder if this was like part of the agreement. Yeah, yeah, we'll come back, but here's what we want. These,
No,
the tariff.
they're two separate things.
Okay, okay. I didn't.
So I think in this particular situation, and I'm not for or against Donald Trump. I think what just happened was Donald Trump snitched on everybody um, in a public discussion. He just ratted out what was going on behind the scenes because he didn't say that he was going to do it or that he wasn't going to do it. He said they're talking to me about creating a law to prevent you from fixing your own cars. Now think about it. What y'all gonna do about it? That's what he just did. But when he was bringing manufacturing back to America, we outsource too much stuff and we have become codependent on other countries. And our political authority over the rest of the free world, over the rest of the geopolitical trades, is limited by their control over our access to the stuff that we've become codependent to. So Donald Trump says, well, if we fix it ourselves, we don't need you. You still need us because we're the most wasteful country in the world. We're the richest country in the world because you can make yourself a billionaire if you come here because everybody wastes money here. Everybody, the majority of trades from every country around the world happens in America because America spends more money than every other country in the world. And the only other country that spends money the way America spends money is China. That's why China's number two. Not because they're less developed, not because they're actually more efficient than we are. They spend less money than we do. So they're the number two economy. Not because we do it better, because we're $30 trillion in debt. We probably got more debt than more countries around the world. But and we're more than that now after the war, more than $30 trillion in debt right now after the war. But the fact is that we are the general population is willing to spend more money. Now, Donald Trump pulled dependency on other countries back. It will create more jobs because you'll be making more stuff here. Drilling oil here will create more jobs because you'll be doing more work here. But you are not dependent on somebody else. So instead of me having to spend 5 weeks to wait for somebody to ship something made in Taiwan, made in Japan, made in China, made in Hong Kong, so that I can stick it into my Ford F-150, so I can stick it into my Ford Mustang, so that I can add that EcoBoost to my Dodge Charger, so that I can modify the used to be piss poor gas mileage of the Hummer. Now it's got decent gas mileage because of the EcoBoost electronic equipment from Asia. That's why vehicles are more fuel efficient in America because of the fuel efficient technology from Asia, from semiconductors in Asia that are allowing the programming in America to be more efficient. That stuff still getting shipped over doesn't change the dynamic that the cars are being outsourced somewhere else to be built. So it's built overseas and assembled in America, talking about made in the USA. It's a misconception. We do not have a 100% built in America, but probably I want to say the Hellcat's probably the only one. The that particular like Dodge car is probably the only one that's like fully made. And I can't say fully made. The engine's fully made in America, but there might be some like power windows or some other switch or something like that that might have came from because the semiconductors and the sensors might have came from overseas, but outside of the little computer chips, like the whole design was built in America for Dodge. But most of the other manufacturers that are American founded vehicles are still primarily developed from overseas, and that's why the prices of all the vehicles went up because of the tariffs.
Yeah, I know those chips are really really important moving forward, and they say they come from Taiwan. A lot of them.
Yeah. Well, the Taiwan is over there in Asia. Taiwan is south of China.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you said Asia, I agree. But I think that that's one of the reasons why we're so involved in Taiwan. Like why we consider them an ally, is if they join China wholeheartedly, we're
Well,
gonna
we're
be
getting a lot of stuff from China too.
a lot of their manufacturing.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of the manufacturing from China. We have okay, so China, Japan, and Taiwan, Beijing, did a I think it was a 12 or 24-month treaty with the United States last year after the tariffs when they brought the tariffs against China down from I think it was as high as like 150 or 200% all the way down to the 35% that it is, 25 to 35% that it is right now. They did a 1 or 2 year contract with all of those countries over there and America with political trade. So we're all technically considered partners and allies right now, which is why China is not directly supporting Iran in the conflict with the United States, but China is not actually helping the United States stop Iran because they're a neutral party because they don't want to mess up their money with the U.S. But I mean, Iran kind of needs to stop bullying people with the straight. But they're getting it through the land, so they're still paying Iran money to get resources from Iran. They're just not getting it from the waterfront. They're doing trains to China from Iran.
I heard that Iran's economy is actually increased, and I don't know if that's true though.
You would think that their economy should increase by a lot since they were able to bill people to sail past their country. It was billions of dollars, millions of dollars per ship to pass by Iran through the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh yeah, I heard 2 million per ship.
Yeah, it was a lot. And they're still selling the oil at an inflated price. It was so they charge the ships to sail through, but they're still selling the oil at a high price too. So yeah, the economy is increasing because of all of that.
And you think that okay, yeah, so the United States, our GDP is higher than China's, right?
Hmm. Yes.
And so do you think that we are more advanced than China?
No, I think that we're just more wasteful than China.
Right, right. We spend more money. The corporations make
Yes.
money, and the people here spend money because we have to
Yes.
buy things from China and import them.
But the GDP is how much money is profited by the government, and the money profited by the government is from the people spending the money.
And GDP is more like it includes like what corporate the amount of money corporations make.
But yeah, the corporations, the big business, the local government is profiting from money earned from the people spending. We don't do as much outsourcing of our products as other countries.
When you say outsourcing, what do you mean? Like buying stuff from other countries, or you mean
Oh no, let
exporting
me
or
let me rephrase that. Not outsourcing, exporting. We don't do as much
exporting?
exporting
Right,
because Americans
right.
are wasteful. So the GDP is only as high as it is. Inflation only can occur because Americans are willing to waste money on ridiculous stuff, like the Swatch. It's a collaboration between two parties, and people are willing to spend 200 something dollars on a fucking quartz watch because it's a limited edition. They were willing to spend $900 on Donald Trump's Confederate flag golden shoes, where those shoes were just as good as $45 pair of shoes from Walmart. They're willing to spend $600 on some Jordans. They're willing to spend $25,000 on prom. They're not willing to get their financial lives together. That's the reason why America has a very high GDP and has a very high inflation, and people are willing to pay the extra money for the convenience of being able to do what other people with less money can't do. And a lot of the times that the people who are doing this are poor people, not the wealthy people. The wealthy people will not waste money on stuff that makes no sense. But the middle class and the lower class or the upper lower class individuals, the 50 to $75,000 a year income class, will spend more money to look rich and pay the inflated cost to look like a boss so that they can impress people around them. And then the people who can't afford to waste money like that will envy them because they wish they had enough money to buy those things. So that's the reason why our GDP is the way it is.
Who's more wasteful, our government or our citizens?
Our citizens, because our government can't waste money if the citizens don't give the government money.
And like, well, this okay. So like, what about let's say that I said that our government was more wasteful because they spend trillions of dollars on dumb wars.
Wait, where did he get it from?
Congress.
No, they didn't get
Well,
trillions of dollars from Congress.
well, I mean,
Where did they
Congress
get
had.
the Where did they get the trillions of dollars from?
Oh, okay, yeah, the American taxpayer, and then Congress
Okay,
agreed.
so
Congress agreed to.
taxpayers are paying trillions of dollars to the American government
Right.
from 8.76% sales tax, property tax, uh, gun tax, divorce tax, income tax, ownership tax on houses, ownership tax on cars, tax, right? Now, if less than 10% of your income is taxed and trillions of dollars is going to the US government from tax, you are spending as a people hundreds of trillions of dollars in order for that money to be there. So who's more
That's
wasteful? They're misappropriating what they got from us, but we're more wasteful.
well, and if it all came from us, I feel like we wouldn't be $37 trillion in debt.
Oh no, we're $37 trillion in debt because they're selling the debt for a profit.
You mean
That's a business strategy. $30 trillion in debt, treasury bond.
how do they profit off of us being in debt?
I don't need money to make purchases. I'll sell my debt to that guy over there. He's going to pay my debt. The other guy wants in on it too. He's going to pay the first guy the interest off of buying my debt. And now I got two guys on my debt. There's an extra $1 trillion worth of debt just for the interest on treasury bonds, but they're selling the debt to everybody else. So now the American government can buy whatever the fuck they want. They have a blank check for that war with Iran because the extra debt gets sold to somebody else as a treasury bond.
And that somebody else is a for-profit corporation.
China, usually, but yeah, for profit corporations, in small time investors, anybody who buys a treasury bond, they're buying the US debt. They're buying into the 30 something trillion dollars worth of debt.
Right. And so like I don't so it seems like the US government in the long run loses money. I thought you were saying they profit off of this. I still don't like if they're selling these bonds and they're
Okay,
paying
so
paying the
the
interest.
the ideology of government and the people in government are two different factors of the same title.
Go
The
on.
So president of the United States retires $475,000 a year for life. A couple people in Congress get 250 to $300,000 a year for retirement for life. These guys are making a quarter million and a $500,000 a year every year to argue and do press conferences. And you got about 502 people getting paid to be in our top half of our government, making and breaking the rules. Okay. Now, they can get whatever it is that they want to get for whatever it is they want to get it for, because all they have to do is sell the debt to somebody else. So, you want a tank that flies? Build it. $300 billion wall? Build it. Taxpayers, treasury bond, they're going to pay that debt. Donald Trump's construction company gets paid for building the multi-billion-dollar wall. I made money. Um, any of the Congress people that have businesses that they're affiliated with that are involved in the military development, I made money. Um, what was it? Pentier, I think it was, who replaced the other company that's got the military contract for the AI equipment in the war $200 million contract. I'm
Palantir.
making money. So the American government, the people, are profiting from being able to write a check to go blow some shit up in Iran, where they're going to sell the debt to the investors in American people, big business, and other countries that'll buy into that debt.
Okay, in the form of a bond, right?
Yeah, they're selling the
Okay,
debt to people in the form of a bond, but I profited from making that product and selling it to the military.
but with a bond, they have to pay me interest.
No, I don't have to pay you nothing.
The government pays interest on these bonds.
No, the government doesn't pay the interest on the bond. The investors that invest into the bond is going to have extra money going to the other investors on the bond.
I I thought there was like fixed percentages for these bonds. They, you know, they
Actually, there's like 4 or 4.1% interest on investment, where the quantity of money that you're entitled to when the bond matures, you get that. But okay, imagine a treasury bond as Social Security. Does the government really give you money for Social Security?
does the government give you money for? Well, I would think that it's the money we paid for.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you about the treasury bond. The people that bought the debt are putting the money on the table for the people who are going to get reimbursed for their when they bought the debt 20 years ago. So just like Social Security, the people in the 40s that put their money on the table for the people who are getting Social Security disability, we're putting money on the table now for them. 60, 70, 80 years old, they were only supposed to have 15 years worth of benefits. They're still getting benefits. We're paying for their retirement. They put into the pot 40 years ago. We're putting in the pot for them right now. When we retire, our grandchildren will be putting it into the pot for us. The government ain't paying for that. The government has $0 to start with. So the government gets from its people. The government writes a check that they ask can't cash and then sells the debt to somebody else. Other people recognize I can turn a profit. It's tax exempt. That's an extra profit. So I'm going to give you money to pay your debt. You just give me back the interest in return. But if you're going to get the interest in return from selling more debt to somebody else, are you really giving me anything? No. The collective of investors are paying each other back. But we have an extra $1 trillion worth of interest debt on top of the 30 something trillion dollars worth of debt that we have. But it's a zero sum game for the government because they can buy whatever they want to buy and they're not having to give anything to anybody. In worst case scenario, what do you think they're going to do? Raise taxes.
Right, right, or just run up a higher debt.
Well, they instead of running up a higher debt,
Uh-huh.
what they've been doing recently is they're just giving poor people more money because poor people are the most wasteful people in this country.
Which doesn't that bring higher debt?
Huh?
What by giving poor people more money, that seems like it would put us in more in debt.
No, it doesn't. Think about this. Um, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. The government doesn't have to waste resources on giving you back tax refunds. You're going to spend the money either way, but I don't have to spend the millions of dollars that or billions of dollars that it used to cost us to give you your money back because you couldn't afford to give it to me in the first place. So I'm just not going to take it from you, but you're going to spend it sales tax. It's coming to me anyway.
Okay, yeah, I see your point. I see your point.
Big business is not just the only thing running the country. The richest people in the world run the country. Donald Trump's a billionaire. Most of the people in Congress are multimillionaires. So,
Right.
and multimillionaires owns most of the companies that we buy everything from. So instead of pissing everybody off and raising taxes, let's just let the poor people waste their own money on bullshit that they don't need. And we're going to get the money anyway, because when they buy something, it goes to the company that they bought it from, and that company, we own it. So it's going to go to us anyway. But we look good on paper because we're not taking it from them. They're voluntarily giving it to us now.
When you say the company we own them, like how does the government own like Walmart?
Okay, so the owner of Walmart is going to be part of the lobbyists that are going to be asking for and demanding in X, Y, and Z when we start talking about the tax laws that just got changed for big business. The taxation that got capped off, the caps got lowered from like almost 20 or 30%. Well, almost 30%. It was like 23 to 30%. It got capped at like 18 to 20%. You had high earner investors that got capped at 10%. You had um, looser caps for donations towards charities from 5% to 10%. You had all of these things that changed on a grander scale for people who've got multiple millions of dollars. It doesn't benefit the average individual unless you're investing the way the laws are benefiting you now. When you think about Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Calvin Klein, Walmart, Target, somebody owns that, okay? And they are going to spend money on a more grander scale in other places. Hotels, somebody owns that. They are going to spend money in other hotels in grander places. The money is going from the bottom up instead of from the top down. So the more poor people spend money, the more money goes into the pockets of the rich, because the money goes into the business that is owned by the wealthy. And when the wealthy gets their commission, their shares, their compensation for the success of the business, the wealthy gets the money that the poor people spend. Like take on a short note, take an actor. They have a back end deal with the contract for a movie that they make where they get paid royalties for every time the movie is played. Now, every time you're willing to buy that movie on Netflix, every time you're willing to buy that movie on YouTube, every time you're willing to watch that movie on a TV channel where you're paying cable company to put this on your TV, that movie star gets a check for royalties for however many millions of people that are still watching that movie 5, 10, 15 years after the movie came out. If nobody watched the movie, they wouldn't get paid. But because people still watch the movie, they get royalties after the movie got made. So it was put into the movies, then it was sold in VHS and DVDs when we had Blu-ray and everything like that. Now it's downloadable everywhere else in modern times. So they get royalties after the creation of the product because people are still paying money some kind of way, whether it's by data usage to watch it for free and watch ads where advertisement profits is still royalties, or buying a product, or renting the access to watch the movie exclusively. All of these different ways is how the that person gets paid for the product after the product got put out. It's the same thing with big business with sales. Merchandise is going to go into the store where the store has a contract with the manufacturer to get a cut of the product being sold in the store. That store collects profits off of products being sold in the store. The owner of that store gets profits. So in order for the store to make more money, you give the poor people more money to spend. So instead of taking the money out of their pocket and then having to spend extra money giving it back to them because they're too poor for you to take the money from them in the first place, don't take the money from them, let them waste it, and they will give it to us. That's the dynamic.
Yeah, but I feel like people who go to Walmart, let's just make up a number, 9 times out of 10, aren't wasting money. They're buying what they need, and they're buying it for the cheapest price they can find, and they can't afford to buy it from a mom and pop per se because it's more expensive. So they're
Well,
going
I mean, I
to
understand that, but the average individual. So I throw up prom on a regular basis. This year was the first year in my lifetime, and I'm 41, that I have ever seen anyone spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on prom outfits, Bentleys, Rolls Royces, private jets, and wads of cash to show off as an intro to prom. Most of the time, we will put on our church suit or any whatever nice outfit that we had, if we went and bought something, it wouldn't be more than $500, might be $1,000 if you had it like that. Sometimes it's $100 to $200, and we would get dropped off. If we got a limo, you had like 5 or 7 people that put in on a limo for 2 or 3 hours. But that was like the most lavish thing, was for a group of like 8 people to group on a limo to get a ride to the prom. Most of us just got dropped off. I drove myself to all 4 of my proms, but it's a principle of fact that they were able to do that this year because of the gap difference between the tax laws, because all of the non-taxable income this fiscal year that was taxable income the last fiscal year became a tax return. So they were able to waste more money instead of putting it in better places. And that type of decision making skills, when you get a little extra money, you go buy you a new car. You get your little extra money, you go and buy you a new house. You get your little extra money, you go buy you some name brand clothes. Those types of decisions goes above and beyond basic groceries. So, when I talk about how Walmart makes money off of people shopping at Walmart, you think, well, that's necessities, but the mall is not necessities. The mall is not necessities, and people shop at the mall. So when people shop at the mall, they're going to the mall to get name brand quality and stuff to that effect, and they find themselves in a position where they just don't get uh better quality. They're just spending more money. Does that make sense? Uh-oh, hold on. I don't have your sound. Are you here? Maybe check your mute button. Okay, I'm hearing me, but I'm not hearing you. It says that your mic is on. You've got full volume. What else? I'm trying to see, Sterling, you're here. I'm just trying to see what's going on with your sound. Maybe, do you have headphones connected to your device? Can you check and see if you're Bluetooth to something else? Because sometimes, because I Bluetooth my cell phone to my car, I might still be connected to my car inside of my house. Okay, he's trying to get that together. He's trying to get that together. Y'all make sure that y'all like and subscribe. I know my man asked me, he said, bro, it's 4 a.m. Why you still here? I'm like, because we talking. There you are. I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, that was weird. Like I wasn't even on the screen earlier.
Oh, you were here. You were here. I couldn't hear you. I put you on the screen, but your mic was on. So what happened? I think you lost connection somewhere, and then it got weird, and I tried to put you back in. But what were you trying to say?
Well, I feel like we demonize people for having a one night out on the town, but then we let the Walton family get away with paying wages, slave
Well, I
wages.
don't agree with slave wages. I don't agree with unnecessarily wasting your money all the time, but I don't believe that in my personal opinion, I don't believe that I demonize. I might feel like it's demonizing because of the way I talk about it with no remorse, because there are certain decisions that are just fiscally irresponsible, and it has long-term catastrophic failure on your personal goals, your long-term personal goals. But I don't know. I can't say that just because I believe that you shouldn't spend $15,000 on prom, that it's okay for you to get paid $10 an hour, or half of minimum wage to be a server. I believe that every company that is paying their server half of minimum wage just because those servers get tips should be paying their servers minimum wage and let their servers get tips. I don't agree with slave wage, but I also recognize that broke mentality, no matter how much money you pay them, inflation is going to forever be 20, 30, 40% more than what you can afford, because the more money people make, the more they spend on things they don't need. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. But again, like if you to me, if you compare that to what the Walton family's doing, it's not even close. Like I feel like people should have money to blow. People should, especially if you work 40 hours a week, you should be able to go out and have a good time and blow some money on Jordans or whatever. But we're busy
But
telling
why are
people,
you doing that with what you have left over? The average American lives off of almost 98% of their income.
what was the question? I'm sorry. Why would you say why would you do that?
Why do people even want to do that when the average American lives off of 98% of their income?
Because the corporations have put us in that capitalistic society where they make us want those items, you know.
Mhm.
And when
But it's
you're
an
down,
impulse buy.
yeah, well, when you're down and out, and everything's bad. You buy some shit you don't need to make you feel better. Like I get it.
Yes,
I get
that's
I
true.
get that.
But that's my point. If we put more effort into building the financial freedom that we need, then we would have more money to charge it to the Underhills and keep up with the Joneses, because we would have the surplus. We don't have the surplus. We live check to check. We get an extra $500 bonus and we blow that $500 bonus. We live check to check. We get a $2,500 Christmas bonus. We blow the whole $2,500 Christmas bonus. We live check to check, and then we get a $10,000 tax refund, and then we go buy a new car that we had to finance. And now we have an extra car note because we owned a car. We traded the car that we owned it in so that we can now take on a car note for a newer car instead of just putting that $10,000 towards fixing the old car so that we won't have a car note, but the car still runs. We have lifestyle creep from poor decision making skills. And that's the reason why we don't have a surplus of capital to be able to blow money. And that's why on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, I talk to everybody about the ways that we could go about building extra money so that we have the money to blow, which is, instead of dealing with short-term gratification, it's long-term satisfaction. Yeah, it might take you 10 or 20 years to follow the methods that I give you guys, but in 20 to 20 years, you'd have $1 million or $2 million living off of $120,000, $150,000 a year. After taxes, you got $100,000 a year that you can blow. If you're living on a $25,000 or $30,000 standard of living, and you in 20 years are making $120,000, you can lifestyle creep your way up to a $60,000 a year standard of living and still have $20,000 a year to travel the world and $20,000 a year to boost your brokerage account so that you don't got to worry about needing money no more. True retirement. Then you can buy name brand clothes. You can buy cars cash up front. You can pay for a vacation in a different country every week for a whole year. But right now, while you moved out of your parents' house, you're living on your own, you're check to check, you got a shit ton of debt, you're leveraging your credit cards to offset expenses that your paycheck couldn't cover. An emergency is non-existent in your train of thought because you don't have $1,000 in your savings account to cover having to drive across town and pick up your friend from work because his car broke down. You living from one, I can't believe I just survived that fuck up, to the next fuck up that you couldn't even plan for, because we're living life from day to day instead of living life for the future. And when shit gets hard, we either call a friend, we ask our partner in our relationship, or we call a family member and say, hey, can I borrow money, when we can't borrow money from Am Scott and TD Ameritrade and all of these other cash advance and payday loan places that make billions of dollars off of us, because we got to get a short-term capital loan so that we can pay for something that we bought or spent money on that was above our income level. And now we don't have enough money to take care of our responsibilities. And we live in a cycle of debt. And then we blame big business. Big business is not the reason why we're poor. Our bad decision making skills after we cash our paycheck is the reason why we're poor. No, we don't make enough money for living wage, but we also don't live well enough because not one person that is below $100,000 a year is living off of 30% of their income. So you don't have enough money to blow because you don't live off of 30% of your income. If you reduce your basic cost of living in life from 68% of your income is going on your rent or your mortgage. But statistics show 38 to 41% should be your total debt, which means your mortgage should be inside of that 41%. So if your income was $2,000 a month, your entire standard of living should be less than $1,000 a month. If that was the case, you would have $500 a month to blow because you would have no responsibilities. The average person has rent of $1,500 to $2,500 a month. Their check might be $3,000 a month, and that's just the rent. Now they've got the car note, the car insurance, the phone bill, lights, gas, water, Netflix, YouTube, Disney Plus, gym membership, dating, and now you're spending $4,500 a month, but you're making $3,000 a month, and your base standard of living hits you when you start buying groceries right around $2,500 to $3,000 a month. So you're paycheck to paycheck before you start wasting money on the luxuries in life that you feel like you deserve. Because as soon as you got that raise, as soon as you got that promotion, and you bumped from 36,000 to 45,000, you went from an apartment in the hood to an apartment in the suburbs. When you got that bump from 55,000 to 65,000, you went from an apartment to an HOA. When you got bumped from 65,000 to 72,000, you went from a used car that was 35 years old to a car that's 10 years old. And now you're making notes on that. That's the reason why we're always broke. That's not because of what Walt's doing to us. It's because every time we get a little extra money, we spend it on something else. And not always is it just a bad impulse buy. It is just lifestyle creep. I get takeout now because I can afford it. Now takeout becomes my new norm, but my food bill goes up $300. I start doing steak and lobster now because I can afford it, but that becomes my new norm. My food bill goes up $400. I do name brand clothes now because that's my new norm. Now I can't afford to do other things because lifestyle creep has become my new norm. My 30-year-old car is a 30-year-old car, but if I get a 10-year-old luxury car, that becomes my new norm. Now that that's my new norm, the maintenance of that new norm costs way more than the maintenance of my 30-year-old car. That lifestyle creep is why life sucks. Not because of what Walt is doing with the money, not because restaurants are charging servers half of minimum wage, not because the Rockefellers put certain prices on Coca-Cola or whatever. It's because when we get money, we waste it. So think about how you got cash only entities, escorts, strippers, exotic dancers. I'm just going to go off of this right now. These women can make 70, 80, 100, $200,000 a year. A lot of them living in hotels. A lot of them don't even have an apartment that they're renting. A lot of them don't own their own car. They're getting rides from all their sugar daddies that they make money off of, because as soon as they get that fast cash, they spend it. Some of the OnlyFans girls is out there making $54,000 in a week. Don't have a stable standard of income where they can say, I can devalue myself for 12 months and live like a millionaire for the rest of my life. They're going to do it for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And every time they get money, they spend it. So what do they got to do? Because they spent the principal, I got to go back out there and make another dirty video so I can make some more money. Because the broke mentality is, as I get it, I must spend it to live the lifestyle that I desire. That's why people are broke.
Yeah, and it's funny that does the Walton family, when they get money, they don't just automatically spend it? I guess you're going to say
not like we do.
They're more fiscally conservative. But yet, who has more toys, them or us? The difference is,
well, who has more money to get more toys?
That's the point. That's exactly the point. The point isn't that we're more wasteful with the money. They got way more waste than we do. The difference is They got money to blow, and we don't.
They
Meanwhile,
started with more money to blow. Somebody 50 years ago started building wealth for their family, and generationally, that money grew to where they've got more money than they can spend. Donald Trump is a $4 billion man. If he wants to buy a $5 million pair of shoes, he can buy a pair of shoes that cost more money than my entire life's value.
right,
But
and
that's a drop in a bucket for him. But
right.
he inherited $5 million from his daddy. I didn't inherit $5 million from my daddy. So he's able to flip that $5 million to $4 billion, and now he can live a lifestyle that I'll never get to see.
Uh-huh.
But I can make myself a millionaire inside of 20 years. So from now until I'm 65, I can turn myself into a multimillionaire and spend the last 25 years of my life living a kind of lifestyle that MC Hammer has.
I hadn't heard of
And
MC. I hadn't heard.
MC Hammer is a $5 million man right now, $5.5 million.
I didn't know that. I hadn't heard the name
Since
MC
the
Hammer.
90s. When he lost, he was $53 million in 92. He's been $5.5 million since IRS took all his stuff. And ironically, they only took all of his stuff for $800,000 worth of back taxes.
Yeah, it's just that the difference is like the Walton family, the way they made their money, the way the way, like you said, like you make it sound like they just rolled their sleeves up and went to work and they worked hard and
They could
make,
have made it off of blood diamonds. They could have made it off of human trafficking. They could have made it off of all kind of stuff. What matters is that they've got the money to spend. We can make it legitimately off of taking our extra money and investing it in places where our money makes more money for us so that we can no longer have to struggle. But we choose not to. We choose to impulse buy and live life to the fullest, YOLO, and a fear of missing out so that we can keep up with the Joneses and charge it to the Underhills with the little bit of change that we have left over, but we're always spending the principal. The one difference that the wealthy does that the poor doesn't is the wealthy doesn't spend the principal. The poor spends the principal. So the poor have to go back out and get a new principal. The wealthy just have to wait for another installment. If you got $1 million that's paying you $100,000 a year, you just got to wait for the $100,000 to drop. If you have $100,000 and you spend it, you got to go back out and earn another $100,000. That's the fundamental difference between the two positions. So if I'm a $5 million man and I'm getting $500,000 a year, I can buy a $100,000 supercar every fucking year. But if I've got $500,000 and I live in California, that might cover me a year and a half worth of living in California.
I see your point. I do see your point, but I think they have sort of the same point. The reason why they have so much money is because they have so much money. They can't spend all that money. They can't, and also it's rigged against us because they get to make all these billions of dollars worth of profit every year, but meanwhile they pay their workers a wage to where they still qualify for food stamps. And
Well,
we're
I
blaming.
can't say that they rigged it against us, but I can say that they did have a handicap because they started with money in their pocket and we did.
Right, and then they made more money off of the American taxpayer. When I say
But we
they,
also have a problem that they had generational financial wealth taught from person to person so that they could keep that money and invest that money and expand that money, where we were not taught that. We were taught to go out and get the money to pay for the things that we want. And the more we want, the more we have to earn. But we were never taught how to make, save, and invest money so that we would have more money than what we need so that we can get the things that we need first and then decide on whether or not we get what we want when we have extra money to get what we want. We were not taught that. A lot of us weren't even taught how to make ends meet. We were taught rob Peter to pay Paul, but that's taking the same dollar and trying to pay two bills with it and hoping neither person finds out about it. And a lot of the times failing at that because that's when something gets charged off. We have an overdraft and all this other stuff. But the wealthy, legacy, education with financial knowledge, they learn and then they teach somebody else, and then that person teaches somebody else, and they continue to keep the money in the family so that they don't ever lose the money. So the next generation starts off with a silver spoon in their mouth, whereas we started off in the dumpster trying to find a silver spoon that was thrown away from the last generation, hoping that we can get a come up. And a lot of us keep ourselves in a food stamp style situation simply because it's easier to get free money from the government, which is taxpayer money, so it's not really free, as opposed to investing in ourselves so that we have more money going around so that we have more money to do for ourselves. A lot of the people in the 90s that was on Section 8 that was getting free money from the government with the child care support from WIC and all that other stuff, a few hundred to a few $1,000s per kid. And women were having 5, 10, 20 kids because the kids were a paycheck, and they didn't come out of the hood. They didn't save up enough money and invest it in certain places so that they could stop living on government funded housing. They lived second and third generation on government funded housing. They taught their kids how to get on government funded housing. They had a situation back in the 90s where almost all of the poor parents that were part of this scandal were getting their child evaluated to be considered mentally incompetent so that they could get a disability check for the kid. Now the kid as an adult can get disability compensation. They don't have to work. But in order for you to get that kind of disability compensation, you have to not have more than $2,000 worth of assets to your name. So you never save anything. You spend everything that you get so that you can keep getting the money from them. The fact is that now that you don't have to apply to live, you just have to find a lifestyle that is supported by the quantity of money they give you. Any other money you want to get, you got to get it under the table, which isn't always legal. So they'll sell drugs and all kinds of other stuff, and they make extra money on the back end. They don't file taxes, they don't report anything, but they're riding around with 24-inch and 32-inch rims with $40,000 stereo systems in 16-year-old cars while they're living on government funds because they're not making the right financial choices. So I'm still not going to say that the deliberately wealthy people are handicapping us. We are handicapping ourselves. I'm going to say that, yes, they have the opportunity to get more back off of an investment because they have more money to invest. If one person invests 90% of the money and the other person invests 10% of the money, everybody can get a return. Everybody can double their money. But if you put up $90,000 and I put up $10,000, you're going to get back $180,000 and I'm only going to get back 20. But if I only had $200 to put on this investment, I can get $400 and you can get $400,000 because you've got 100 times more than I do. But the fact of the matter is that instead of me deciding to invest the way you invest so that I can stop being broke, I took that $400 and I went and bought me some fucking Jordans. Now I'm broke.
Right. And I'm so rich, I can buy Jordans and yachts and houses and vacations and all that and still be
Right.
better. Yeah, and still, and I can.
But I should have did what you did. I should have did what Warren Buffett did. I should have did what your boy from Facebook did.
Oh,
I
take
should be
it.
investing in Southern Valley so that I can get me some assets somewhere. But instead, we're wasting money on luxury shit. Not even luxury shit. It's name brand stuff that doesn't even match the same quality as stuff that doesn't have a brand on it.
They'll end up spending what, like 10% of their money, 5% of the money, 20% of the money on that, whereas the Walton family could spend 80% of their money and still have billions.
Well, see, the irony there is that we spend 90% of our money because we have so little. They're going to spend 1% of their money because they have so much, and their 1% is way more than what we can make in 10 years. So even
Exactly.
though they're only spending 1% of their money, the fact is that they're not living at 90% of their income. They're living at 1% of their
Right,
income. We're living at
because
90% of our income.
1% of their income can buy them everything they possibly want.
But if we were to change the way we do what we do, we can build that same type of lifestyle.
You'll never be able to build the lifestyle of the Walton family. Or
No, you're not going to have multi-billion-dollar 5-generation wealth in one generation unless you hit the lottery.
Right. So
or you inherit it. But you
Right.
can build the type of wealth where you can live a reasonable lifestyle that doesn't require you to work. You can make $2 million inside of 25 years and live off of at 10% from the S&P 500, $200,000 a year. $200,000 a year gives you a reasonable middle class lifestyle. It doesn't give you a mansion on the hills that's so far away from the front gate that nobody can see your house with chauffeurs and housekeepers and all this other shit. But it does give you a house that you own, a car that you own. It's not a Bentley, it's not a Ferrari, but you own it and you don't have to work. And you have the capabilities to travel the world and still be able to off of half of the money that you get, invest the other half back into offset inflation where you're continuously getting money on a regular basis. You have the capabilities to build that. We just choose not to. 20 years is a long time in the mentality of somebody that's broke as fuck. But 20 years is what it would take to go from living in poverty to living in wealth and changing your mindset and changing every financial decision that you make and then investing in your future instead of living in the present. You're willing to throw 10% to the church for your afterlife, but you're not willing to throw 10% into a brokerage account for your 70s.
Right. Well, I mean, that's a
That's
good
not
point.
the Waltons fucking us over. That's us fucking ourselves over.
Well, I would say that if the Waltons are going to make billions of dollars every year, maybe a trillion, I don't even know. Like, if they're going to make billions of dollars every year, then they should be setting up their employees to have that fund that you're talking about.
Why?
Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to make billions off of the American worker, off the American
That's what
consumer.
capitalism is for. What you're
No,
asking for right now is communism.
no. Well, hold on now. No, I don't think that capitalism means that you're taking advantage of people. And if it is, then yeah,
That is
okay.
the true definition of capitalism, is
Well,
to
then,
take advantage of the deal. And taking advantage of the deal is taking advantage of the stupid, taking advantage of the weak, taking advantage of the lazy. That's what you're taking advantage of. You take advantage of somebody else's shortcomings. That's what capitalism is. You're capitalizing on the opportunity, like Edge, the ultimate opportunist. In order for you to get money off of the stock market, someone else had to fail. In order for you to get money out of Bitcoin, somebody else had to fail. It's the law of alchemy, equivalent exchange. Somebody's got to put extra on a table for you to get, like playing poker. You can't win $1 million pot if all the people at the table didn't collectively put $1 million into the pot.
right.
But for you to win $1 million, collectively, the rest of the table lost $1 million. Somebody made a mistake with their hand, and you capitalize on it. That's capitalism. Now, communism is because I won $1 million, I'm going to give everybody $10,000 because I want some money.
Wait, say that again?
Communism is the sharing of assets, regardless of how much you put into it. I got $1 million. I give everybody $10,000 just because I got money.
Would you have $1 million under communism?
Would you have $1 million under communism? That
Right.
depends on what kind of country that you're in. But I'm saying the model of communism versus the model of capitalism. Capitalism is taking advantage of the rest of the table so that I can get the $1 million out of the pot that's on the table. Communism is me sharing my wealth with everybody at the table because I got a lot of money out of the table.
Okay. Well, yeah. If those are is there any other option? I mean, what about socialism?
What about socialism? Socialism has nothing to do with the division of assets.
Well, I feel like it's
Socialism is going to be how everybody feels about it. I mean, is there like a model, a societal model that does more? Because truthfully, if you talk about equal distribution of assets, no matter how much or how little you work, you're talking about all the models in Asia where you're mandatorily required to have a job. They pay you whether you go to work or not. They can't fire you because you're going to be getting paid so much money to stay at home. They got to force you to quit. But everybody goes to work. Everybody gets money. Everybody gets resources. They have a social style model where their lines of credit and their business deals and equitable stakes in their society is based on their reputation. But when we're talking about wealth, the difference between capitalism, where I can make money off of you making a mistake, versus communism, where it doesn't matter how much effort we put into this, we all reasonably get the same amount of stuff. We share the resources. The difference between the two is that capitalism, I don't have to share. I could be the only one with stuff. But with communism, I share. That's the only difference between those two models.
Are there any billionaires in China?
Are there any billionaires in China? I don't know.
Yes. The answer is yes.
But they don't have to. Well, I don't understand. I don't understand what your point is.
Well, you're saying that under communism, for example, that you have to share all your wealth. Everybody makes the same amount.
Well, I didn't say that I said that the difference between a communist model and a capitalist model is that a capitalist model, the wealthiest of the wealthy is collect and collect and collect, and there isn't a distribution back to the lesser. and the communist models. There are communist models. The Asia is more communist than capitalist, and America is more capitalist than communist. A lot of the government funded programs is communist model programming because the taxation goes to the government, and the government distributes it to the poor. No matter how much or how little you work, the benefits that you get from the government, if you are in the financially poor class, anybody under $50,000 a year, the benefits that you get is a communist model because it is a sharing of the tax dollars that was given to the government from everybody who put taxes in. Even if you didn't put taxes in, you can get food stamps if you're poor. That's a communist model. That is the sharing of resources without having to reasonably contribute into the pot to earn those resources. That's a communist model. But capitalism is the owner of the business pays a set wage. They get the product in for a set price. They sell it for a set price. And the difference between all of that is their profit. So if the billionaire is a billionaire because they have sold billions of units of items to millions of people who bought it, the billionaire is a billionaire because he had a good plan. He capitalized on the greed and the gluttony of the general people, and he paid whoever was willing to take that amount to come and work to make the money for them. So can I say that the rich person is a bad person because they found a way to make money? The person I'm trying to get up and get another bottle of water. The person who created bottled water, I mean, fantastic idea. I buy like 8 cases a month. And I'm not the only person in America that buys a lot of water, right? So, and there's like 28, 30 bottles in each in each case. All right. So the person who's getting paid per cent for these bottles of water, fantastic idea. Multi-millionaire, right? Coca-Cola, Warren Buffett, billionaire, right? Now, does that mean that Warren Buffett should cut me and you a check just because back when Coca-Cola wasn't that important that he put his money down? Should the people who make a bunch of money off of Macintosh, now that it's a big thing, cut us a check? Because back in the day when all we thought Apple was an apple with a bite taken out of it back in the early 90s, that they give us a check when we didn't have value in that. The person who made the bottled water back when bottled water wasn't popular, should that person now cut us a check because everybody's buying bottled water now? I don't see the logic in that.
Under your logic, it's wasteful to buy all that water. And so should Macintosh cut us a check? Well, I would say they should manufacture everything in the United States so that they're not paying children in Indonesia and China to manufacture their products. So they
But it's
deserve
cheaper for them to pay the children in China to manufacture the products. That way they can make more money without charging us so much for the product. Because you know in America that there is a cap on things like cell phones for $799, even though we're willing to pay $2,000 for it. The law says it can't be sold for more than $799. In other countries, they don't have that cap. So they mandatorily can buy an iPhone 26 for $2,500. But in America, they're going to sell it to you for, if you're willing to pay the $2,500 cash up front, but a lot of times they're going to talk you into upgrading your current phone or adding it to your phone plan with a new line, and you're going to pay the taxes of $600, which is the most that they can sell you, and then put the $35 a month on an installment plan with no contract with your plan. But you're still paying $2,500 for a phone when you're legally only supposed to pay $800 at the most.
I haven't heard that $800 cap, although I'm not disputing it. I've never heard that. But then also,
there's a cap. I found that. I was like, yo, that's bullshit. Let me look that up. And then I found I was like, no shit.
Okay.
But could you argue that with a phone company? Could you start a legal action against it? No, because you're willing to pay $2,500 for the damn phone.
No, because only if they have a monopoly, only if they have so much power that they're taking advantage of the consumer, only if they have something that I need that they own the monopoly of. So,
well, see, that's the thing. They don't have to own the monopoly of. They can just advertise it to make you want to desire it to the fact that you're willing to give unnecessary quantities of money for it. Like those Donald Trump shoes I told you about, that was like $400 or $900 in a Walmart. Somebody bought it off of eBay for $9,000. Those shoes aren't worth $9,000. Probably didn't cost the man $50 to make it. But because somebody is willing to pay for it, there's no law that says that you can't sell it. You're just not supposed to demand that amount.
right, and yeah, if it's some shoes that you don't need, that's different. If it's a product that you depend on to live, then they shouldn't be able to charge you whatever they want. They should
And
be.
that's where capitalism comes from.
Is
They're
them
going to charge you whatever you're willing to pay.
exact? Well, no, not always what you're willing to pay. What you have to pay.
Well, you have a what you have to pay, which is the MSRP, manufactured recommended sales price, and then you have what you're willing to pay. That's the sticker price.
Right. Okay. So if you apply that to something like medication, Ozempic, go on. If your doctor says you need Ozempic to fight your diabetes,
Mhm.
are you gonna be able to like haggle them on the price?
Am I going to get to haggle them on the price?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's going to go through the insurance.
Okay.
And yeah, you're going to have a haggle on the price because you have the cash price versus the insurance price, and the insurance price is 3 times more than the cash price.
No, negative. The insurance price is never usually it's not going to be more on a brand name drug. And for Ozempic, even if the
No, no,
generic,
not to the consumer, to the person paying the bill. The insurance is going to pay 3 times more for the medication than what you would have paid in cash.
the insurance is paying the drug companies for the medication, is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. The insurance company, it's almost like a warranty. The insurance company is paying the drug company on your behalf 3 times more for the medication. You're going to pay a premium to your insurance versus
Exactly.
what you would pay that the drug company in cash. So is there a haggle? Yes. If you pay in cash, it's not gonna cost you as much as it would have cost your insurance company if they would have bought it for you.
Right, but you pay the insurance company.
Right. But you're paying a premium whether you use the insurance company or not.
Right, and they're making money, so let's don't act like they're losing money on any
Oh, I'm
transaction.
not saying that they're losing money, but you asked me, is there a haggle on the price? Yes, there is.
I don't understand if you don't if you
It's a price point. It's what you're going to pay for it versus what your insurance will pay for it. Because your insurance is willing to pay 3 times more for it.
so that you don't have to pay anything at the pharmacy.
Right.
Okay, well, okay, all right. Well, you might take that option, you know.
But the insurance was going to get way more money out of you on the monthly premiums.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, and so what if I wanted to pay the cash price, but it's $1,200 and I can't afford it?
Then you're not getting it.
Exactly. And so, therefore, what's going to happen to my diabetes and my blood sugar and my A1C and all that?
You're probably going to die. Or you're going to get
Exactly.
on county insurance. You're going to get on county insurance because you can't afford it. And then county's going to pay for it for you. County's got flat rates, which private insurance companies don't have, which is
Oh,
why Donald Trump privatized health insurance so that the county didn't have to pay for everything.
say what now? What
Donald
county is?
Trump privatized county insurance is like government insurance.
You
Your
mean
local
like?
city or state that gives you an insurance policy that you don't have to pay for. They cover all your medication and your medical expenses. That's called county insurance. Then you have
Well,
privatized insurance.
what's an
So like
example? Like,
Medicaid, Medicare, and whatever other uh,
uh,
uh, government funded government insurance policy, that's called county insurance. Then you have, because it's going to be locally issued directly from whatever city and state that you're in, whatever county in whatever city and state that you're in is going to be issued from there. The policy is going to be issued from there because it's a government policy, but it's still going to be a government paid policy. But they have flat rates versus a privatized company like I don't know, Humana or somebody like that that might have different price points for their ability to pay for stuff because you're going to be paying higher premiums with them versus what you would have been paying for something like Obamacare or Marketplace or some shit like that.
okay, Medicare goes through corporate insurance. So Humana owns a Medicare policy. Okay.
Okay.
So,
I threw them
so
out there as examples, but I'm saying like government. So there are government health insurances.
uh,
Um, and this was before Donald Trump privatized the health insurances. There were government health insurances that are paid
there's,
for by the government because you're poor.
there
Typically, when you're
still
going to
are.
experience this.
There still are. I don't
Okay.
know what you. I don't know what you
However,
mean. But okay.
However, he had passed a bill to more so privatize the health insurances and redirect from, at least for the young folks, because he's not really doing nothing to the veterans and the retirees, redirect from so many government funded health insurance policies. Now, what that does is that forces people who reasonably can afford it to pay premiums that are above and beyond the free government funded policies to pay more money on their premiums in order for them to get the medical treatment that they need, the medication that they need, because they're able to pay more money on their premiums. Their policies might pay more expensive prices for the medication that they're getting, whether it's generic or name brand. And insurance policies are usually willing to pay 3 times more than what you would have gotten billed as a cash payer. But if you can't afford to pay for the medical treatment, there is a baseline of what needs to be paid. And if you can't afford to pay for the medical treatment outside of your medical provider offering you some free samples here and there, you're going to end up in a situation where you just don't have the medical treatment that you need and you do without until you die. But you don't usually haggle on medication. You haggle on purchasing your car. You haggle on buying shoes. You haggle on buying clothes. If you're in a clothing store where the owner is in the store, they'll offer you here's a haggle, discount pricing. That's a haggle all the way across the market, taking 10, 15, 20% off of anything just so that you can buy the product. They offer in a lot of food restaurants right now, senior citizens discounts and veterans discounts. All you got to do is show that you're a certain age and you used to or currently exist in the military, and they'll take 10 or 15% off of the food. You asking, do you have a senior citizens discount or do you have a veterans discount? Is you haggling the price?
Sure, and if Ozempic costs $1,200 and you take 10% off of it, you might not still be able to afford it.
Right, but they'll take $120 off of it.
Right, but what good is that if you don't have $1,050? You see, so like the idea that there's a free market around all these products is bogus to me, because there's products that we need that these corporations set the price on, and we can't haggle with them.
Well, okay, there are certain things in our life that we actually need. Like we
Right.
need food, but we don't
Right.
need name brand food. So we could eat great value food that is cheaper than name brand Hunt's, Bunny Bread, Jiffy,
Oh,
Lucky
oh,
Charms. The
oh,
branding costs more money than the store brand, but
oh.
we choose to pay
But
more money for the branding.
in your example, but Ozempic has a patent for 10 years, so there is no generic opportunity for that. You see,
No,
so
but in
that's
situations where you're exclusively tied to a specific, but you also have to understand you were introduced to that product by your medical provider, which that medical provider was likely paid by the pharmaceutical company to promote that product. So now you believe that you're dependent on that product and your life depends on the success. Your success in your life is dependent upon that product. Now you're willing to pay the cost to get that product because you've been convinced through marketing that I need this product to live. But whatever that product does, there's got to be another one out there that does the same thing that doesn't cost as much. You just haven't looked for it yet because you were told by your primary care physician that that is the product you need to survive with.
and
It's
what if
not
I
like a pacemaker, but if it was a pacemaker, you have different brands of pacemakers. They're different prices, and some of them you might be able to pay for out of pocket, but not a lot of them you might be able to pay for the damn surgery. But the fact of the matter is that the reason why there's a monopoly law is that no one person can hold exclusive rights to anything, including your health. So while this one drug might be effective for this particular health condition, this is not the only drug that treats that condition. It's just the only one you were told about. And we very rarely do our own research to find out if there is an alternative. We very rarely get a second opinion. And we a lot of times don't have enough money to have the legal backings for us to fight for better. So we just take whatever they give us or do without.
okay, yeah, so you can't imagine a drug that doesn't have an alternative. You can't imagine that, like that.
No,
Oh wow.
I
Um,
can't imagine a drug that I cannot imagine a drug that is specifically designed for a health condition that has absolutely no other alternative. Because you're understanding that the drug that itself is designed, and that drug's exclusive design is an exclusive design, but it is designed for a reason. And the
Right.
reason is the issue that needs to be addressed. And there's multiple solutions to that reason. This drug might be the most effective, it might be the cheapest, it could be the most expensive because it is the most effective. However, there are alternatives. There might be something that's less effective that it'll keep you stable, but it won't aid in 30% organ regeneration, whatever the case may be. It depends on what it was designed for. But if you look at the drug that you're talking about and you look at the health condition that it was designed for, I know that you can find 3 to 5 other drugs that do the same thing, or at least
Right.
3 to 5 drugs that are advertising that it does the same thing, which means that that is not the only choice. And that
Well,
one might be financially out of your control, but one of the other four might not be.
right. But what if I'm allergic to the other four? What if
I
what
mean,
if
you're
it's
trying to set up an impossibility, but I mean, you're not. So you might be allergic to one medication, but you shouldn't be allergic to five. If you're allergic to five medications, you're probably got the kind of health issue where you're probably not going to survive. But if there's one medication that you're allergic to, there should be 2 or 3 others that you're not allergic to.
yeah, and
And again,
those
if you've got one you can't afford and one you're allergic to, that still leaves 3 out of 5 that you could get. And if out of the three, 2 of them are too expensive, that leaves you with the one that you can afford. But if you end up in a situation where you just can't afford the medication, it doesn't matter what big business does, you don't make enough money to afford it.
because big business doesn't pay me a wage to where I can afford my medications.
No, because
They
you
give
don't put
the,
your money in the right place so that you have enough money to pay for that.
well, if I qualify for food stamps, there's not exactly a lot of money I can put
If you
aside.
qualify for food stamps, you qualify for free medical care.
Okay, well, okay, then let's
So
go with
let's
that.
take you out of food stamps. You don't
Okay,
qualify for food stamps. You
okay,
are on the bottom half of poverty, which is $50,000 a year, and you can afford a copay, but some of the medication might be a little bit outside of your reach. But we have health savings accounts where you can put money that is tax free. It's untaxed money that you put in that you can get you a tax credit on. You put it into this account. You can build the money up so that when you need to go to the doctor, the money is there for you. If you take the money out for medical expenses, it's not going to get taxed. People don't know about that. People don't use that. It's not because the wealthy is keeping it a secret, because nobody looked for that as a solution. You have alternative investment funding that you can utilize even when you have disability, where you can. It's almost like an IRA where you put money into it for your retirement, and it doesn't negatively impact your disability benefits. There are other ways that you can put your money in different places outside of a brokerage account. I talk about the brokerage account first because healthy people that are broke can take the money that they waste on alcohol and cigarettes and extra gas to go racing up and down the coast and put that into a brokerage account to make money for them with stocks that I should be having going across the screen right now that cost less than $5 a share, where you would be making a ton of money over time, putting that money away to build for the capability to pay for your health care. Like, take, for example, the glasses that I got right now. These are $850 glasses, prescription glasses. If I want another pair, I've got to go buy some. And they're not covered under the insurance. Insurance will give me 20% off. So they'll take $160 off of my 800 something dollar glasses. I still got to pay $700 plus taxes for the glasses. I can luck up and go to Vision Works, buy one, get one free, makes it half price. But I still got to buy 2 pairs of glasses, paying almost $800 for some glasses. Now, how often do I pay that $1,000 for the glasses? Is it every year? No, because they're fucking expensive. But by the time I renew my driver's license, I'll have another pair of $1,000 glasses. These cost, but Ray-Bans are freaking $200, and that's name brand sunglasses. These are prescription eyewear. That is a medical requirement. It's on my driver's license and my passport, and at the end of the day, it cost me $1,000 to get it. Now, just on topic of what you're talking about right now, no health insurance covers it. If I can't afford it, I don't get a renewed prescription. But I got 3 pairs of glasses right now because when I had the money, I bought 3 pairs. If one breaks, I still got 2 pairs. As the prescription is not effective, I know I need to go get a new eye exam. My doctor called me and said, "Hey, I ain't seen you in 2 years." I know because I renew my license in 2028 and I don't want to waste the money. As long as I can still see, as long as I can shoot my target inside of 40 yards, I'm going to wait until 2027 and go to the doctor and get it then. because your prescription has to be done within 12 months of you renewing your driver's license, and my birthday's at the end of the year. So halfway through 2027, go get an eye exam, take that information, go get my driver's license renewed, and everything is covered at the end of at the same time. But the dynamic is that if I'm going to pay $1,000 next year, if I'm going to pay $1,000 in 2 years for the glasses, I'm going to put money aside between now and the time, and that's just the glasses. That's not the $80 for the eye exam. I'm going to put that money aside so that when I do go to get that, I'll have it. If you have a regular occurring medical expense, if you have a regular occurring health issue, you're going to be budgeting for that health issue. The average individual doesn't budget for the things that they need. They budget for entertainment. They budget for vacation. They don't budget for the things that they need. Whatever bill comes in first, they pay it, and then whatever's left over, that's what they have. But when you want something, you put money aside for that while you pay for everything that you have to pay. And then when you have extra money to go and pay for the things that you want, you go get what you want. So if you want a $5,000 laptop, you might save $100 a month for 10 months and then go and buy it. Or, well, actually, you probably put away $200 a month for 10 months and then go buy it. But you go and buy the laptop after you save for it. But if you've got a $1,200 medication and you know that it's a $1,200 medication, instead of you going to get a health insurance policy that'll pay that $1,200 medication for you, you're going to do without because you don't have $1,200 in cash. Because as you said, well, what if I want to pay for it in cash? You're going to decide to pay for it in cash because you afford it. You're going to decide to pay for it under an insurance policy or a warranty because you can't afford it. Now you just need to determine what insurance policy will cover that medication that is inside of your budget. But again,
perfect.
Go ahead.
And if I work for Walmart, then I can only have United Healthcare. They don't offer me a second option. And so like United Healthcare is what is given to me, and United Healthcare says that I need to pay $1,000 for Ozempic.
I got United Healthcare and says that I don't even have to pay for the policy, and they give me a $300 a month food card.
Wait, say it again. I didn't hear you.
I said I don't pay for United Healthcare, and they give me a $300 a month food card. I have a $0 a month payment, and I get a $300 a month food card, and they pay for all the medication that's needed. It depends on your policy, and it depends on your health, and it depends on what your employer is willing to pay for as well.
Right.
But I think your argument is that the employer is not offering the right insurance premiums for its employees.
Well, my argument is that, like what you said, like you could just find an insurance that'll cover it at no charge that's within your budget. And I'm telling you that that's not an option. When your insurance comes from your employer, you don't have the option to really change unless you're going to pay completely out of your own pocket. And that's not affordable either. I mean, the amount of money you would have to pay in premiums and in monthly premiums to afford Ozempic given to you at no charge each month is astronomical. They're not going to give you a $1,200.
You realize that having an insurance policy from your employer is a luxury. It is not a standard requirement.
It's what kind of luxury is it if I can't afford my medication? It's not really a luxury.
That's not the point. The point is that if you're working on a job that is offering to pay for your medical expenses, even to some minimalistic degree, that is a luxury that's not offered on a lot of jobs. So while, yes, they're not offering the policy that you would prefer for them to offer for the quantity of medication that you need at the price that you needed to be paid for, the fact is that you could be working for a company that doesn't pay health insurance, still pay you the same salary that you're getting paid, and you would have to pay for that insurance policy out of your own pocket.
Well, again, like it should be a law that if you work full time that you're given health insurance.
They got Obamacare law and Joe Biden, where people hate Democrats, was passing law that had affordable health care for the individuals who couldn't afford it, especially if their employer wasn't providing health care. And that's where Marketplace health care came from, because Marketplace is offering prorated or reasonably cheap insurance policies, because there is a $1,500 credit every year that is being passed down to individuals for their health care. But if you don't research stuff like that, then you're not going to know about it. And you're going to feel like the only health care that you got to depend on is your insurance policy from your employer. But if you went and looked up a marketplace insurance policy, because it's a $1,500 tax credit, if you look up your marketplace insurance policy in your city and state, call them up and ask them what policies they have available. That's a $0 policy that covers this particular type of medication. You may find one that will pay for that for you. And then the $1,500 tax credit, because it's a tax credit that is not going to be refunded to you if you don't use it. It's a use it for insurance policy or lose it benefit that marketplace will take advantage of, and they will put you into an insurance policy that automatically is paid for by a tax entitlement that you have that not too many people know about is there. So while Walmart might not be giving you the right insurance policy that you're looking for, you might be able to find another policy that doesn't cost you an extra dollar and still be able to cover the medication that Walmart's not covering. And then you can divide your health care between the two insurance policies, because you got one policy that where Walmart will cover some stuff where you still got to pay a deductible through the door, but you got another policy that might cover that deductible through the door. And now you don't have to pay for nothing.
Yeah, so
that requires research.
Yeah, unfortunately, like Obamacare was not as great as you make it out to seem to be. Like, in order to qualify,
I didn't say Obamacare was great. I said that there is currently a tax deduction that exists right now that's been in place for a while since the Obamacare and the Joe Biden administration, that is offering $1,500 a year to cover your health insurance premiums. And if you go to a marketplace agent and ask them about policy coverages that are $0 insurance policies that specifically covers the health medication you need, that they will find something for you, because they will get that $1,500 a month on your behalf, because you are entitled to that $1,500 tax deduction for medical expenses. It is a tax deduction that not many people know about, and it is a marketplace health insurance company that takes this money from the government and gives you a free policy because the government is paying for it on your behalf. And it's a use it or you lose it $1,500 entitlement that you have that not too many people know about. And if we wasn't talking about this today, you wouldn't have known it existed. And if you Google it, you'll find it. It's there. And you can potentially end up with an insurance policy that's not covered by Walmart, that's covered by this $1,500 tax deduction that will give you the medication that you need, where your Walmart policy will cover some stuff and your marketplace policy will cover the difference. And you may not have to pay anything out of pocket between those two insurance policies.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But like, unfortunately, they're not going to give you a $1,500 credit to offset $1,200 a month. So in other words, you're not going to get $1,200 free a month just because there's a $1,500 credit. It's not going to add up.
If you got a $1,500 credit on your insurance policy, and your insurance policy is going to pay for that medication, if the medication costs $1,200 a month and the insurance is going to pay for it, the insurance is going to pay for it.
Right, but the insurance isn't going to pay for it if it's $1,200 a month and they only have $1,500 to work with.
If you have an insurance policy that is willing to pay for your medication, then your insurance policy is going to pay whatever it costs for your medication.
Sure.
The monthly premium you have to pay for is the monthly premium that you have to pay for, and $1,500 to cover your insurance policy will offset what you would normally have to pay for your insurance policy.
Yeah, it'll offset 1 month of Ozempic. So the insurance company is going to look at that and they're going to say, no, we're not going to take a loss on $1,200 a month for 11 months.
So what you're telling me is that there's a medication out there that insurance companies don't cover that people need.
Yes.
There's no other alternative for it. And if they don't get it, they die.
Well, I think that's an oversimplification, but yeah, I'll say yes. Absolutely. Yes.
I'm not trying to oversimplify it, because there is medication out there. You might like it. You might enjoy how you feel while you're on it, but there are alternatives for the same condition that you're taking it for. And the alternatives might not make you feel as good as Ozempic does, but it might be more affordable. It might be covered under your health insurance. And if it is covered under the health insurance, whatever your monthly premiums would have been, would cover the cost of the medication. The name brand that you're referring to is a name brand medication where there might be an alternative generic version that is not that brand. That's not a child of that brand. It's a completely different company that made something that does what your health condition needs, and the insurance will pay for that one. And there's a marketplace insurance policy that'll pay for that one. And if you went and looked up a marketplace insurance policy that will cover your specific health needs, you will find that you can get you a free health insurance policy because there's a $1,500 entitlement that you're not using because Walmart doesn't tap into that. Walmart is paying part of your Cobra, which is allowing for you to have a semi prorated health insurance policy, and then you're paying the difference out of your paycheck. That's not the $1,500 entitlement that you're supposed to have, because if that $1,500 was going towards your Walmart insurance policy, you might have a $0 health insurance policy from your employer. And then the difference where they might pay 65% of the cost of the medication and that you have to pay the rest. Or they might pay 85% of the cost of the medication and you have to pay the rest.
But like, if they only get $1,500 from the government, where are they going to get the money to pay for my Ozempic?
I think you're missing the point, because you specifically want a specific brand. And that's almost like saying the only pair of shoes I'm going to wear is Jordans. And it doesn't matter if they start costing $5,000 a shoe, I'm only going to wear Jordans. There are other shoes out there that are cheaper than that, that'll satisfy the need for having shoes on my feet. The same way there is other medication out there for the health condition that you have that will satisfy the needs of your health condition. You want that specific brand for this particular example. And under the circumstances, if the insurance won't pay for it, like the insurance won't pay for my glasses, you got to pay for it out of pocket. And if you can't afford to pay for it out of pocket, like I can't afford to pay for a replacement right now, you just do without. If you're talking about a life altering scenario where your health will decline until you die because you don't have the medical treatment that you need because you can't afford it, that's when you die because of poor health. But under the dynamic of the average individual around everything other than this exact example that you're using, there are alternatives, there are changes, there are other ways that you can navigate around situations that are outside of your control that allows for you to be able to still get what you need. You just have to surrender the ideology of being married to that particular brand.
Okay. All right, very well. Then let's back up 5-10 years, right? Before Ozempic came out, right? Then the alternatives would be insulin, right?
Okay.
But
and most insurance companies will pay for that.
Right, hang on now. Up until recently, the last probably like 3 or 4 years, all insulins were brand name.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But my point is that people were dying because they couldn't afford their insulin that they needed.
Okay.
So it wasn't. So like, tell those people that there's other things out there other than insulin that they could have been taking. That there's not. If you have type 1 diabetes, you need insulin. Period.
I understand that.
And so for a decade or more, insulin was brand name, and people couldn't afford it.
Okay, so but the understanding is, though, your complaint is that this one wealthy family that owns Walmart doesn't give its employees what you believe that its employees are entitled to when they're providing a luxury to their employees, because standardized healthcare is not a mandatory requirement to be provided by your employer. So since you're not getting the healthcare that you need or want from the provider that your employer chose, you have two options. Your option one is to find an alternative provider to support the difference and potentially try to take advantage of the new information I gave you today, where you might be able to get that extra support for free, or find a new job that will pay for your medication, or find a new job that'll pay you enough money where you can pay for your medication out of pocket. But under no circumstances can you say that the employer themselves is at fault for your health not being able to be supported by the medication that you can't afford to pay for, simply because you have selected a job that doesn't pay you enough money. Now, you might have had that job because you don't qualify for something else. You might have that job because you have poor health. You might have that job because you retired out of the last thing you were doing and you're subsidizing your income with this. But however you have this job, Walmart is one of those minimum wage jobs. And one of the reasons why Walmart is going to stay a minimum wage job is because the groceries in the store are only as affordable as they are because they're not paying $45 an hour for their employees. But if they were paying $45 an hour for their employees, you'd be buying a fucking bag of grapes for $50. And with that lifestyle creep, the medication would start costing $2,500. If you get paid more money on your salary, the cost of the products will go up. If the materials increase, the cost of the products go up. If the cost of shipping here increase, the cost of the products go up. If more people are willing to spend more money on a product where the demand exceeds the supply, the cost of the products go up. So if Walmart starts paying all of its employees $50 an hour right now, yeah, that'll be a fantastic fucking headline. But then when the groceries at Walmart cost 3 times more than the groceries at Publix, you're going to say Walmart is overpriced. But the matrix is simple. Profit equals the cost of the product minus the cost to produce it. And the cost to produce it is going to be materials and labor costs and shipping, since a lot of stuff is coming overseas. And when those 3 items exceeds the price that the customers are willing to pay for the product, which is the price point, there's no profit. And one thing that investors are going to want is a profit.
Well, yeah, corporations are mandated to maximize profits, which is why they can make more money selling it to 1 out of 3 people versus selling it to everybody. So what you're doing
But
is
what we could do to change inflation is stop spending money on things that cost too much money that we don't need. When you reduce the demand, the supply costs less because they got to sell it. It's a physical item. They don't make money until they sell it. That's where clearance comes from in Walmart. Stuff that got marked down because the store has to sell it to make some kind of money off of it instead of charging it off completely and throwing it in the trash. So you, as a consumer, and a lot of other consumers that are watching the show right now, would have to choose that once a shoe starts costing more than $200, I'm not paying for it. That caps the shoes. Nobody's going to buy a shoe that costs more than $200. As long as there's somebody that's not a multi-million-dollar, the person that's willing to spend $500 for a pair of shoes because of its brand, that shoe will continue to increase in price. As long as individuals are willing to pay thousands of dollars for something that otherwise would cost a few $100s, those items will forever be sold for thousands of dollars. The price point is the highest level that you can charge for this item that a customer is willing to buy it. And at the end of the day, they do test sales, test buys. And what they do is they'll, like we call shrinkflation. They'll shrink the product if you're still willing to pay for oatmeal cream pies. They'll shrink the product. You still willing to pay $3.25 for it to be 25% as big as it was? Good. The size that you originally wanted, the big jumbo size one, we're going to sell that to you in a family pack, charge $1 more. Now you're willing to pay $4.25 for the product. We want some more money. We shrink the product. You're willing to pay $4.25 for it. Then after a while, we bring the jumbo size back. Now you're willing to pay $5.25 for the jumbo size pack. What you really wanted was a jumbo pack. But we can continue to raise the price by making the product smaller and then reintroducing the original size for a higher price. Inflation, shrinkflation. But we're willing to pay more. If we said after it stopped being 75 cents, I'm not paying for it no more. It would never be more than 75 cents. Arizona is the only company that says you cannot charge more than $1.99 for this drink. And anybody that charges more than $1.99 for this drink, report them, and they'll stop shipping the product to that location. Or no, it wasn't $1.99, it was 99 cents for the can of Arizona sweet tea. So if you go somewhere and you see 99 cents on the can and they say $1.29 on the label, you can contact Arizona and give them that location. They'll stop shipping the product to that location because they said it is only going to cost this much money.
Yeah, and them shoes that cost $200, if there's an alternative to those shoes that I can buy for 10 or 20, then I'm fine with that because I don't need those specific shoes. But there are cases where I need a specific medication because there are no generic opportunities for it.
Right. But that means in order for you to get that medication, you have to find a type of health insurance that supports it or find a type of job that pays you enough money to cover it.
And like, see that right there is blaming the worker. Like anywhere that you work in the United States and you work a full-time job, you should be able to afford your medication. That's how I feel.
Well, I respect how you feel, but it is not the company's responsibility right now legally to provide you with health coverage. That's what is borderline considered a good job. That's a benefit of a job, and a benefit is a luxury. It's not an entitlement.
Well, it is their requirement if you work a full-time job. That's what Obamacare did. Is if you work a full-time job with anywhere, a company or a corporation, they have to give you health insurance. Now, the problem is that Obamacare didn't go far enough on saying what that health insurance had to give you, like what benefits it has. So currently, like you can have a United Healthcare card, right? A piece of plastic with your name on it. But if you're
Mhm.
if you're deductible, the amount you have to pay out of pocket is $5,000 before your benefits kick in, then do you really have insurance, or do you just have a piece
Nope.
of plastic? No, exactly.
You have a piece of plastic.
Exactly. So again, is that the workers' fault, or is that Walmart cheating the system and making
No,
billions?
that's the president that came after Obama and repealed the Obamacare and put a stop to making affordable health care.
Well, he didn't make a stop to the fact that it was to the fact that they have to give you health care if you work 30 hours a week. That's still
Right,
there.
but the difference is that Obamacare, for the Obamacare bill was the mandatory requirement to make healthcare affordable. The president that came after Obama repealed Obamacare and removed the requirement for it to be affordable. The mandatory requirement for it to be present was not the mandatory requirement for it to be affordable. But the employer wasn't required to provide that. The insurance company was required to make it affordable. Then it became a mandatory approval. Not the company has to give you insurance. It is mandatory approval for the insurance company to accept you. But the insurance company can charge you outrageous prices because the mandatory requirement for it to be affordable and cover your needs got overturned with the president that came after Obama. And then when Joe Biden came after that guy, Joe Biden came in and came out with that $1,500 tax credit thing.
Uh-huh.
But Obama had the $900 penalty to force people onto health insurance
Right.
because health insurance was supposed to be affordable. And then the president that came after Obama said, nope, not affordable, but still mandatory. Then the president that came after that said, well, let's just throw up the $1,500 to cover the majority of their health care. At least it'll subsidize the health care if it doesn't cover the health care altogether. It doesn't factor in all medical treatment. It doesn't factor in all medications. But the laws that were being put in place for healthcare is the reason why you have healthcare needs that are not being covered. But the employer is not mandatorily required to give you the health coverage that you need to pay for your medication. They have to, if they're required to pay anything, they're required to pay the COBRA when they offer health coverage. But there's a lot of companies that do not offer health care. They don't offer it.
If they don't offer their full-time employee health care, they have to pay a penalty.
There are a lot of companies that do not offer health care.
Well, name one.
Checkers, Waffle
Checkers.
House, Wendy's,
Those people,
McDonald's. Well, actually, no, I think McDonald's does offer it.
they
They don't.
all,
They
all
don't. They don't always offer health care where they're subsidizing your health. Talking about with Walmart is paying a portion of your health care. You're paying the difference. They can introduce you to a third-party health insurance provider that they will take out of your paycheck, but they're not paying your COBRA. They're not paying a portion of your health insurance. Walmart's paying a portion of your health insurance. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. The Walmart is not required to pay a portion of your health insurance. They might have to show you what health insurance coverages exist, but they're not required to pay for a portion of your health insurance. And most companies don't.
Well, I sort of agree with you. They're forced to offer you health insurance, but what Obamacare did was it got the big pharma and big insurance companies to write the Affordable Care Act. So if the big
Right.
pharma,
And then Trump said, fuck that, we're not doing that. And that kind of put a stop to a lot of things. So it became mandatory to have, but not mandatorily affordable.
what I was going to say was that when the big insurance and big pharma wrote the bill originally, it wasn't necessarily affordable just because they called it that. There were plenty of people who got insurance on the exchange, who had a $2,000, $5,000 deductible, just as I just mentioned. So that's not quote unquote affordable.
I agree.
And who's making the money? The corporations.
Yeah, but who's the corporations? The billionaires.
Yeah, exactly. The ones that are screwing over the American taxpayer and the American worker, not giving us a fair wage, and taking advantage of the American government.
Well, the fair wage is not their fault. The fair wage is our fault.
It's our fault for not demanding it.
Well, no, it's our fault because the problem is that living wage and working wage will never meet each other because of inflation.
No, they won't meet each other because of corporate greed. Because, like you
It,
said,
it won't meet each other because of inflation, because corporate greed can subside and they can start paying everybody $100 an hour. But those people who are going to start spending $100 an hour on a higher demand purchasing, that's going to increase the demand and supply, which will allow big business to raise the price of supply. So it is greed on top of greed. Big business is going to get greedy, and if people are willing to pay more money for a product, they'll raise the price. That's why McDonald's no longer has a dollar menu. Everything's $15 on the menu. If you're willing to pay $15 for a value meal, that's not a freaking value, but they'll call it a value meal, and you'll pay $15 for a value meal. But because you're willing to pay, that's the reason why they're charging it. If you weren't willing to pay for it, if McDonald's was about to go out of business because nobody wants to buy a sandwich above $10, all the sandwiches would be $10 or less, because the price point is the most people are willing to pay for something. That's the price point. And then the cost to make it minus the cost of what people are willing to pay for it, the difference between the two, that's the profit to the company. So medication is a little bit different because the health need is going to have the price point, and whoever's willing to pay that cost pays the cost to get it, and whoever's not willing to pay that cost suffers without it. Medication is a little bit different, but the social economy, the social class is going to be based off of what people are willing to pay for versus how much money they make. So the more money you make, the more you're willing to spend. That's the reason why shit costs so much money.
Right, and if we're talking about like discretionary items, discretionary spending, like on shoes or oatmeal pies.
Most things are discretionary spending because peanut butter and jelly, you can get the cheap stuff or you can get the name brand stuff. Hunt's ketchup, you can get the regular great value cheap stuff or you can pay for the name brand stuff. The difference between no name virgin olive oil and extra olive oil from Virginia, you're buying name brands. And if you buy name brand groceries from the grocery store, you're going to see yourself spending $100 to $200 more than what you would have spent if you would have bought the store brand.
Right. At least there is a store brand option, whereas with medications, there's not. And medications are
there's not a store brand office for specific brands, but there's an alternative to what you're taking. So like you're talking about one medication different from insulin. Are you allergic to insulin and that's why you're not taking it? Or does the medication that they're offering just make you feel better than insulin does?
I'm trying to understand.
So
okay,
typically you got to pay for convenience.
Right. Okay. Convenience. Yeah, because sometimes I forget to take my medication. It's because the insulin I have to take it every 8 hours, whereas the Ozempic maybe it's just like once a week or once a month.
Okay, so it's more convenient for you, fast acting in case you forget to use it. It stabilizes your condition a whole lot better, so you prefer it.
Well, studies show I have better outcomes when I do it once a week versus every 8 hours.
But you prefer it. It's not the only option. You have a better outcome. You feel better. Your health might be a little bit better. You have better results because you can maintain it a lot better. But if it is outside of your price range, you still have the ability for the minor inconvenience of the insulin. That is covered under your health insurance. Now, one thing that could get done one thing that could get done is if you were investing in a health savings account for your health insurance, you would be able to build the wealth over time to afford to pay that money for the $1,200 a month, and then you can transfer from insulin to that, and then have that out of your tax-free money if you knew that that existed before today. Now, yes, you would have the minor inconvenience of having to deal with the insulin until you can afford to pay for the more expensive stuff, but there is an opportunity to keep you alive until you can build up enough wealth in order for you to be able to afford the more expensive stuff. This isn't the only option. It's
Right.
just the best option for your current condition that you prefer because you feel better from it. It's less hassle. It's less pain and suffering because each needle hurts. I know how that feels, especially if you have a sensitive nerve. It's just all the way around a better product. But a better product is not the only option. And just because that product isn't covered under the insurance doesn't mean that Walmart is shitting on you as an employee. It just means that you prefer something that's not covered, which means you have to find another way to subsidize it. That does put the responsibility on the employee, not the company, because the company is not responsible for providing you with name brand. The company is responsible for providing you with an option. You have an option that would get paid for by the company. You don't want that option. That's not on the company. That's on you.
Well, the reason I don't quote unquote want that option is because it wasn't controlling my blood sugar, and my doctor said that
I
there's
completely understand that. I'm
yeah.
I'm not I'm not downing you or faulting you for the
So
reasons why you chose the better quality medication. I am
yeah,
explaining to you why the blame doesn't fall on big business because it
right.
is not the only option. You have reasons why you don't
No,
want to use
the,
the stuff
the
that
other
is covered.
the other options I tried, and they didn't control my blood sugar. I was peaking and
Okay.
spiking and then dipping down low. And my doctor said that Ozempic, you don't have to worry about those peaks and troughs, and you just take it once a week. And there's nobody who's ever dropped below the insulin levels that they need. By
Right.
taking too much.
So
Yeah, so like
it's a
it's
better
safer,
quality, and that's the reason why they charge so much.
it's safer, and it has better results. And I tried the other ones, and my blood sugar is just
But it's
simply not.
more expensive.
Huh?
But it's more expensive.
It is. Yes.
So now the
It,
option that you're going to have is you're going to have to, since this is what you ultimately need, you're going to have to talk to your employer and see if they can transition you to a policy that covers this. If you've ever talked to human resources, and see if you can talk to upper management in human resources, because the little girl sitting at the front desk is not going to give you the answer that you need. You want to talk to her supervisor because they will see what they can do. The people that are above the first person you talk to will be more flexible with trying to see if they can accommodate you in some way, shape, or form. Because this does start falling into qualifiably a disability. Then you have other alternatives like um, talking to your local representatives who are talking about these big pharma situations and try to get them to change some legislation to make that $1,200 less, maybe hopefully $200. It might have just came out, it might still be under a patent, and ultimately, no matter what you get in society, when it first comes out, it's going to be way more expensive than what it is when it becomes mainstream. You can reach out to the pharmaceutical company and talk to their customer service and let them know about what you got going on with your health situation, and inform them how, while this is beneficial to you, it you can't afford it. Advocating for your condition in the places where people will do something or at least listen, because while the manufacturer might not give a shit about the fact that you can't afford it, when they find out that their product works, and you might would be willing to be a test study participant to try cheaper versions of the same product, you may end up transitioning from paying $1,200 a month for this version to getting a free version of the same stuff, just so that you can report back to them and let them know that it works. You may not have even known that that was even an option if we didn't have this conversation today. We're just sitting here saying that your boss sucks because you can't get the right medical treatment that you need under the policy that you have without trying to find another way. That's not fair to the dynamic of the structure of this society. It is not their responsibility to give you what you need. It is their responsibility to provide certain options. It's your responsibility to get what you need. And when what they offer you is not what you need, or if what they offer you is not what you want, it is your responsibility to outsource for what you need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Here's the problem. Walmart is only contracted with United Healthcare. Not only can you only have United Healthcare if you're a Walmart employee, you can only use Walmart pharmacy to get your medication.
Okay.
So in other words, they got the whole
Did
in the
you call
same.
United Healthcare and talk to them about the medication and see if they can add that to the list of medications that they'll cover?
Well, yeah, this is what they call a prior authorization. And my doctor wrote them a letter saying that, I've tried the insulin, it doesn't control my sugar. And he tried to twist their arm into paying for it, and they denied my prior
Hmm.
authorization. As a matter of fact, United Healthcare denies more claims than any other insurance company. That's why people
Okay.
say that Luigi guy targeted their CEO, because United Healthcare, above any other insurance company, was denying claims at a higher rate.
Okay.
So
So
again,
can we say that Big Pharma is messing up your healthcare, not Walmart?
abs- well, they're in conjunction. They're in bed together
No,
because
Walmart's getting paid to sell the product.
no, well, hold on now. Let's take for example, CVS pharmacy, right? They bought
Uh-huh.
Caremark, so now
Uh-huh.
CVS, the biggest pharmacy in the country, is now in bed with the biggest insurance company in the country, Caremark. Okay,
Right.
so what they can do is tell you where you have to go, right? Where you have to get your medication, what medications that you can get, and the pricing is all fixed. There's no alternative. You're not going to be able to go to
Mhm.
CVS and ask for a different policy. And a policy
Right.
that would cover a $1,200 drug every month is going to cost you a fortune. There's not going to be some magic plan that that you don't have to pay at least $1,200 a month for them to give you
Hmm.
that medication for quote unquote free. It's not going to happen.
Hmm. I
So the I
understand.
so yeah. So again,
But that's Big Pharma putting a price tag on um your health. And that's partially because Donald Trump kind of privatized everything and gave more control to the pharmaceuticals to do what they do. And the insurance companies um, are only mandatorily required to take in the policyholders. They are not restricted on their price model. And since the government has not put a restriction on price models, they can charge you shit tons of money for the stuff that you want. And because pharmaceuticals, they did change the deductibles on pharmaceutical listings. I covered that on the show once before, which changes which products are being pushed onto the medical providers. But I, I don't know how that impacts the medication that you're taking. But at the end of the day, if this is the price point that manufacturers are offering, and that's the
uh,
price point that's being sold or paid for by some insurance company somewhere, somebody's paying for it in order for it to be offered at that price, and it's
uh,
unnegotiable. At the end of the day, the only way that you can continue taking this product or something close to it is if you advocate to the manufacturer your financial inconveniences and the extreme need for your medical condition. Doesn't guarantee that they're going to do anything about it, but if they notate how this is highly beneficial and it's outside of the price range of the needy, especially if you're a low income individual over the age of 65, had diabetes your whole life, and this is something that would benefit you in your retirement years, and you're working at Walmart as a door greeter, and it's just not helping you with your blood sugar, and the health insurance policy that Walmart has just doesn't do it. And the only reason why you're working at Walmart as a door greeter is because your disability doesn't cover the spread. So, you're already getting screwed in multiple different ways. You're like, look, man, this medication really would make my ability to take my ass to work function so much better. If there's
uh,
anything else that you can do, odds are they're gonna recommend something. It's
no,
not
there,
it's not a guarantee that the pharmaceutical company is going to give you exactly what you want because you contacted. But
no, it's almost a
doors
guarantee.
open when you start reaching out to the source.
Yeah, you reach out to the source and they say, sorry, you don't qualify for it. Now what? And again, like it's not like if you tell
No, the
them,
insurance company is going to say you don't qualify for it.
right? And then when you call
Did,
AstraZeneca,
did, did you talk to the manufacturer of your medication?
yeah, you called AstraZeneca. I called the 1-800 number on the little printout that's inside the box. For help or questions, call this number. I called it. And I said, hey, look, I can't afford it. They said, sorry.
That sounds like a customer service number.
Well, it was the number for any question. It's the only number on the page. So I called them and asked for their supervisor, and that's what they told me. I
Did
got
you did
denied.
you did you research to see if there were uh
Yeah.
any other ways to contact the manufacturer?
Well, it said if you're having trouble affording this medication, you can call this number and see if you qualify. So that's what it said. And I called it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna say no because their job is to tell you no. Did you talk to a supervisor?
Yeah, I asked for a supervisor right off the jump, and they said no, you don't qualify. So again, the
Okay.
idea that I'm
And
going to
what
tell
required you to qualify? Did you need to be homeless? Like what did you have to qualify to get the compensation?
well, they didn't tell me the exact number. They asked me like how much money I made, and once I told them that, they told me I didn't qualify. They didn't tell me like
Oh, you make too much money because you're right over the threshold of poverty, which is $25,000. Anything over
exactly,
that, you don't qualify. So if you're
exactly,
$30,000, you're too rich, even though you're still poor. If you're $40,000, you're above the poverty threshold, but you're still poor.
right, and you can't afford your medication that you need to survive. So
All
the
right, which
idea,
means you need a second job, which isn't fair to you. You're not going to be able to do that, but
again, yeah,
you know
yeah,
that this is the
that's
stuff that I tell people on a regular basis. A difference. You have to be able to build a subsidy. So instead of doing without any medication at all, the
uh-huh.
alternative would be to fall back on the insulin, save up a little bit of money, and then go get back on that medication and start paying for that medication. There's another thing that can get done, and I'm not sure how successful it would be. There are some nonprofits out there that do help with um, some medications and stuff like that. People do GoFundMe's and everything like that, but there are some nonprofits that do help with medical care with people who can't afford their medical care. And it requires you to find the one that is at least accessible by phone, if not accessible in your city and state, and provide to them the dire strengths health concern that you have, because
Uh-huh.
without this medication, your health would extremely decline, which would
Uh-huh.
compromise.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me now? What about now? Okay. Yeah, because I think my audio is still working, so I don't know, maybe your headphones died or something. I still can't hear you. Maybe I need to leave and come right back. Yeah, I still can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but I can't hear you. Ask the chat if they can hear you. I don't know if anybody's watching. Yeah, I checked my audio settings and everything. Like I think I'm good. I see I can't hear you. Leave and come right back. See if it works. I don't know. I already did. Yeah, I just checked my audio. It says it's working, but yeah, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm gonna plug in my headset and see if that helps, but I don't think it's on mine. Does your audio show that it, like it's picking up your voice when you test it? Like is it moving when you? All right, now I got on my headset and it says my audio is active. But I can't hear you. No, I still can't hear you. I don't think it's on mine. I think it's on your end. I still can't hear you. Just maybe I don't know. Talk like go to your audio settings and change it to something and change it back and see if that works. And if that doesn't work, I might try to just leave and come right back. If anybody's in the chat, can y'all hear him? Can y'all hear me? Help us out. I saw you pointing down, but I'm not sure. Like, then mash the reaction buttons to hype this podcast. I'm not sure what you're pointing at. Oh, okay. Maybe it is me. Oh, testing. Okay, well, my comments are coming through. I think it's working on mine. Is there anybody in the chat?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
That's what I didn't do last time. I didn't throw it in. All right.
But if you're in here twice, there'll be an echo.
No, that's on me. I had to throw it in the live, and I didn't throw it in the live last time when I did it. I could have let it charge for 2 hours before I put it on the charge. That's okay. I can hear you now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it looks like you're in the studio twice.
I am in the studio twice.
That's causing an echo. Kick one of you out, and then you won't have an echo.
Okay. Oh, that's right, because I got the mic on here.
Or if you mute the other one, that might work. Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah, we're good now. Can you hear me? Oh no, I can't hear you again. Fucking hell.
Okay, so I need that mic on, and then turn this mic off.
Yes, I think.
And you should get less feedback. How about now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think we're good.
All right.
So
what I was saying right when I got cut off was, there are some charities that can help with subsidizing the medical treatment. I can't guarantee that it'll cover all of it, but what you would have to do, because you have a medication that needs to be paid for and you don't have the ability to pay for it, you have to find out how much can you cover, and then you have to reach out to the other providers and see, like charities and whatever else, who is willing to and capable of providing the difference. So if all you could put up is like $400 a month, and you have to find other entities that'll help cover the other $800. If you can find another health insurance policy that is not the one that's provided by your Walmart, and they're willing to cover that medication, even if you have nothing other than medication on your policy,
or a lower deductible with a higher premium, whatever, you can still subsidize where you go to the doctor on your Walmart insurance policy and then pay for the medication on your other policy. But that would be what I told you before. Try Marketplace, because they will subsidize it. They may not pay the whole thing if you need a premium health insurance policy that will cover this expensive drug. You explain to them, I need this specifically paid for. They're going to take that $1,500, but your monthly payment, instead of it being $500 a month, it might be $150. I don't know, but they'll take the $1,500 and then you pay the difference. But the health insurance would still pay for your medication. It is still going to be in addition to what Walmart is providing you, but it will give you the medication that you need. There is a workaround. It's still going to be inconvenient.
Even if I qualified for an affordable sorry, there's a little bit of an echo. I'm struggling. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I can hear you. I got a lot of echoes going on over here.
Yeah.
There's
yes.
one.
I'm trying to.
There's the other one.
Testing. Okay, maybe. I'm not sure if that's better or not.
No, that's me. I have to find the mic and get rid of the echo.
Yeah. Oh, echo cancellation.
Reduce background noise.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you did it. Well, maybe not.
Let me get rid of that one too. Because I got a really good phone, and the issue is that when I can hear you through the phone, the speaker can hear you through the phone, and you can hear yourself through the phone.
Oh yeah.
So it's a really good speaker on the phone. So they're two separate speakers. So one speaker is listening to the other speaker, and that's the feedback you're getting.
Gotcha. Then I don't know. Maybe like I might try to turn the volume down or something. But
yeah, because it's echoing.
Yeah.
Because as it plays in your place, it echoes off the wall and goes back into your speaker, and that's the feedback loop you're going to hear. I turned off every other microphone on my location.
Okay. No, I think we're good now. Actually, it's perfect. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I had like 6 microphones I turned off.
Jesus Christ.
I wanted to make sure you could hear me.
Loud and clear. I've heard every word. Thank you so much for talking to me. What I would say is that, charity is no guarantee. Reaching out to the manufacturers is no guarantee. Going on the Affordable Care Act exchange is like, even if just imagine what you're going to have to pay per month to get a plan that covers Ozempic at $1,200 a month and takes it down to like even $200, which would be really high. That's a really high copay. So covers $1,000 benefits. Just
you would ultimately have to have like a 20% copay where they pay 80, you pay 20, and they would be giving you a monthly premium of like $500 a month. So you'd be paying like $700 a month because it's $500 for the policy, $200 for the medication, which is probably far outside of your budget.
Exactly. So exactly. I mean, so then what do I do? Now I got
get another job.
Oh, see, exactly. It goes back on the worker, the American worker. You're not doing enough. You're not working hard enough. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Meanwhile, these corporations make billions of dollars worth of profit. And again, if I went to the manufacturer, the corporation that made it, and I said, "Hey, I can't afford it," I thought that you implied that they would take that into consideration, and they might consider lowering it because, hey, there are people out there that can't afford it.
No, not that one. I said that they might offer, because you said there isn't a generic version yet.
Right.
There's going to be a test study for the generic version. And if you're on that test study, you're getting free medication.
Oh, so now I got to be a guinea pig just to treat my diabetes. And further.
Well, I mean, I didn't say it was going to be fair. I didn't say that there was going to be like a Golden Gates policy that they're just going to open their hearts to you because your health is bad. I'm saying that if the name brand is the only one out there, you're calling the manufacturer saying, hey, I can't afford this. What about a generic? They say, well, we don't have a generic, but we have a generic in the making. If you're willing to participate, you can be one of the test subjects. That would provide you with the generic version, which is less strong, but the whole time you're on that test, you're getting free medication. It's a sacrifice that you make to offset an expense you can't afford so that you don't have to fall back on the dependency of insulin.
Number one,
It's an option.
I'm not sure that it is, because even if there were a study for the generic, it would be 10 years later. So that's not going to be happening now. Furthermore, from what I understand about generics, is all they have to do is prove that they're between 95 and 105% of the original product, the name brand product. So if they can prove that chemically they're within that range of the same chemical that was in the name brand, they don't have to test on animals or humans at all. They only do these like sort of like test studies that you're talking about when it's a brand new drug that the likes of which is not even on the market. They don't have to do these big expensive tests, double blind placebo test and whatnot when a generic comes out. All the generic has to do is prove that they're chemically the same as the brand. That's it. Because the brand already proved what it'll do on a human. So if I can prove that I'm within 5% of that, that's it. That's the only requirement.
But then the generic may not work just as good as the name brand.
Says who? The FDA says it does. I mean, again, it has to be 95 to 105% chemically identical to the name brand.
Okay.
So it might even be stronger.
So now you're in a position where you have very little options besides take the insulin that you can afford or do without until the generic comes out.
Right. If I'm alive then. Now, again, if you go back 10 years, right? If you go back 10 years when there was no Ozempic and insulin was on the market, there was no other alternative, right? So people were dying because they couldn't afford their insulin, even though they had insurance.
And that's a common thing with capitalism and healthcare.
Bingo. That's my point, is that it's not good for when it's mixed with our healthcare. Capitalism is not good mixed with healthcare because the companies can make more money by selling a $1,200 product to 1 out of 5 people versus if they priced it at $150 and sold it to all 5, they wouldn't make as much money. So they have something that we need, something that will benefit our health, something that my doctor has said that I need, but yet they don't want to give it to me at an affordable rate simply because of corporate greed and profit.
Oh, there's a demand.
What now?
There's a very high demand.
There's a very high demand.
That's the issue.
But, right. Okay. Well, but like again, if they could sell it to everybody, they would. The problem is that to price it at a rate where everybody could afford it, they'll lose profits.
Uh-oh, hold on, I stopped hearing you.
Okay, my bad. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Say that again.
Okay, what about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello?
I think my
Yeah, I can hear you. What you laughing at?
Oh, my sound kicked off on me while I was listening to you.
Can you hear me now? I can
Coming back again. Can you say that again?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? What
You got a different device over here.
Say what?
Oh no, that's me.
That's you. Yeah, that's you.
All right, Sterling, speak up for me.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
For some reason,
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear nothing nowhere.
You can't hear me now? I can
All right,
see.
let's try this.
I see audio working.
Okay, I can hear me over here.
Okay.
Can you say something for me, Sterling?
Yeah. What's up? What's up? Check 1 2. Check.
Hear me over here. Oh Lord! All right, let's see if the main headset is working now, because that's going to be feedback.
Okay.
Hear me over here. Oh Lord! All right, let's see if the main headset is working now, because that's going to be feedback. That will give us a lot of feedback. Testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And I think you just got. There was a really bad echo.
Oh, you know what? I think it might have.
Yeah, when you touch that other device,
Son of a gun might have connected to the other thing.
Yeah,
All right,
that
hold on
other
a second. Let me.
that other device has a
Give me just a second. Let me see what's going on with this one.
Yeah, that other device has a mic connected because when you touch it, I can hear it.
All right. Test.
Oh yeah, sound good.
It is not working for us.
I can hear you.
Let me back out and come back in. Give me just a second. See if I can get that to work.
Okay.
I'm going to try to shift my position
Okay.
in the studio.
All right.
Because actually it could be my internet.
I think your internet's fine. I think.
Well, you know, I usually don't have a 7-hour podcast. So typically we're off the air before we have these kind of difficulties.
You're welcome.
I have to buy a new system and
You're
it's
welcome.
outside of my budget. Oh, look at that.
Well,
now the microphone wants to work for me. If
outside
that's
of
disrespectful.
It's out of your budget because you spend $1,000 on glasses when you could afford. Which, by the way, Ray-Bans do make prescription lenses, and the frames cost like $160 at Walmart plus $50 to put the lens in there.
No, my lenses are 399 cents a lens. So for a pair of glasses, I would have to spend
399 cents.
$399 per lens.
Okay, why do they cost so much?
Because of the light sensitivity. So they are mirror tinted and progressive lenses.
Okay.
The dark tint is a medical condition, so it's not regular glasses. And then there's a spiral in it for the astigmatism, so they're not regular glasses. So they're $399 a lens, which is like 600. Well, $399 like $800. $798 plus taxes plus the frames. But when they do the frames, it's like buy one get one free with the frame, so I can get me $150 pair of Mako cores or whatever, and they are $850. So basically $50 for the frames. But if I was to get Ray-Bans, I would pay $200 for Ray-Bans and still pay $399 per lens. Now, some people pay $300 or $400 for Ray-Bans to be tinted glasses to look like this, and mine cost $1,000 just because of the lenses to look like this because it's a medical condition. So I understand what you're talking about when you say that you have certain things that you just can't get around because I can't see without them. Right. So
Right,
they're
but-
on my driver's license and my passport, so I can't drive my car if I don't have dark tinted glasses in. So if these broke and I didn't have a backup pair, I can't drive. So I understand where you're coming from with that, but you have to find an alternative. And that sucks for you because with your type of health, there aren't that many alternatives that are satisfactory to you. But falling back on insulin is a cheaper way to go about doing things, which is not favorable to your preferences and how you've gotten accustomed to the medication. But when it's not a monopoly because there's more than one medication out there, but they ultimately have a monopoly on the feeling of better condition, they could charge $1,200 and you can kick rocks because there's enough people that are in demand for that health condition that somebody is paying that price whether it's a high-end insurance company or maybe just a top 1% of wealthy people that have that kind of money. And that's going to be another issue that we have with capitalism, because in a communist model, if a medication was created, a free healthcare system, which is a communist model where everybody gets free medical treatment and everybody gets free medication, the government would pay that $1,200 a month, and you would just get your monthly distributions and you wouldn't have to worry about it. Which one of the reasons why I voted for Hillary Clinton at the time was because she was offering free healthcare, even though that didn't go anywhere. That's why I was like, free healthcare, because if the government is going to pay for the amount of money that it costs for you to get your insulin, they're going to put a cap on how much it's going to be sold for in America. But because the government has privatized, meaning the United States ain't responsible for the bill, the insurance and the medication coverage, big pharma can charge $5,000 for drugs. The government's not paying for it. You got to figure it out. They're not going to raise taxes because they don't have to pay for it. But if they did raise taxes to say, if they raise taxes by say 10%, everybody would be pissed off. We'd basically be paying almost double what we're paying right now in taxation. But if that increase in taxation would give you free medical care, you'd take it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of people, I'm not saying you, because it sounds like you get it, but a lot of people can't wrap their brain around the fact that if you pay more in taxes, that you could save money in the long run. So, like, studies have been done on Medicare for all, aka free healthcare, so aka socialized medicine and whatnot. And what it shows is that it saves billions of dollars over the next 10 trillions.
Yes. Well, we also have this issue. Nobody wants to pay taxes, but everybody wants something from the government, which is stupid, because the government doesn't make its own money. It gets its money from the people. So somebody's got to pay taxes. So what the poor people say is tax the rich. They've got plenty of money, right? But if you make more money than your neighbor, would you want the government to take more money out of your pocket than what they take out of your neighbor? Most people would say no. If you earned your success, you would not want to have to give half of your wealth to people who didn't earn their lifestyle. You know, again, we do not have a socially supported communist model. It is, you know, capitalizing on whatever. So somebody who inherited $10 million from their ancestors, self entitlement, they're not going to want to give half of that to divide it between 10 Americans and give each one of them $1 million. They're not going to want to give half of that and divide it amongst 20 Americans and give each one of them like $500,000. Say, hey, here, you know, let's not suffer. But the top 1% having 99% of the American economy in their bank account is the fallout of capitalism. Now, since we are in a system that we cannot control, a lot of us, this system wasn't even built for us, because a lot of us was considered part of the property that was being dispersed when this country was being built before 1950. One of the reasons why I can wrap my mind around this a lot better than a lot of other people is because it wasn't built for me. I just got to deal with it. I got to navigate around it. And when we're navigating around it, what we have to do is we have to recognize that there are things that we have to accept that are alternatives to our preference so that we can survive. But if we understand that there is a better way, we have to work our way up to that better way. So you got $1,200 a month. That is 12,000 in 10 months, 14,400 in a year.
Yeah.
Okay. So a little under 15,000 a year. You would need to generate a revenue of 15,000 a year to cover this type of expense. In order to do that, you would likely at 10% need 150 grand somewhere, producing 10% return on investment in order to cover this particular expense. Now, knowing that, you would have to find a way to navigate $150,000. You say, how old are you now? If you don't mind me asking.
40.
40. Okay, we're the same age. So if you could survive investing in yourself for 15 years, that'd make you 55. That would have you putting away about 10,000 a year, um, which is a stretch because that's a little over. Well, actually, yeah, that'll be a little over 800 a month. But let's do a little bit. Let's do a little bit longer. Let's say 65, which is even more inconvenient for you. Even more convenient because of your poor health and the high risk scenario that you're in right now. But let's say a 20-year stretch. For the full 20-year stretch, you would likely be able to do like $5,000 a year, and you'd likely be able to reach that 150, almost $200,000 benchmark. But if you were doing like 5,000 a year for 10 years, that'd be 50 grand plus interest, likely put you somewhere close to 65 grand, which is half of what you needed to cover what you were trying to accomplish. But within that 10-year scenario, you would be getting a revolving income to subsidize half of the cost of your medication. Now, if you could afford to pay $200 of it and you had a brokerage account giving you the other $600 a month, you would only be short $400 a month. It's not as difficult to find a subsidy for the other 400.
Right, but if I could afford to put away $800 a month, I would be buying my Ozempic that I need. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be putting it away and not getting my
No, because if
medication.
your Ozempic is 1,200 and you don't have enough, if your Ozempic is 1,200 and you're getting like 800, then that means you're only able to buy your medication fully every other month.
Right,
If
and
you
that's what.
fell back on the insulin and then put your $800 a month into the brokerage account until which is like 96,000 a year, you would be putting that away, and that would give you well over 100 grand inside of 10 years, where you would be able to say, well, now let me switch off of insulin and get onto Ozempic. But within 10 years, they may make a generic brand that's half the price, where it's $600 now, and like you said, potentially stronger because it could be upward of 105% of the quality of the original. In that dynamic, you're preparing yourself for a $1,200 a month budget that you can now afford. But in the meantime, you still fall back on something that'll keep you from dying, so that even though it's not going to be as stable, it's going to be more complicated, it's going to be more micromanaging, it's going to be more discomfort, you can build towards a guarantee where you will at least have from 51 to 65 the ability to cover that Ozempic. And if you keep investing in yourself, you will find that you'll have more than enough between 65 and 95 to keep paying for it.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I mean, yeah.
If you don't have enough to pay the 1,200, but you can get the insulin for free, get the insulin, put the 800 away, and save up enough money to start paying the 1,200.
Right. Yeah.
Put it into a brokerage account. I actually got like 3 or 4 brokerage portfolios in the membership of this channel that shows you how to invest and get like 15, 16% back on your return. I tell you 10% on your return because it's the S&P 500. It's the standard average, and it's easier to do calculations. But 15% return on $150,000 on $100,000 is $15,000, and short $3,000 worth of taxation on that $15,000, you're likely going to have like $11,000 coming to you. So if you were investing in yourself, short to drag from taxation, you'd be able to put away like $120,000 in like 10, maybe 12 years, and then you'd be getting back like $18,000, $19,000, $20,000 off your brokerage account, and after taxes, you'd have $15,000 to pay for your healthcare. That's setting a goal for yourself. I want this medication. I can't afford it. I'm going to do the insulin until I can afford it. I'm going to put all my extra money away to cover that medication so that when I'm 42, I will have the best medication on the market. Now, the fact that you didn't know that you could do that is the lack of knowledge, but that's not Walmart's fault. Yes, the pricing is big business's fault. Walmart's selling it. They're going to get cut. So yeah, you can say they're in bed, but they're not necessarily. It's not a conspiracy against you. It is just the fact that I'm going to get a commission off of $1,200 an item for it to be sold in my store. I'm going to get a commission for the partnership with the health insurance policy to get my employees signed up on monthly premiums. I'm getting paid to introduce these third parties to my environment, my establishment. And that benefits me. Now, does it benefit the people that I'm introducing it to? That doesn't matter to me. I get a commission for introducing them to each other. That's not big business's failure, but recognizing that there is a way for you to improve your life because now you have a life goal. So now you're not going to say, as you said 5 hours ago on the show, you said, "Oh, well, I want to live a happy life, vacation, freedom, blah blah blah." Now you can say, after listening to me for 4 hours, "Fuck, I want to invest in my insulin, so I'm going to build a brokerage account that's going to pay for my health care." Now, here, instead of doing straight up a regular brokerage account, you get you a health savings account. You can invest pretty much the same way, and you can find yourself getting similar returns that are tax free. Because if you take the money out of that account and put it on your medical expenses, they're not going to tax you on the money. So where you would have got taxed on a brokerage account for that 15% return on investment, you would be in a health savings account not being taxed on that money and potentially get a tax deduction off of putting it into a health savings account in your current year-to-year taxation. Talk to a CPA and verify that stuff. But there is an option where, since you know that there's something there that you can't afford now, you can set goals now to say, in 10 years, I want to have the best insulin version medication, Ozempic or whatever's out there for my insulin, for my diabetes, so that when I'm 45, 50 years old, that I'm not getting shit on by my health because the Walmart that I work for doesn't provide me with the health care that I need. That's a future goal. I want to have better health by fixing the problem that I can't afford healthcare. That doesn't mean that you got to make yourself a multimillionaire, but it does mean that now you have a life goal that you can build towards. Now you see, how much money do I have that I'm wasting on trying to get this Ozempic every other month because I can't afford to pay for it every month. Let me redirect my money. Let me get something cheaper. Let me take the extra. Let me fast track build this policy, and then I don't have to worry about what's going to happen next. Because if I can survive 10 years on this insulin, I can get the better quality stuff for the rest of my life. That is called living modestly. I'm going to take this hit and deal with the discomfort of insulin for 10 years. And that's a shitty thing to think about in comparison to what you could have if you could afford it. But when you think about the difference between doing without or fluctuating your health by going without the medication every other month, or stretching the medication, which it wears off, and then you still have the health risks when the medication wears off and you haven't taken it for a few extra days. It's supposed to last you for a week. You're taking it once every 10 days because you're trying to stretch it, right? Instead of doing that, you sit on the insulin, take it every 7 hours, inconvenient, painful, but free because the health insurance is going to pay for it. Now you can take that extra money and build for the better health care, right? That's the future goals that I was talking to you about before you jumped onto the show. Is because if you know what kind of lifestyle that you want, you know what the intricate details are that you need, you can build for a better future so that you don't have this discomfort, this frustration, this stress. And this type of scenario could be factored into everything else that you want. The F-150, the camper, living on the road with the ability to have the medication picked up from anywhere in the world where you, or anywhere in the country where you are, you can pull over, grab your medication, charge your truck at the same time, get back in the truck and hit the road, and you don't have to worry about the discomforts of insulin. That's a plan for retirement. The truck costs you $30,000. You want to put an extra $50,000 into your brokerage account. You're putting away $1,000 a month. You can keep putting it away. You can start paying for your insulin in 10 years, but you can keep putting it away, and then you can get your truck in 20 years. You can retire. By the time you're 65, 70 years old, you got your insulin, you got your truck, and you got your camper. But what you're going to do now is you're going to stop spending every extra penny that you got on something that you can't afford, fall back on something that you can afford that will keep you stable, take the difference and invest it in your future so that your future will be better than your present. Otherwise, you're going to forever be living paycheck to paycheck, dosage to dosage, not having enough money to afford your medication, not having enough medication to support your health. You're going to stretch it. And I can tell you right now, my mom passed because she didn't have the medication that she needed. Pulmonary embolism, stroke, heart attack. Took her 3 months to die in a hospital ICU because she didn't have what she needed when she needed it. So I can tell you it's better for you to fall back on 7 hours every 7 hours when your insulin says take it every 8 hours. Take it every 7.5 hours, but you always got it, and it's free, as opposed to something nobody wants to pay for, and then you do without. If you can do without for 4 or 5 days and stretch your Ozempic, then you can deal with the pain of taking every 7 hours instead of taking every hours with the insulin. You carry some Snickers with you or whatever the case may be and deal with the fluctuations. Your employer knows that they didn't provide you with the medical treatment that you needed, so they're going to give you an exemption. That's a disability. They're not going to treat you like shit when you feel bad on the job because they're not giving you the medication that would have had you feeling great, where you could have worked better than everybody else. So they can give you an exemption. Now you have job security because they can't fire you because your health is too bad because they won't provide the coverage that will give you the medication that will have you a better worker on the job. See, now that's when you start holding big business responsible for their own decisions. But you change your future by investing in different things, and you improve yourself by fixing the pain points in your life because there are things inside of your control that you can change. And there are things in your life that you cannot change, that you have to navigate around. This is one of those things that you can control and navigate around. You can control how your future is going to be by navigating around what you can't afford today. That will make your later greater. But as long as you take every dollar that you can and get the one doses that you can afford to get this month, and then stretch it as far as you can stretch it, and then kind of delay it a few extra days, and then go get you another refill, and try to keep it where every 4 to 6 weeks you're getting the medication that you need instead of having the medication that you need every day. You're going to find yourself in a situation where your health is still going to fluctuate as badly as it would have been if you would have been on the insulin. So why not do less, build more, and then take the extra and go and put it on having a better later greater, and that's what we talk about with lifestyle creep. You find better, it becomes the standard norm. Now it's a need. It went from a luxury, it went from a want to a need. Now that it's a need because your standard of living has increased, you don't have the income to support that. Now your living situation, including your health care, is above your income level. But that is the behavior patterns of about 80% of Americans. What we want becomes what we need because we're used to having it. We're not willing to accept less. Even if less is available, we're not willing to accept less. And now we have to find a way to make more money to cover the things that we now believe we need because we want it and we don't want anything less than that. Now, since at 40 years old, you have starting up businesses online, you have side hustles. I didn't cover several different shows in January, February, and March on different ways where you can make money off the computer while you're working your full-time job at Walmart so that you can generate extra revenue. If you don't want to go to work at another brick and mortar business where you're working 2 jobs with bad health, you need to find a way to get paid off the computer so that you can do 2 things. 1, transition from working for Walmart to working for yourself, and 2, subsidize your income with the second job that you can do from your house when you're not working in Walmart so that you're not putting a lot of physical strain on your body. Now, the third thing is that you can either continue to struggle to pay for the Ozempic with the 2 jobs that you have, or you could take all of that extra money from the second job and the extra money left over from the first job, live off the insulin for 10 years, double down on the next 10 years worth of building up your health savings account, and then take that health savings account and put it on your final days, where from 50 to 85, your medication is paid for. And one thing better, you can take the second job, put it into the brokerage account, and pay for the Ford Lightning and the camper, and take your primary job and pay for the future Ozempic. And now you've got 2 different accounts. One account that's going to cover your medical treatment, and the other one is going to cover your retirement life choices. That is how you fix the problem. Just complaining about the fact that the shit sucks doesn't fix the problem. The difference between wealthy people and non-wealthy people is that we can't lean on 5 people, invest in something, and make money to fix our financial problems. We have to beg for extra money, we have to borrow for extra money, or we have to do without. because the only other option is to work twice as hard. You've got people who've got wealth on top of wealth where they can talk to somebody who will buy their house for them, and now it just got to put them into a financial deal that benefits them to get their money back. Wealthy people work together with one another to keep themselves wealthy. They can be poor rich, where they went from tens of millions of dollars just down to millions of dollars. They're still rich, they're just not as rich in the rich community, right? And they can bail each other out of shit and rub elbows together and invest in this big because they've got extra shit. They started at the finish line. So they don't have to run the marathon as hard as we do. We started behind the starting line. It took us 20 years to get to the starting line, right? They're so far ahead of us, it's fucking ridiculous. But it's not about us comparing us to them. It's about us looking at our current situation and asking ourselves, what can I do to stabilize what I got now and then change my life so that I can have a better future later? That's not something that everybody asks themselves. Everybody says, well, life sucks. It's not fair. I'm being screwed out of the system. Society sucks. Government sucks. Republicans suck. Democrats are dumb. Blah, 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 blah. But nobody ever looks at themselves and says, what can I do to make my situation better? How can I make my life suck less? And that first person accountability puts this entire dynamic at the fault and failure of the employees, not the employer. Because while the employer sucks, their benefits suck, your health is bad and you need better, it is your responsibility to get you better, not them. If they're not giving you what you need, you have to either find a better job that's going to offer that or find a better insurance policy that's going to offer that, or save you some money to get it, or get you a second job to cover it. But something's got to shake. You can't just expect Walmart to change their entire policy for their employers when Walmart and every other big business around the United States is trying to fire human workers and replace them with robots. Before they cover $1,200 a month or $1,200 a week or $1,200 a dose for your medication, they will replace you with a machine that costs $20 for an oil change. Not going to lie. They will replace you with a machine.
Right.
Jeff Bezos bought what was it, Digitech, and put it into Amazon and fired 200,000 workers. Tech companies fired 250,000 workers during the shutdown in October, and another 250,000 workers during the shutdown between January and March. After they created an algorithm that maximized performance and eliminated a lot of the need for a lot of the standard issue jobs in tech. So you built a program that replaced you in the market. So out of all the people who could handle this machine, probably one or two people kept their jobs to maintenance the algorithm that took away 500,000 people's jobs. That's not their fault that your health coverage isn't covering your stuff, and it's not their fault that your insurance won't pay for your medication, and that's not their fault that your medication costs so damn much. You got accustomed to a medication that works damn good, and it is your fault that you can't afford to get it because you never knew before today that there was other ways that you can build up the wealth to get that. I know that sucks to hear, and you know, I'm not going to try to say that you're self-victimizing, but truth be told, we grew up in a low-income environment, middle-income environment where there wasn't enough money going around. Everybody was living paycheck to paycheck. Our parents did not leave us nothing for us to have anything. We all came up doing the best we can. Rob Peter paid Paul. We learned how to make money so that we can get what we need, but we never learned how to save or invest or budget money in a way where we have extra. And one of the reasons why you don't have enough money to pay for your health coverage is because you're not living at 30% of your income. You're living above 30% of your income. So you don't have the extra $1,200 in your paycheck to cover your medication, which even though that would still cover it, it would still be fucked up because you would be at 90% or 100% of your income because your medication would take 80% of your standard of living. But the fact is that before you came to the show, you didn't know that there was like 18 different ways that you can change your dynamic over time, but there isn't an overnight solution. But whatever it is that's going to make your situation better is going to require your effort, not an external source to make your life better. This is going to go back to what we talked about earlier today and yesterday about faith without works is dead. You cannot expect things to get better by putting the responsibility on somebody else to make it better for you. You have to put forth the effort to recognize what sucks in your life and put forth the effort to change that situation so that it no longer sucks. Does that make sense?
Yes, and if I listened to every word you said, if you'll grant me the opportunity,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to be clear. I don't take Ozempic. I don't have diabetes.
I know, but I'm just saying that as an example.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. And then you do have another habit that, if I'm being honest, rubs me the wrong way. Is that you tell me what I've thought and what I haven't thought about.
Well, I say you, but it's not you like you. It's like you as in the average person that puts themselves in the hypothetical situation that you presented to me, that believes that there's no other way and it's somebody else's fault that they're in a situation that they're in.
Right, and I'm saying that they may not be wrong. And let's go back to what you said. You were like, Walmart gets paid for introducing you to the insurance company. Wait a second. Wait, hold on a second. If Walmart sets you up with a Cadillac plan, right? If Walmart sets you up with a plan that's going to cover Ozempic, it's going to cost them a fortune. Or they're going to relay that cost to you. In which case,
big business relays everything to the customer, but Walmart is not responsible for giving you a policy specifically for Ozempic. They're responsible for giving you a policy.
exactly, and that's the problem. Is that when we talk about affordable healthcare, there is no affordable healthcare when you have for-profit corporations involved. There is,
I agree.
Yeah. The only affordable healthcare is that no charge at the pharmacy.
I agree.
Okay. Good. And it does save us money. And the other thing I would say is that I just would like to get away from the idea that it's always the worker's fault. It's your fault. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And we can never blame Walmart. And we can never blame our government for allowing Walmart to operate the way that they do.
Well, you have to understand that our government has failed because we failed our government, because our government is supposed to turn over every 2 years. So there's supposed to be somebody different in office every 2 years, and there isn't, because only 500 or 600 people run for the highest levels of government, and the rest of us just complain about jury duty. Out of 300 something million Americans, everybody should have 2 years in office, and nobody even tries. That's not the government's fault. That's our fault, because we're putting a small quantity of people in permanent responsibility of our future, and then we're not satisfied with their results when we were supposed to contribute to them, and we don't. And that's the same thing with big business. Big business is about to make money. They hire their workers. I don't agree with their pay scales. I think it fucking sucks. That's why I work for myself. That's why I could sit here for 7.5 hours at the spur of the moment on a live podcast where I normally stop the show at 3 hours, because I work for myself. So if I didn't want to go to work tonight, I don't go to work tonight. But if I had to work for somebody else, I would have had to end this podcast so that I could answer to somebody else. And I would be doing it because I'm willing to take what they're going to offer me for the work that I do. I get paid for my presence, but I work like a slave while I'm there. I'm getting paid by the hour. I'm not getting paid by the job. That's what most hourly wage workers do. They work like they get paid by the job, but they're actually getting paid by the hour. That benefits the business. That doesn't benefit the worker. Then you ask for overtime because you don't make enough money on regular time. And this is all a failure of the mind of the consumer, because we thought that we were supposed to be taken care of by people who are fucking selfish. And we forgot that in a society that is designed to be selfish and to take from everybody, capitalize on their failures, capitalize on their shortcomings, capitalize on their weaknesses, that we are supposed to position ourselves in a strong position so that we are not taken advantage of as often. We can't control not being taken advantage of because we're financially at the bottom of the totem pole. But we can reposition ourselves to be taken advantage of less over time by redirecting anything extra that we have into generating an extra source of income that is solely dependent upon us or solely beneficial to us. And that's what I'm saying.
And do you know what the leading cause of bankruptcy is in this country?
Not off the top of my head. I'm gonna say bad choices from
What
consumers,
what
credit
I, what I,
cards,
what I've
loans.
what I've heard is that it's healthcare debt. In other words, over 50% of people who get like a terminal cancer diagnosis will go bankrupt.
Yes,
Okay, so
major healthcare. Yes.
so again, so forget the Ozempic, forget the diabetes. What do you tell that person? It's your fault. Save up for your cancer medication. Save up for your radiation. Save up for your chemotherapy. You know,
Well,
like
I'm
I
also
mean,
going to look at the fact that America profits on treating symptoms, and other countries in Asia actually treat the problem. So just like Magic Johnson went overseas and got cured for AIDS, while people in America live with AIDS until they die and spend so much money on healthcare to treat the symptoms, if you cannot afford to go to another country that's going to actually work on the core problem of your health issue, then you have to find a way to exist in the current country that you have with them treating the symptoms of your problem, which means that you're never going to actually get cured. You're just going to feel really shitty for the rest of your life until you can't afford to pay them to help you feel a little less shitty. That's not fair. And I can't say that it is ultimately 100% your fault that your genetics are not in your favor. When I say that the choice between a name brand medication versus a alternative medication that's cheaper, and then saying it's hopeless when there is something that you don't feel as good with, you don't want to take. I'm saying that if you get comfortable with a better way of life and you can't afford that way of life, that is where your fault comes in at, because you're not willing to minimize your lifestyle and deal with a little discomfort long enough to build the wealth to do better in certain circumstances. But cancer is something that's like 1 to 5 years and you're dead. So I can't say, oh, there's a 20-year plan for you to beat cancer. Because if there was, nobody would have cancer. I can't say, oh, there's a 20-year plan to beat heart disease. Oh, there's a 20-year plan to be on a donors list. You got people that's been on that died before their name came up on the list. The What I'm saying is that there are certain areas of your life that are inside of your control, and there's certain areas of your life that is not inside of your control. And if you change the things that are inside of your control, then you will find yourself making way to navigate around the things that are outside of your control. Just like that medication. If you could live off of this insulin for 10 or 15 years, then you could afford, if you saved the difference, you could afford to buy the Ozempic in 10 or 15 years and have it for the rest of your life when your health is more dependent upon it, instead of struggling to try to sustain it right now where you can't afford it, you don't have enough of it, you're going from pillar to post, blase squaze, and you're ultimately going to live a complete life of unhappiness instead of 10 years of unhappiness and then 40 years of happiness. That's what I'm saying. You're willing to suffer now to not reduce the standard of living that you have, instead of building for a better later. You're going to continue to suffer for the full term instead of trying to find another way to navigate to not suffer as much later. That's what the average person fails to do. I don't mean you as in you, I mean you as in the average person. The average person decides that this is the way things must be. It can't be any less than this. I can't reduce my lifestyle in any way. I got to stay at this level, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to stay at this level, even if I have to psychologically, emotionally, and physically suffer to stay at this level, because I don't want to be any worse than this. But if you were to say, you know what, my standard of living, I could reduce that. I can go from a 2 bedroom to a 1 bedroom. I can go from a 1 bedroom to an efficiency. I can go from an inefficiency to renting a roof from somebody where I can pay less money. Then I can turn around and deal with the insulin, and I'm spending less money. Then I can take all the extra money that I'm not spending on my current lifestyle by retracting my expenses. I have more money to put away. Then I can say, well, ultimately, I was going to live out of a vehicle anyway. 15 years from now, I can have that capital there. 20 years from now, especially, I would definitely have that capital there where I can now get the medication that I want, get the vehicle that I want, get the camper that I want, live the lifestyle that I want to live by minimizing my financial responsibilities to a level that is self-sustainable instead of allowing myself or forcing myself to live at 99% or 110% of the money that I'm able to bring in, and then refusing to make any changes with my finances, and then assuming that it is not my fault that I can't afford to do better. I'm not going to agree to that. It is the fault of the person for not deciding to do less until you can afford to do more.
And then I'm assuming that that also applies to the person that has cancer that's dying. You tell them, hey, look, if you can't afford your chemotherapy, if your insurance doesn't want to cover it or you don't have insurance, then you need to save money until you can afford radiation. And
Well,
like that,
it depends on what stage of chemo that you have, because a lot of times if you got a certain stage of chemo, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're dead within 6 months. If you're dealing with, like, say you're in a coma, your family can't afford to pay for your medical bills, they're gonna pull the plug on you. You're gonna die if you can't breathe on your own. There are certain situations where you have certain health concerns that are terminal if you don't have the right medication. And I can't say, well, you have a terminal life injury or a life condition, wait 20 years and then you can do better. No, that's not possible. You might have 1 to 2 years left and you're dead because you've got a terminal life situation when you don't have the medical treatment to support it. A lot of people experience that. You said it yourself. They don't have what they need to survive. My mother was the same way. Did not survive because of that. Right? Now, if you can manage your life, is what I said. If you can manage your life. So this isn't going to benefit you if you got cancer. But what if you need dialysis? You might be able to manage it and then put away a little bit of capital here and there so that by the time you reach an age where your health is worse because you're older, you now have more money to put towards your health issue that you already know you have, that you already know is going to suck even more if you live 10 or 15 more years from now. Instead of struggling to get by, do a little less, accept a little less, endure a little bit more discomfort, and build for a better future. I mean, you can give me the worst physical condition on the planet, and ultimately there's going to be situations where there's nothing you can do besides suffer until you die. But when you start talking about the average condition of the average person, you've got people that develop lung cancer because they smoke because they don't want to quit smoking. But when they started with the cough, they didn't want to stop smoking. People that developed the bronchitis and then they ended up dying from the bronchitis, but you were smoking cigars like Bernie Mac. All you had to do was quit smoking. After you finished doing the Kings of Comedy tour, if you'd have just cut that shit out, you would not have died from the byproduct of continuing to smoke. No, I've got to do this. This is who I am. If we change our mentality from this is who I am to this is what I need to stay alive, let me stick to this now and build more for later. If you can afford to do less financially, do less. That's what I'm saying. If you choose not to do less when you can afford to do less, that is when I'm saying it's your fault because you had a solution. You just didn't want it because it was uncomfortable to you. It was financially not satisfactory to you. You don't want to go from a 4 bedroom house to a 1 bedroom apartment. You don't want to go from driving your own car to catching the city bus. You don't want to go from having privatized doctors to having a local county government walk-in clinic kind of medical treatment. You don't want to go from the name brand medical medication that you're supposed to have to the standardized insulin that they've got to give you. And because of the don't wants that people choose, they find themselves in a position, since you don't want to accept less, you have no other choice but to suffer because you can't afford to do better, but you don't want to accept less. And that's the only way that you're going to be able to get more. You have to have less off of the same income to make more. Because if you're living off of $3,000 a month and you reduce your standard of living to $1,000 a month, you've got $2,000 a month to build your life on. I told you only needed to put away $1,000 a month and suffer through it for 10 years in order to get the medication that you would need in this hypothetical scenario. But if you're putting away $2,000 a month for 5 years, you'd be able to get that medication faster if you could reduce your lifestyle from $3,000 a month down to $1,000 a month. That requires you to make a lot of sacrifices that people aren't comfortable with.
Right, but also, like, I mean, how can I put away that amount of money when I'm working at Walmart and I qualify for food stamps? It's just not possible.
No, you can qualify for food stamps. $3,000 a month is $36,000 a year. Food stamps is between $25,000 and $36,000 a year. You could be making $25,000 a year, which is about $2,000 a month, and a third of your income is almost fiscally it's almost fiscally impossible when you're expecting rent to be like $1,000 a month or $800 a month if you're renting an entire location by yourself. But if you end up with roommates, which is going to be psychologically and emotionally uncomfortable for a lot of people, but if you ended up with roommates, you could find yourself in a situation where you're paying $500 a month. Dorm room style living, $500 a month, all utilities included. And that means that off of a $2,000 a month income, you free up $1,500 a month. You only need $1,200 a month for the medication. So even if you didn't want to wait 10 years and live off the insulin for 10 years, if you say, well, let me go from renting my apartment to being a roommate for $600 a month, catch the bus. I keep because if you qualify for food stamps, you qualify for the Smart Life phone or the SafeLink phone, whatever they call it, the free government phone. So you have no bills now because your rent, light, gas, water, all covered under the room that you have. You go to work every day. You spend like $500-$600 a month on this one bedroom out of a 2, 3, 4 bedroom a location, and the other $1,200 you pay for your medication. Actually, and in that scenario, out of $2,000, you'd have $1,400. So you still have $200 a month to buy food. And that's something that you can do right now today. Go and find somebody who's renting out a room for $500 a month, and just move. And
Yeah,
take the city bus.
yeah, if you're like a single person, that might be an option. And I don't know who wouldn't consider that if they were in that scenario. Like, that would be
Most
a
people
no-brainer.
don't consider that.
Moving to a cheaper place, they don't consider that.
Well, they don't consider getting roommates. That's the part that people red flag on. They don't like living with other people.
Right. Okay. Right. Rent everything and own nothing. And like we're moving we're moving farther and farther away from the American dream.
Right, but that's one of the reasons why Mexicans are so successful in America, because 10 Mexicans will live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and then within 2 years, everybody will have their own Ford F-150. But Americans are antisocial. We don't want to share responsibilities with other people. We don't like having roommates. After we finish spending the first 18 years of our life with our parents and our family members, and we don't want to share space with anybody else. So unless we end up in a romantic relationship with somebody, we don't want to live with anybody else. So being a roommate with somebody for $500 or $600 a month, where you only have one bedroom out of the whole place, and you got to put up with other people's bullshit, nobody wants to accept that. Or not nobody, but very few people want to accept that. But if that was the sacrifice you had to make so that next month you could start paying for your medication, that option right there is a right now today. Change it this year. By August of this year, your medication will be coming in regularly. You can afford to do it under the current income you're getting from Walmart, and you still have $200 extra to pay for food. Your whole standard of living will be covered. So the reason why you don't have what you have still puts the responsibility on you. That's still your fault, not government, not society, not Walmart, because there is another solution. It's not a favorable solution, but because there is another way, if the person chooses not to accept that other way, it's their fault they're living the way they're living. Now, that doesn't apply to cancer. That doesn't apply to degenerative heart disease. That doesn't apply to Down syndrome or some type of life-altering brain tumor that you ultimately can't control the progress of it. You can't mitigate it. You can't change your life circumstances to get around it, but there's no health coverage that's going to help you through it. they're going to give you enough medication to make the pain as little as possible until you die. But other stuff where there are choices and there are solutions, those are the situations where if you choose not to find an alternative, you're suffering because that's what you want to do. Not because you want to suffer, because that's the lifestyle that you want to live, and that lifestyle is a sufferer's lifestyle. Does that make sense?
Yes, but again, in the case of the insulin, it wasn't controlling my sugar, and I was like dropping down to dangerous levels at night, and then it was spiking during the day. So, like, again, there's a medical necessity that my doctor wanted to change me. So,
It is a necessity, but it's a shitty necessity to have. But going from renting your own place to renting a room from somebody else would free up enough capital where you can start paying for that medication yourself, cash out of pocket by the end of next month.
you think that most 19-year-olds live by themselves in a one-bedroom apartment?
Well, you said you were 40, and most 19-year-olds don't necessarily have to live by themselves in a one-bedroom apartment, but you have dorm room style apartment complexes near universities. You have a lot of people these days that are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old that own their own houses, and they will rent out a room out of their house to subsidize their income because they don't make enough money to pay for their house. They might have got that house when they were in a relationship. Now the relationship is over, but they still have the house. They still have the financial responsibility, but they don't have the financial income, and they'll rent out a room out of their house to subsidize their income. So they don't have to be a 19-year-old that's going to share their apartment with you, but you can find places on Craigslist and other online listings that are trying to rent out a room for $500, $600, $700 a month. You specifically, if you're making a $2,000 a month income from Walmart, need to keep $1,200 to yourself for your medication. So the max that you're willing to pay is going to be $800 a month for all expenses paid. But if you're trying to have food in your pocket and other subsidies, you might want to save $500 a month so that you've got $300 a month that you can spend on something other than your medication. But when you set the limits, then you have to go out there and see what's out there and where is it located at. Is it still within the vicinity of your job? Is it within the vicinity of your medical appointments? And see what options are out there. But not being willing to reduce your standard of living from living on your own to living in a group just to reduce your cost of your standard of living is going to limit your options. And when you limit your options, that is a personal choice. And that personal choice is self-sabotaging to your ultimate goal of being able to afford the medication that you need for your physical condition. And that is your fault.
Right. And what I'm saying is that's just a made up hypothetical that doesn't relate to the real world. And let me tell you why. Because you were saying that once you turn 18, you don't want to live with anybody else. But if you would just, settle into a house where you rent one room, you could get it for 500. Therefore,
Yeah.
you're implying that these 19-year-olds are out there living in one-bedroom apartments as opposed to living with roommates. And what I'm saying
A
is,
lot of them come out of their mother's house and go live on the dorm, and they have 2 or 3 roommates. But when they get out of
exactly.
college, they rent their own apartment, and they don't want to have any roommates unless they're dating somebody.
Well, nobody would prefer to have roommates, I would say. I mean, like, everybody would like their own privacy and whatnot if you could afford it. But the fact is, nobody can, and therefore nobody's living like that. I already feel like people are
Yeah,
living.
right.
Yeah,
More
people
than
are.
half of the country is a 2 income scenario, whether it's one person with 2 jobs or 2 people living together with 1 job. But they're looking at about 1/3 of married couples are um, 2 income households, and then you have another percentage, about 10 or 20% of the population that are not married, like siblings, cohabitants, best friends, whatever, roommate style scenario. And then you have 5%, 5 to 9% of the individuals. We just covered all this stuff yesterday. 5 to 9% of individuals that live on their own and work 2 jobs in order to make ends meet. Ultimately, the largest majority of Americans that make less than $100,000 a year are in that dynamic where we can't afford to live on our own, but you more often than not find yourself in a romantic relationship with somebody paying half of your bills more often than you find yourself in a dorm room with a bunch of guys, whereas you and 3 other guys sharing a 4-bedroom apartment together, splitting the bills 4 ways. But that option of being able to split the bills 4 ways with somebody with 3 other people reduces your cost of living. Where if you had a $2,000 a month paycheck and now you only have a $500 a month standard of living, you qualify for food stamps, so you qualify for a free cell phone, so you don't need to have a cell phone bill if you do pay for a cell phone bill in this hypothetical situation. So you could terminate your personal cell phone bill and lean more on the government phone and then Wi-Fi in the area. And if you're in a 4 bedroom location, there's probably going to be Wi-Fi there, and that still gives you the ability to come to the podcast, but it still gives you the ability to have a free phone and have extra money that you could be putting towards that healthcare situation where you would not be wondering where your money's coming from to pay for that medication. You can also potentially claim that on your taxes as a medical expense, and see how that works with getting you some deductions on your taxes where you get more money back on your rebates. Talk to a CPA about that. But
Right.
I mean, the changing your lifestyle to afford that medication in this hypothetical situation would be the only way that you can fast actingly cover the cost of this medication this year so that you don't got to wait 10, 15, 20 years to achieve that goal. But because we were able to find that way in less than 8 hours, anybody who was in this situation that's been in this situation for 5 years or longer, suffering with the paycheck to paycheck, not enough money to cover the medical expenses, having medical needs that aren't being met, are in that situation due to the lack of knowledge. It's not a withheld knowledge from society where nobody knows that this is a thing, like the government is keeping it a secret. It's the lack of desire to go and seek that knowledge. And then when that knowledge is presented, if the people that are in that situation come to find out there is another way and they put that into action and successfully make that change, they will see that now they are stable. Now, can you get better after that? That depends on how much money you have, how much money you make, how much money you can make off of doing something extra. But that also depends on your willpower and your drive and your capability to be successful. Not everything can you turn into a multi-million-dollar business, but there's a lot of different things that I've covered on the show over the last 6 months that could help you bring extra money in and perceivably automate a lot of it through your computer, where you don't have to try that hard after you get home from work in comparison to what you do when you go to work. And you could potentially make enough money over time to phase out working for Walmart and start working for yourself. But if you don't put any effort into trying to work for yourself, this isn't quit your job and try to start a business from scratch. This is work your full-time job and then start this hobby and turn this hobby into a pay scale level small business, scale it up till it is a self-sustainable entity. And once it covers 70% of what Walmart was paying you, quit Walmart and do full-time on that. And now you've got a full-time job that's paying you more than what Walmart was paying you. No, it's not covering your health insurance. Well, you can cover your own health insurance if you can build a kind of business that makes more money than what you're getting paid off of Walmart. If Walmart's paying you less than $24,000 a year, you need a business that's paying you $40,000 or $50,000 a year. If you were making twice as much money as what you're making right now, you would have the money to pay for your medical treatment, which also means outside of saving the money, reducing your standard of living, living with other people to mitigate costs, building an alternative income. That's a whole nother option. But all the stuff requires motivation. And if you don't have it, that still puts the responsibility on the individual that is allowing themselves to suffer. That lack of motivation is why life sucks. It's because we know life needs to change. Sometimes we don't know another way. Then when that other way presents itself to us, we're not satisfied with that outcome because we don't want to change our life. We don't like to change our life. We want to stay the way things are. We don't want to have less. That requires us to have to do more in order to maintain where we are and get better at the same time, but it's a life of suffrage. And more than 75% of Americans choose to suffer so that they can maintain the way things are. And as soon as they get a little extra money, the lifestyle creep is, now I'm going to entertain myself a little bit because I deserve it. I work hard all the time. Life sucks so much for so long. Now that I got a few hundred extra dollars, let me go grab a few drinks, hang out with the fellas, smoke something, drink something, whatever the case may be, enjoy myself and live life to the fullest so that I can have a little bit of peace of mind away from the ongoing everyday stress. Problem is, once that money is gone, guess what? The stress is back. Life sucks and I'm still broke. So the goal in life, if when you said at the beginning of your entry into the show, was a stress-free life of happiness, you need to detail how you're going to accomplish that.
Right. And you said, you know, you haven't thought about how you're going to get there, which I took offense to. I didn't say anything, but again, like I have thought about it, you know, like
When I said that you didn't think about it, I'm saying that you don't have a plan for it. You couldn't tell me in the moment what you were going to do to achieve what you said you wanted.
you didn't ask me. You didn't ask me what I was going to do to achieve that. By the way,
Well, what plans do you have?
I'm already there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This isn't about me. This isn't about me. It's I can look around and see people around me suffering. And yeah,
No, I understand that, but the people around you that are suffering are the dynamic that I'm talking about when you're not looking, not you as in Sterling, you as in the average person whose life sucks, who knows their life sucks, who doesn't have a plan, but they ultimately have this end life goal that is a broad spectrum assessment. You said happy future. Steven said stress-free life. Michael said live healthy. They were broad spectrum assessments. It wasn't, I here, me, for example. I'm gonna get a wife from Thailand, a business startup in Japan, own my own house in America, have it in a trust, have a brokerage account to pay for the trust, and a fallback plan to cover the two real estate businesses that I have on the East Coast that would subsidize the real estate business that I'll start up in Japan after I grab the Filipino wife, which means that I got to make enough money to go to the Philippines so that I can get the Filipino wife to take her to Japan so I can start up the business in Japan so that when I come back to America, I got three sources of income that are not in America. That's a plan of action.
Right. But did you ask me?
And that had nothing to do with the podcast paying for a lot of this shit.
Right, but you didn't ask me my plan of action for the future. You just said like, what would you like to I forgot how you worded it. Like, what would you want in the future?
Right. But I told you what I wanted in the future. My
Right.
plan was what I wanted for the future.
Right, and my end goal is just to be happy. So if I could be happy without any of those things, then I'm good with that. Like everybody's
Right. My end goal was to have a structure set up. I should be happy.
right. So right. So yeah. So the answer is
my end goal was not happiness. My end goal was to build a structure, and the structure should result in my happiness.
right. And so
Your end goal was to be happy.
yes.
Now you have to reverse engineer how you're going to get happy. You may
Exactly.
already have the plan. I didn't ask you about the plan. You might be putting that plan into action. But what I'm saying is that the average person in America has an end goal with no plan to get there. I have a plan. And when I get to the end of that plan, I should be happy.
Right.
And I'm
so,
saying that if more people structured a plan, they would have better capabilities to not only pivot when things don't go their way, but have a foundational structure of what they can do to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. Because it took me less than 8 hours to figure out how to solve a lack of insulin problem.
To solve a lack of insulin problem?
Yeah. The problem where the person doesn't have the money to pay for the medical treatment that they need. From the time we started that conversation until the time we resolved that conversation, it's like, shit, roommate with somebody and pay $500 a month and take $1,200 and pay for the medication. That's something that can get done in 60 days.
And,
you can make that transition in 60 days.
I think you said that applies to what, 5 to 9% of people who live by themselves?
No, I said 5 to 9% of people live on 2 incomes by themselves. But that does not mean that there are not people who have a 3 or 4 bedroom house. They're living alone right now, but they can't afford to cover the cost, and they will subsidize that standard living by renting out rooms of their house that they own, so you can help them with their mortgage.
Right. Yeah, I get that. But I thought you were saying there's 5 to 9% who live alone.
5 to 9% of people who live alone have 2 incomes. The majority of individuals who have 1 income live with someone else, because in this economy, we can't afford to live alone because the working wage is less than living wage by about 10 or 20%. And the living wage, the comfortable living wage is about $62,000 a year. No, the Median income is about $62,000 a year, and a comfortable living wage has raised itself to $72,000 a year, which is $10,000 a year more than the two-party income. So the average person day to day is making like 50 to 60,000 a year, and living comfortably in America is now 72,000 a year. So we're short 10,000 a year to be comfortable. But you have people that are living off of 30, 40,000 a year. You have people that are surviving off of 25,000 a year. You have homeowners that are building an estate, a legacy and stuff for their next generation off of 24, $25,000 a year. No, they don't have to pay $1,200 a month for insulin. But my point is that where there's a will, there's a way. It's not going to be an easy way, but we have to pivot in order to succeed. We can't stay the course and then expect things to get better for us. As you explained before, big pharma don't give a shit about us. Main manufacturer doesn't give a shit about us. Walmart doesn't give a shit about us. We have to change us. That's my position. And there is other ways, but it took me less than 8 hours to like, well, fuck. If all else fails, roommate with somebody. It's possible. It's possible. You can jump on a roommate off lease in a heartbeat. All they have to do is have a 2-bedroom apartment and can't afford to pay the lease, and you're willing to pay the other half of the lease. They have a $1,500 or $1,200 2-bedroom lease in a reasonable community, and you're willing to pay half of that, $600. There you go. Then you're $1,200 for your medication. You got $200 worth of spending money. The place comes fully furnished with all kinds of amenities already in it because somebody already owns that place. You're just taking up space. That's the kind of downgrade that is required to upgrade your comfort.
But first of all, I like how you think that you've figured it out, like you've solved it. It's almost like you just solved world hunger. First of all,
you can't solve world hunger. On paper, it's doable. In reality, is a lot more challenging because you still have to go through the listing, find somebody that's willing to do it. You still have to find a place convenient to your workplace. You still have to find a place convenient to your medical providers. So it's not like an end all be all, like, oh yeah, you can move out tomorrow. But I know that right now in my current location, I can find 12 different places that I can procure and reduce the cost of my expenses if I wanted to.
And what I'm saying is
they're not going to be convenient to my to what I want to do when I would have, and only because I'm paying for my own internet would it not matter to me because I work off of my computer. But if I had to go show up to a specific Walmart, now I'm limited to the addresses within commuting distance to that location. If I'm only able to afford to pay a certain quantity of money, now I'm only able to live in certain neighborhoods. So if I can only afford, if the rent is $900, that's a low income neighborhood. Probably going to have a lot more base, a lot of helicopters, a few dozen shootings, squad cars all over the place. Not the ideal lifestyle that I would want to be in. But if the guy's rent is $900 and I got to give him $450, boom.
Right.
It's not favorable to your preference, but it is possible, is what I'm saying.
Right. But what I would say is that these Walmart employees already have a roommate. And the idea that you could just move in with someone and pay less rent. Everybody already knows that. That's not something new. I feel like people are doing that already. People are renting out those bedrooms.
But it's one person per room, and that's where you're willing to stop. But you can do 2 to a room because the building code allows for you to have 2 adults in every room. And if you got a 2-bedroom apartment, 4 people can live there. So if you've got a $1,500 a month 2-bedroom apartment, 4 people can live there and pay like $350 a person.
$375. And so then you're paying $375 for rent, and then you're paying $1,200 for your Ozempic in this scenario, which is like 50. Now you're at $1,575. Now you have $425 to live off of for the month.
But if you've got food stamps, you got food coming in from your food stamps. And if you qualify for food stamps, you qualify for the government phone. So you got a free phone you don't have to pay for. It's a minute phone, so you're not going to be doing a lot of live streaming on your data plan. You're going to be doing a lot of live streaming off of your Wi-Fi from the house that you're in. But because it's not your house, you're only paying a percentage of the amenities that's there. You're not responsible for everything that's there. So you got a lot more subsidies than what you're actually calculating right now. The only inconvenience that you're really going to have to deal with is the inconvenient commute from where you go to wherever your job is.
Yeah, and how are you going to make that commute?
That depends on whether or not you find a place inside of the public transportation system, or if it's not inside the public transportation, if the $400 a month that you have difference between your standard of living and your medication is enough to get you to and from work every day. But you also have the opportunity at 40 years old to potentially get a second job, whether it's a part-time job or whatever. And if you're getting a part-time job off the computer, not at a physical location in a brick and mortar location, you can work from home, and that gives you the ability to generate more money. Even if it's a couple $100 extra a month, you're generating more money to cover the spread, to cover things like getting to work. It is still a drastic inconvenience. It's still a highly stressful situation, but it is still possible to make changes where you can get everything that you need by having a less expensive lifestyle.
Right.
The
Right.
lifestyle that you choose to have is what
Uh-huh.
dictates the stress and how you mitigate the limited income that you have. And
The,
that decision is your fault.
the lifestyle that I would choose to have would have regulated sugar levels. I
No,
don't feel
your
like,
regulated sugar levels is beyond your control. The
well, no,
lifestyle that you choose to have, the difference between living by yourself or living with a roommate, the difference between catching the bus and driving yourself, the difference between walking and riding bicycles versus catching an Uber, those
Uh-huh.
are lifestyle choices that you decide.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah, but even if you made the best decisions, like it's going to be tough to live off of $425 a month.
Oh, hell yeah, it's going to be fucking tough. And that's one of the reasons why building yourself another side hustle that's going to generate revenue while you're at work is the best way to go to not have that be a permanent outcome.
But don't you see how you're it seems like you're completely ignoring the fact that Walmart is taking advantage of us, and you're telling people to make
I'm not
sacrifices.
ignoring it. I'm telling you that this is a situation outside of your control, and your best bet is to navigate around that and work for yourself so that you're not supporting Walmart by going to work every day and accepting the money that they're offering you. Because when people start saying, like Amazon workers quit until Amazon allowed them to form a union that dictates a minimum standard of pay that in California is like $45 an hour. You go to Walmart and say, I'll take whatever you offer. That's why you're getting paid what you're getting paid. That's not like literally what you said, but that's the behavior pattern of everybody that clocks in every day. They're saying, I'm willing to take what you're offering me to do whatever you ask me to do because I need the money.
Exactly.
But if you're willing to say, fuck Walmart, I'm not going to work until they double my pay. And
Uh-huh.
everybody did that, Walmart would have to double your pay. The same way Starbucks did. Starbucks is not a union also because nobody went to work until Starbucks started paying them more money. Nobody goes to work at Walmart, Walmart's going to start paying more money. But just like drop shipping, the merchants that sell products online, they have to pay more money because Amazon is paying more money to the employees. So what are the merchants going to do? They're going to charge more money to their products. So now when you buy stuff from Amazon, everything costs more money.
Right, because they want to keep their profits the same.
Right. So what happened to Starbucks? Fucking $15 for a cup of coffee.
Exactly.
This 36-ounce cup of coffee was like 77 cents, I think, 45 cents a cup for the little Keurig cups. I got what 100 of them for like $23. So I don't know, like 23 cents a cup for a little Keurig cup for a 36-ounce cup of coffee at my house. But Starbucks is $15 for that same fucking cup of coffee, right? Now, look at Walmart. Walmart, probably the cheapest grocery store that you can find in most areas. That has a lot more than just groceries there. You start paying everybody in Walmart $45 an hour, the cost of everything in Walmart is going to double. It's going to stop being cheap.
Right, if you allow them to make the same amount of profits. But what I'm saying is we need to look at like these corporations that are making
But see,
trillions.
that's the problem. We are going to allow them to make the same kind of profits because we're not going to say I'm not shopping from Walmart because the prices are too high.
Right, because we need those items and we can't afford to buy them elsewhere. Right.
Right.
So
And we can't afford to tell Walmart I'm not going to work for that price because we need the money and we can't afford to not have a job.
exactly. So the idea that Walmart workers could just go on strike and it would be okay, I don't know that is necessarily a good option because they'll fire you.
They're not going to be okay if they go on strike. They're going to suffer to go on strike. But suffrage is how change is made.
They could fire you as soon as you go on strike.
If only one or two people go on strike, they can fire you. If the entire roster goes on strike, they can't fire the whole company.
Right. So now all you got to do is get the entire Walmart employees to agree on something. You
And
know,
that's not something that you're going to be able to successfully do
that
because at least the managers are going to show up because they're salary.
exact. Okay. Good point. Yeah. Good point. But even the managers couldn't run the store by themselves.
No, they're not going to run the stores by themselves. They might close the doors because the hourly workers won't show up. But you would have
Right.
to get all of the hourly workers to not show up.
Which I
It
think
has
that's
to
going
be a
to.
collective. Amazon was successful because 100% of the hourly wage workers refused to come to work. Starbucks was successful because 100% of the hourly wage workers refused to go to work. Certain schools have teenagers that protested not being allowed to have cell phones in school. They protested the school by refusing to show up for school where nobody in attendance attended the schools. The halls were empty. All the students stayed outside because they couldn't have their phones inside. You can, if everybody has the same feeling that you have that Walmart's not paying everybody enough money, unionize Walmart. But that requires somebody to be a union rep. And you guys got to negotiate fair terms where everybody's getting a reasonable quantity of pay and Walmart's going to get a reasonable quantity of work for that pay. It can be done. It has been done multiple times over the past 8 months. It's just that nobody thought of that. But without unionizing Walmart's staff, the next best thing would be to get a second job, minimize your expenses, reduce your personal costs so that the money that you're getting from this company can go further. Those are the ways that you navigate around the situation without changing the situation entirely. There's not an easy way out of this because forming a union is going to be hard. Getting support from everybody else who hates the pay that they get but don't want to go find another job somewhere else, that effort is going to take a lot because you have to get people to agree with you and not go tell the boss where you get fired for before the union gets formed because you're causing disruption in the workforce. All of these things are factors in how to make change. But all of this is also including the idea that you couldn't just go find another job somewhere else. Like the whole other question is, well, why are you working at Walmart and why are you not working at another company?
This the same reason why people are shopping at Walmart.
Because you don't have the skill set to work at another company.
Well, I mean, what? Well,
we
hang on.
can't we can't be unemployed because we can't afford it, and we shop at Walmart because we can't afford it. But why are you working at Walmart and not working at Costco or Sam's Club or Publix or BJ's or some other type of like Ross or the mall or some other place that kind of has similar job skill requirements that might offer a little bit more money?
Well, not enough positions available for everyone that works at Walmart to go over to Ross's, right? And also like, why are we shopping at Walmart? Why don't we shop somewhere else? If Walmart isn't taking care of their employees, why are we there? It's out of necessity because we can't afford to go
No,
to the
it's
other
not out of
places.
necessity. It's because we wasted all of our money at the mall buying Jordans, and now all we can afford is Walmart.
Not everybody at Walmart has Jordans. There's plenty of people there living off of Social Security.
I understand that, but the majority of the people that are so you have a population of people who have their budget managed perfectly. They're on a limited income, and this is the best that they can do.
Uh-huh.
They are a small population of the people that support companies like Walmart because you have the other majority of people that are supporting companies like Walmart because that's all that's left over after they wasted all of their money making bad choices. So when you say, well, what about the one person that's doing it right out of a collection of people that are doing it wrong, and the entire group ends up supporting a company that is not supporting its employees? Well, the largest majority of the low income community that is not doing it right is wasting money on society. And that contributes to the inflation, which contributes to the reason why you can't buy the products at Publix for the same price that you get it at Walmart because Publix is more expensive because people are willing to pay more money at Publix.
But and they also pay their employees a better wage.
Oh, so if we're willing to pay for higher prices at Walmart, Walmart would have a bigger budget to give people more money for salary.
Well,
Doesn't mean they will, it just means that they could.
They could. They could. Yeah. If they pay their employees more, they could charge us more. Yes. And that
But
would effectively.
what would happen is that if they paid us more, this is where the downside is. It's a vicious spiral. If they pay us more, we're going to spend more, probably at Walmart. And if we spend more, what do you think is going to happen?
The rich get richer.
No, they're going to raise the price.
Absolutely, and that's where I feel like if you want to.
But Walmart's not setting the price. Walmart's just putting the price on the shelf.
What's the difference? What do you mean?
The difference is that Walmart doesn't dictate the price. Walmart puts the product on the shelf at the price of the merchant that is paying Walmart to put stuff in Walmart's store.
Well,
Walmart is four walls. Walmart doesn't choose how much the can of peas costs on the shelf. The company that sells the can of peas picks the price.
No, they tell their company what they're willing to pay for that product, and then then they set the price of what they're going to sell it for. Absolutely. And if they don't,
Walmart tells the company how much they're going to charge that company to put their product on the shelf, and that company is going to dictate the price after that. Walmart's great value is how much they're willing to sell their price for, which is undercutting the name brand, because the name brand, they said, hey, I'll put your stuff in the store, but you're going to have to pay me a premium.
Well, the companies that make the generic versions, they still have to get paid. I mean, they're still haggling with them. They're still telling them.
No, I understand it, but what I'm saying is that the name brand company is charging more because they have to pay Walmart to put the product on the shelf.
The name brand company is paying more because they have to pay Walmart to put it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are situations where the company buys the product from the manufacturer, and then the manufacturer sets a price, the company pays for it, then the company then the manufacturer raises the price and send it back up there. Yeah, this is the same live from yesterday, bro. But there are situations where Walmart is like, everybody else can sell their stuff at my place kind of situation. You pay me money and I'll put your stuff on the shelf, just like Walmart.com. I get a commission or a cut off of the sales that you make when you sell your stuff from my place. So when I charge you a premium to sell your stuff in my place, you up the price. I don't make the price. I just advertise the price. But I'm going to get a cut out of the price.
You don't think they negotiate with these companies of like how much they're going to pay for that product?
They negotiate with the company how much they're going to get paid off of the product being sold in their store.
Right. And that's effectively, being in charge of what the price is. They definitely set the price based off of.
Well, they contribute to the impact of how the price is, but big business is actually going to set the price. Walmart just labels it and puts it on the shelf.
Walmart is big business.
Walmart is one of the big businesses, but when you think about like Hunt's Ketchup, when you think about Jif, when you think about Aunt Jemima syrup, Uncle Ben's rice, when you think about Arm & Hammer baking soda, PlayStation, Vizio, the Scotch tape, duct tape, Gorilla Glue. I can think of all kinds of products that are in Walmart, and these are all different companies, and Walmart gets a commission for selling these products in the store. Walmart is a big business, but these people market their stuff in Walmart. Walmart is ultimately 4 walls, sometimes 8 walls when you think about the garden section, but it's just 4 walls of other people's stuff being sold at my place for a price. I get a premium off of your stuff being sold at my place, but that doesn't mean that Walmart makes the price. Walmart advertises the price, but Walmart negotiates with the merchant how much it should get sold for, because Walmart's going to say, I'm going to get paid this much money for you to sell your stuff here. Then the merchant's going to say, well, in that case, I'm going to sell it for this much money so that I can get a profit after the creation of the product, the creation and distribution of the product. Just like drop shipping with Amazon.
And
Amazon does not own any of the products, but Amazon says, well, we're going to charge you $5 or $6 an item to sell your shit through Amazon Prime, right? Look at the shit on Amazon Prime, expensive as fuck. $40, $50, $75. Why? Because if I got to spend $10 for Amazon per unit item, the base price for these items is going to be $10. So then if I want to turn a profit, if it costs me $7 to buy the product, that's $17. Then I got to cover shipping. Now we're at $20. Now I want to turn a profit. I want a $10 profit. So the item's $35. Taxes, $45. That's where pricing comes from. Amazon didn't pick the price. The merchant picked the price. Amazon said, I want fucking $10 per item for you to sell that here. That's all they said. So each individual merchant set their price. Walmart just puts a label on it and produces it for the people who walk through the aisles and pick it up. I'm not making excuses for Walmart. What I'm saying is that the reason why Walmart is able to do what it does to its employees and make the kind of money that it makes is because the employees continue to work there for that price, and the customer society is willing to go to Walmart and buy the products from Walmart for that price because it's the cheapest place in the area after they've wasted all of their money on other things, where people on fixed income with disability, retirement, Social Security, VA benefits don't have another choice. The average healthy individual between 18 and 50 that doesn't have health issues, who could work 2 jobs on a construction site, are wasting their money on things that they shouldn't be wasting their money on. And all the money they have left, they got to go to Walmart and get something to eat because they don't qualify for food stamps.
Right, but the majority of their money goes to Ozempic and their medications. So I don't see, like, I mean, over 50% of, $1,200 out of $2,000 is like, I don't know, 50, 60%. And
Yeah,
we're
not fair.
yeah, and we're saying that they're wasting money on these Jordans and this and that, but like, again, like,
You, with the person that has the Ozempic, is not wasting the money on Jordans. I'm talking about the other 8 million Americans that wear Jordans, prom dresses, Bentleys just this past 3 months, private jets, all of this stuff just for prom. The, all their tax money got tossed out the window for one night's event. One of the kids got murdered out there. He was what, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 worth of cash money he was flaunting, and somebody killed him out there. Now his mama's doing a GoFundMe to bury his ass because all the money that she put in that little boy's hands so he could go to school and show out for his friends, she should have put that towards the damn tuition. She should have bought him a car cash up front so he could drive himself to the prom and then drive himself to work after prom, then drive himself to college. But poor people waste money on stuff that they don't need to so that they can show off for society for social validation instead of having self-respect and self-esteem and self-validation. And that is what stimulates the economy, which makes prices out of the reach of the average individual that is on a fixed income, that is living responsibly on that fixed income. I'm not saying that the people on the fixed income are being irresponsible. I'm saying that the people on the fixed income has a limited quantity of resources and they have to reduce their standard of living so that they can afford to live on that fixed income, because everyone else that is benefiting from the cheapness of Walmart is going to benefit from the cheapness of Walmart because they're wasting their money elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. It's collateral damage.
and I don't think that the average person is wasting money. Like, I mean, you give that, and you talked about that prom example last time I was on here. That's few and far between, and so, like, I don't think that the average person is shopping at Walmart because they blew their money. Like, I just disagree with that. They're shopping at Walmart because they don't have another choice, and everything is too expensive because for-profit corporations have taken part of every aspect of our life: our healthcare, our housing, our food, our transportation, uh, anything you can think of. Corporations got their hands in it, and they're maximizing the profit at the cost of us, not just financially, but at the cost of our health. Corporations have no part in healthcare. They should have no part in education. They should have no part in prisons. They should have no part in what else? I would say I said education. Well, you get the picture. Healthcare in general.
Mhm. Yeah. But picture this though. The average American wastes about $15,000 a year. This money disappears on lifestyle creep, subscriptions, impulse purchases. You're looking at about 38% of Gen Zs that spends over $100 a month on unplanned impulse purchases. 25% of people that have regret for using buy now pay later systems, where the buy now pay later systems are all over the place now, where something that otherwise would have been outside of your reach, 500, 700, $800, that's okay. 6 monthly payments of $50 a month, you can get it today. You've got a collective burn of over $2 billion a year buying premium gasoline when they could have otherwise bought unleaded only gas. It was 87, which would have been way less money. So this is just statistics that shows that the average individual wastes way more money, because if you look at the $15,000 a year that people waste every year, on the average American wastes every year on stuff that they don't need, the average American could put $15,000 a year away for 10 years and have $150,000. And at 10% return, they would be getting $15,000 back every year to cover that medical expense that you're talking about. Now, that might not specifically apply to the example that you're giving me, where the person's on a fixed income of $2,000 a year and they're not wasting any money. They're living from paycheck to paycheck and barely having enough money to survive. But the average American is wasting about $15,000 a year or more. Because when you think about individuals that are on a $65,000 a year income, working at Waffle House, Walmart, not Walmart, Waffle House, McDonald's, because fast food restaurants pay a lot of money for night shift workers. You've got individuals that typically could be living a $40,000 a year lifestyle with $25,000 worth of discretionary spending, and they're wasting that money on cigarettes, alcohol, weed, rolling peppers, clubbing, dating, and they don't notice that the money is being wasted because we got to socialize, we've got to cut loose, we work hard, we should be able to play hard. You know, it's considered a waste of money because if you smoke, you don't need to smoke, and $15 a pack for a pack of cigarettes, when I can give you the stocks that's been going across the screen for the last 4 hours, is showing you that these stocks are like $2 to $5 a share, so you can buy 10 plus stocks for a pack of cigarettes, and people that smoke 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day, you know, that's like 15 shares of some good stock that will be paying you dividends on a regular basis. The difference between choosing to make positive decisions towards your future versus choosing to live life to the fullest today is the difference between having the money next year to do better versus spending all your money this year and continuing to struggle. And not everybody can pull themselves up by their bootstraps and build a whole new life just by making a few monetary changes. You're probably going to need a little bit of financial support, which may be going to be one of the reasons why you get into a 4-bedroom location. You and a bunch of other people on disability all live in the same house and spend 25% of what it would have cost to stay in that place, and take the difference and invest that into something that's going to make yourselves greater. But again, if you're on a fixed income and you're doing SSI, not SSDI, SSI won't allow you to sit on more than $2,000. So what you would have to do with that extra money in order for you to build the type of life that you would need to have a better future is overpay on the rent, overpay on utilities, overpay on stuff that is approved by Social Security Disability, then take a clump of money somewhere and slide it under a mattress until you can save enough money to go and buy you a car cash up front. And it's backwards deals, because they don't want you to, in order for you to get government funds, they don't want you to have a surplus of money because they don't want you to turn a profit off of the government. But if you was to build a trust and you withdrew the money out of the bank into account, and you got an irrevocable trust, or if you got a trust in somebody else's name where it's a revocable trust, it's somebody that you trust that will actually work with you and manage your situation, you can actually take your money and put it into an irrevocable trust and have it managed from a third party that's not technically your money, and you can still build $500,000. That actually works where you're on disability, the person you're dating isn't on disability, they're not classified on what you've got going on. You set up a trust with them, and you put the money over there, and then y'all live better. It is possible, but the possibility and application are not 100% unilateral with one another. The effort that it takes to take this on paper observation is far more taxing than what a lot of people are willing to do. And that's the reason why it's not widely done. Because if I had the solution to cure poverty and nobody wants to apply it, doesn't mean that I'm wrong about how there is a possibility to solve poverty. It just means that nobody wants to do it. If I have a solution to resolve poor health care, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong because nobody wants to do it. It just means that nobody wants to do it. It is too inconvenient to the average person. And as a result, there isn't an option that satisfies a person in this situation, because since they don't want to make the sacrifices required to improve themselves, they're not going to be able to improve themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's assuming that sacrificing is the only way to go about it. And I feel like
No,
it should be.
sacrificing is going to be the only way to go, and you don't have enough resources because outside of sacrificing, the only other option that you're going to have is you're going to have to start putting more money into your standard of living, which requires you to invest more into your standard of living. You're going to have to either do more work to earn more money, start up a business, bring in more money somewhere else, either sell your time or sell your skill set for capital gains, or get extra money and invest somewhere so that you can make the money that you need to make in order for you to do the things that you need to do. But there's not going to be a way that you're going to be able to improve yourself without doing something different somewhere. And that's the problem that not a lot of people pay attention to. That lack of change that nobody wants to do, that lack of change is the reason why a lot of people are in a position where they're just stuck.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you want to change. Because if you only focus on changing yourself, working more, working harder, sleeping less, having less free time, renting, doing more with less, then I feel like you're giving the top 1% a pass. You're saying,
I mean, you can try to stick it to the top 1%, but in order for you to become part of the top 1%, you got to stop paying attention to what they're not doing and start paying attention to what you need to do.
I don't want to be part of the top 1%.
But if you don't want to be if you don't want to be impacted by the top 1%, you still have to do some of the same things. You still have to stop paying attention to what they're not doing and start paying attention to what you need to do.
Well, I think we need to do both. Like we need to pay attention to what they're doing and how they're keeping us down and how they're benefiting themselves. And I
But they're
do
not
agree.
keeping us down. They're just benefiting themselves. I agree with you with half of that. They're benefiting themselves. They're not making decisions that benefit us. But I disagree that they are not deliberately keeping us down. They're benefiting from our decision making skills.
Well, yeah, they're taking advantage of us, and we're
They're
allowing it.
benefiting from it. They're not taking advantage of it. So you got to understand, taking advantage of you is like, okay, pharmaceuticals. They're taking advantage of you. You've got a pain point. They're going to turn a profit off of it. They don't really care how you survive. They're taking advantage of you. Admittedly, there's no way around that. But Walmart's not taking advantage of you.
Well,
Dodge and Chevy and Ford are not taking advantage of you. They're profiting off of your ability to accept what they have to offer. T-Mobile's not taking advantage of you. Netflix isn't taking advantage of you. Cable companies, Cox Cable charging $300 a month for cable. They're not taking advantage of you. If you're willing to pay for that much money for cable, you're going to pay that much money for cable. I think it's ridiculous, but some people think that makes sense. That's the only way to watch TV. If that's the case, you're going to accept what they have to offer. They're not taking advantage of you if you're accepting what they have to offer. When they're not giving you another way out, like this pharmaceutical situation where you either going to risk dying with the insulin or live off of a medication that you can't afford, they may be taking advantage of you because they're setting a price that's outside of your price range. And it actually might be set that way because of the cost to manufacture it. And when it first comes out, it's going to be more expensive than what it is once it's been on the market for 10 years. But the principle of the fact is that outside of all of the entities that we've talked about over the past 8 hours, the manufacturer of the pharmaceuticals is the only one that's going to ultimately take advantage of the people who are taking the medication. Everyone else is just profiting off of their involvement. And that's not the same. Rich people are not bullying you into staying broke. Not you specifically, but the decisions that people make on a day-to-day basis is what leads them to staying broke. Choosing not to go to work because you don't feel good, choosing not to get into investment opportunities with people that you don't like, um, spending money on things that you don't need, spending money on things that you can't afford that you do need, when you could have spent your money on something else that could get you by. These are different choices that people make that is the reason why they're not in the position that they're in. But recognizing that there are alternatives, you have to look at some alternatives and then consider how those alternatives will allow you to achieve your goal. A short term dissatisfaction that leads you to long term satisfaction is going to be how your life is going to get better. But you can't say that you're going to improve your life without making any sacrifices. That's worse than saying that I can cure pharmaceutical problems and poverty just by coming up with a blueprint on paper over a 9 hour podcast. It's not possible. One, because people aren't going to be willing to do it.
to be fair, I didn't say that I should make no sacrifices. I thought I clearly said it should be both. We should do what we can, but we shouldn't also give the corporations and the billionaires and the trillionaires now a pass to take advantage of us. Because if they're making billions of dollars,
How are we holding trillionaires accountable, though?
that's the thing. We're just because we're not holding them accountable doesn't mean they're not taking advantage of us. Just because we haven't
No,
stood
they're
up to
not taking advantage of us because this is the reason why I disagree with the taking advantage part. Yes, they are profiting off of our decision making. They set a price that we're willing to pay. You hold them accountable by stop spending your money. That's how you hold them accountable. But because they're profiting off of millions of people, several hundred millions of people, 70% of the population would have to decide that this is fucked up and I'm not going to pay for that. The same way they stopped paying for Target when Target made a racist comment, the same way they stopped paying for Calvin Klein when Calvin Klein made a racist comment, the same way that they stop investing in certain companies when certain companies do certain things. They stopped buying R. Kelly's album after he got convicted. They stopped listening to Puff Daddy's music when he got convicted. There is no reason for them to not be able to do the same thing when it actually truly matters and say, well, we're going to boycott Walmart because Walmart's not paying their employees enough. We're just never going to shop at Walmart until Walmart starts paying their employees more. The same way they stopped buying Nikes until Nike stopped being a sweatshop in a third world country. You know, we can talk with our money and hold the billionaires accountable by not spending money on the things that we don't agree with. But we then turn around and say, well, we need that. So we have to spend our money on it. If you're not going to, again, have to make another sacrifice, refuse to spend your money in that place where you're ultimately probably going to be spending money somewhere else for more in order to get what you need while boycotting this position over here where the owner of Target might be an investor in Walmart. Walmart might make less money, but the billionaire is still going to make money. The difference is that Walmart is going to make a change when Walmart stops making profits. That the only way that you can affect a person with money is if you hit them in the pockets. You can't affect their pride. They don't have any. You can't affect their morals. They don't have any. You can't test their ethics. They don't have any. Look at how they're treating you. But you can impact them where it matters to them the most, hitting them in their pockets. That requires you to change. You have to change jobs. You have to change insurance companies. You have to change medical providers. When everybody makes the same type of, or the majority of individuals make the same type of decision, say, I'm not dealing with this bullshit no more. That's when change is going to get made. But as long as somebody's paying $1,200 a dose for the freaking medication, the medication is going to be $1,200 a dose. When they start producing a medication and nobody's going to buy that shit, it's going to go down to $600.
And the difference is between Nikes and the R. Kelly album is nobody needs that shit. Nobody necessarily needs Target. Like, I mean, but people need Walmart. You said it yourself. They can't afford to shop anywhere else. So that's how they're taking advantage of us because we don't have the option to go elsewhere. The workers at Walmart are there as a last resort, and they don't have the option to all go to Costco. That's not an option.
You said yourself that Publix costs more because Publix employees get paid more.
That's one reason, yes.
But Walmart would have to up the prices of their products in order for Walmart employees to get paid more, and then Walmart won't be affordable anymore. It's a double-edged sword. If you raise labor costs, you're going to raise the price of the product, and if you raise the price of the product, it's no longer going to be affordable for the low-income individuals, the bottom 25%.
Which is why we need to cap how much profit they can make. We shouldn't allow them to just raise the prices after we enforce like a minimum wage. They should be allowed to just raise prices to keep their profit levels the same. We should cap that.
So you want legislation to cap
yes
inflation on profits,
and especially corporate greed. And we already did it. Like when we broke up the big banks, under Roosevelt, they were too big. They were too big to fail. And we're in the same situation now, but the big banks are the corporations. There are still the banks, but they're also Walmart. They're also Amazon. They're also Nike. They're all on and on and on and on and on. On and on.
Google. Every time you Google something, you literally Google's become a household name. We don't say research it. We say Google it. Google has become the definition of research.
Right. And there are other competitors there. right? But if it was only Google, right, and they started charging us a price, then they would be taking advantage of us.
No,
The same.
Google's charging you a price for your cloud storage.
I don't have cloud storage.
Yeah, but you've only got 15 gigs to work with, and once you go over 15 gigs, they start saying, "Hey, $2 a month for 1 terabyte."
Right. I say fuck off. I don't want that
Yeah, I know.
because
But
I
see,
don't
a
need
lot
I
of
don't
people will
need
pay
it.
just so that they don't have to delete their stuff. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. Let me delete like a bunch of stuff from 10 years ago that I don't need anymore and just keep the 15 gigs of free space. But a lot of other people are willing to pay 10, 15, $20 a month for 2 terabytes, 5 terabytes, 10 terabytes of data space so that they don't have to delete anything off of their phone because they're
Right.
emotionally attached to the data space. They don't even remember what the content is from 10 years ago. And that's the reason why it's not taking advantage of it. It's capitalizing on hoarding. It's capitalizing on the frivolous spending. It's capitalizing on impulse buying, but it's not taking advantage of anybody because you're willing to spend the money on that.
Because you have no other option.
You have an option. You can delete your data space. You
Well,
can
sure.
stop saving
In
stuff to the
that,
cloud.
you're right. Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about stuff from Walmart that you need, your groceries and shit.
But you don't need groceries from Walmart. You can get groceries from the food bank. You can get groceries from Aldi's. You can go to other places like BJ's or Publix. Publix might be a little bit more expensive. You got Walgreens, Winn Dixie. We used to have Del Shamps, A&P. There's a lot of different places that you can go to shop. You got farmers markets. You got local mom and pop shops that are a lot cheaper than Walmart that nobody knows about because everybody knows Walmart. Walmart's a household name like Google. And most of us like to go to the super centers because the super centers have food and stuff that's not food: soaps, deodorants, lotions, TVs, bathroom materials, garage stuff, tools, automotive equipment. You got to end all be all go to a super Walmart. We'll walk into a super Walmart, pay $600, came back out, but we went in there for a 10-pound bag of sugar. Yes, Walmart is cheaper. It's not a necessity to go shop at Walmart, it's a choice.
For some people it is, yes, but for others it's not.
Because you've got Dollar General and you've got Family Dollar, and you can buy food from there.
Okay, but the same principle should be applied to them. Are they paying their employees a living wage? Because
They're paying their employees a little bit above minimum wage. That's what most companies are doing.
and that's bullshit. We shouldn't. That's taking advantage of us. That's taking advantage of us because I firmly believe that if you work a full-time job in the United States, you should be able to provide for your family, whether it's at Walmart or Dollar General or anywhere else. And for
Well,
people who say,
if you cap sales prices, then you cap the GDP because the
right, but
GDP only grows every year because of inflation, and inflation only occurs because of spending, and spending only occurs because consumers buy stuff, no matter
fuck the
how
G,
expensive it becomes.
fuck the GDP. The GDP doesn't help me at all. The GDP is some fake bullshit that they just point to make you think that the economy is doing well, but it has nothing to do with the
The
average
economy is
American.
not doing well. The economy sucks.
Exactly, but they're always pointing to that GDP or how high it is, and you referenced it
Well,
yourself.
yeah,
Like
because rich people are getting richer and poor people are getting poorer.
exactly, so to point to the GDP and say, "Oh no, the GDP might lower or this might lower," that doesn't have anything to do with the average American worker, the average American taxpayer. It doesn't.
He
It's
said, "Quit printing money and inflation will quit going nuts." That's not true because money is digital right now. Most people use their debit card, credit card, or their Google Pay, Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Bitcoin Pay, crypto wallet to make purchases. So as long as you have the ability to digitally scan money, they don't have to print squat. You go to work, you get direct deposit, that's digital. Then you go to Walmart and you spend the money, that's digital. There's no physical dollars involved in that. So, I mean, ultimately, the core problem, the we want to blame big business because they're the ones that's benefiting from the bad choices, but the bad choices of the average consumer, where people who have the ability to be more responsible with their money, spending $15,000 worth of discretionary money towards unnecessary things, negatively impacts people that are on a fixed income that don't have the ability to have discretionary money, living from paycheck to paycheck. Those individuals go to work because they don't have enough money to live, but they don't have enough money to live because before they became unable to sustain themselves, they did not have the capability to invest in themselves. If they were born in a situation where they were never capable of self-sustaining themselves, they did not have an ancestry that was already financially established so that they could pass that financial stability on to that individual. So we like I said before, we started behind the line because our ancestors weren't prepared. We started late because we weren't prepared. And now we're pissed off that we can't play catch up to the ones that got leaps and bounds ahead of us because they started with a surplus and they were able to multitude that surplus where now they have far more right now today than what we'll ever see in 10 lifetimes. But it's not I'm gonna say it again, are not getting taken advantage of when we have an option. The medication thing, they're taking advantage of that because there isn't another option besides taking the insulin. They set that price and you either take it or you die. That's it. And they're taking advantage of the fact that people are willing to pay that price. That is the only advantage that they are accepting. People are willing to pay that price. But when we start talking about Walmart taking advantage of the employees. No, Walmart's taking advantage of the fact that the employees are willing to accept less for more. But Walmart is not tricking their employees into a financially destitute position. Their pay scale is public knowledge. They have an interview with you and they explain to you how they're only going to give you X number of dollars per hour. If they offer you a raise after a certain period of time or give you any type of sign-on bonus, they're legally obligated to give you that. But there is no scenario where they're obligated to give you anything other than that outside of the regular annual, semi-annual, or every 5 or 10 year raise scenario, just to stay up above minimum wage. And minimum wage is the basic survival wage, not the living comfortable wage. So if we want to get to a living comfortable wage, we need 2 jobs. If we want to have self-sustainable income, we should probably work for ourselves from home, from a computer, so we don't have to waste money on commute. If we want to better our future, we have to make changes today by doing less now and putting away more now so that we have more later, so that we don't have to struggle later. But we're going to struggle today. We're going to grind today. We're going to Rosa Parks on the back of the bus today so that we can be in a level of freedom in 5, 10, 15 years. But if we don't make changes now, we're going to be worse off in 10, 15 years because everything's going to cost more. We're not going to get that many raises to say that inflation is going to slow down to our raises. It's just going to be a larger and larger gap. So how do we put a stop to that gap? Either unionize Walmart or have legislation that makes minimum wage like $40 an hour. But again, that's going to make the cost of products go up. And again, it's going to offset the wage gap correction and cause another influx of inflation because more money in poor people's pockets is going to be more money spent in society, which is going to increase the demand. And when you increase the demand, before you increase the supply, you give them room to raise the price on the supply. And anybody who's willing to pay the new price for the supply is going to support mass producing that supply at the new price. And and that is the foundation of how inflation occurs. So as long as that's a thing where 170 million Americans are willing to impulse buy on something just because it's there, not because it's beneficial, not because it's financially affordable, because it's there, that type of decision making is going to negatively impact the rest of us who believe that that is too fucking expensive, or it's not durable enough, or it's hard to access, which forces us to navigate around the decisions of those who didn't give a fuck. That's going to be the reason why you have to navigate around the outcome of the situation, which is the price is the price. It can't be changed. So you have to change your lifestyle, change your income status, and then budget to save up for a future where you no longer have to struggle with being able to afford this. And hopefully by the time you reach that level, you have enough income coming in and the medication gets cheaper where you can now pay for it and have a surplus to live a better lifestyle. Does that make sense?
I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I just feel like I feel like we should do a lot of the things that you're saying. Save the money when we can. Don't blow it on stuff we don't need. Yeah, sure. But I also think we should look at other countries. Is there $1,200 of Ozempic being sold in any other country?
Probably
Which one?
not.
Which one?
Not too sure.
No.
I don't really know because I just heard about the medication today. I have to do some research on it. But
Sure.
I mean, if they set the price like that in America, probably it's going to be sold like that in Hong Kong because Hong Kong is the same price as New York. It might be sold like that in China, but is it sold in 100 different other countries at the same price that they charge America? Probably not, because America is the most wasteful country in the world. Americans will pay that price. That's why they set that price.
No, they'll pay that price if they have to have it and if they can afford it. But the problem is people can't, and the problem is that we pay.
Well, you say if
Sorry,
they can afford it, but there are Americans that will pay that price even if they can't afford it. They'll rob Peter to pay Paul, borrow money from a friend. They'll cheat the system if they can do it. Americans, you set certain prices in America because Americans will pay that price. Somebody will pay for it. Not everybody can afford it.
Right.
Somebody will pay for it,
No,
and that's why they set that price.
No, you
and
set
if
that.
enough people pay for it, that's why it is the way it is.
No, you set that price because that price your marketing team has told you will maximize profits. So they don't care if they have a life-saving medication that goes out to only 1 out of 4 people who can afford it. If 1 out of 4 people pay $1,200, they maximize profit, as opposed to charging all 4 people $200. Then they only make $800. So they're choosing the price based off of profit, not based off of demand, not based off of a free market.
Demand is going to impact their ability to raise the price. So if they thought, 1 out of 4 people pay $1,200, and then 3 people pay $1,200, what if we bring it up to $2,000?
Say what now?
I said they set the price thinking, well, $1,200. 1 out of 4 people is willing to pay that $1,200. If they find out that 3 people are willing to pay that, 3 out of 4 people are willing to pay that $1,200, then they might say, well, how much? What do you think they'll pay if we threw $2,000? They raise the price. If enough people are willing to pay for the price they set, they'll raise it a little bit more. They might go from $1,200 to like $1,600.
Right.
And see if it goes down to 2 people, and they'll keep raising the price until they reach a point where they're not selling enough product. Yes, maximizing profit.
They don't care if
but
they
it's because we're willing to pay for it. That's why that maximized profit is set that way. If Americans weren't willing to pay $1,200 for that medication wouldn't get sold. They drop that price.
Well, but again, if it was Nikes or Jordans, sure. But if it's a medication that you need and you can't live without it, no.
But you can live without it. You can take insulin, which is very unfavorable to your condition. It's going to leave you with a lot more complications and a lot more dissatisfaction. But there is an alternative. You just don't like that alternative.
No, you're not listening. The alternative didn't work. Like my sugar was not stable. It was peaking.
I understand that.
So it wasn't. It's not like I didn't like it. It wasn't my preference. It's not favorable to me. It literally was affecting my healthcare to the point where my sugar was getting so low at night that I could have died. And my doctor said, "We got to change that." Okay, so it's not a matter of my preference.
But you're not coming from the perspective of pharmaceutical. You're going to pay this price. You're going to get on insulin, or you're going to die. They're not doing it, as you said before, out of concern for you. They didn't make this product to put a stop to diabetes. They made this product to turn a profit off of diabetes.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. Is that when we're sitting out here, millions of people who need that product and could live better lives from that product, and they're limiting it to the public just based off of profit, that's wrong. Whereas other countries...
So you want that product. You need something like that product, preferably at a cheaper price, but that product is the only product you found, and that's the product that you want because it does what you want it to do.
That's the product that I need to regulate my sugar.
That's the one that you want because you haven't found anything better.
I've tried everything else. None of them did. So, my doctor says that the research shows that this regulates sugar better than anything else. And so
it's the most beneficial one to you, but it's not a need. It's still a preference. You could have something less effective that's more affordable that would not be as positively impacting as what you're taking. But
right.
We call it a need. But
right, because I could die.
Legitimately, it's not a need because there's an alternative.
It is a choice. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not.
It would be considered the best choice for your current situation, but it's not a need. It's still a choice.
It's a need in the sense that if I don't get it the way I'm going, I might die because my sugar is unregulated.
I completely understand. But if you hold your breath for too many hours, you're guaranteedly dead today. If you don't drink water after 3 days, you're guaranteedly dead in 4.
Right? Because
If
what
you
if
don't eat after 30
what
days, you're guaranteedly dead in 45.
exactly? And what if a gallon of water costs $1,200?
Well, if a gallon of water costs $1,200, you're going to be siphoning water from other people's houses.
Right? But they don't have any water because they can't afford it either.
Somebody's got to have water,
Exactly. 1 out of 4 people can afford it.
which means 3 people are going to band together and knock off the 4th person and go get some water.
Is that what's happening now, or are people knocking off people with Ozempic and stealing it? No, that's not what's happening.
No, they're finding other ways to get the money to pay for the medication, even if they've got to borrow against a stone, take out loans, borrow money from friends and family.
You think that everybody in the United States gets their medication that they need, one way or
No,
another?
I think
Of course
I
not.
think the largest majority of Americans don't have the proper health care, which is why America is like I think 135, 145 in the rank of healthcare.
I'm sorry, I was getting a text. You said that I'm
America
sorry.
is at the bottom half of countries that have decent healthcare. We're like
Right.
135 in the ranks for healthcare because
Right.
it's about treating the symptoms and turning a profit. It's not about building a financial life that you can or taking care of the health of the people who you're making
Exactly.
medication for. You're making it as a pain point to someone else's discomfort, and you're going to charge them a premium to return them to their comfort zone.
Well, and yeah, to their health, to their healthy status of life. But I would say, and so how do other countries do it? The countries that
There are going
score
to be
better.
other countries that will work. The ones that are higher rated are working more towards treating the symptoms and are more towards treating a solution to the symptoms instead of treating the symptoms.
Well, then why
You have
don't?
other countries that are working harder to stop the problem, not mediate the problem.
Okay, like give me an example.
I used Magic Johnson, where they cured AIDS with Magic Johnson in I want to say China, but they didn't fix AIDS in America.
Okay, because why? Because it's profitable to keep people hooked. Profitable to big pharma and the insurance companies. Whereas in China, according to the example you gave, the government came out with that. The government didn't profit off of that, and he went over there and got it.
Okay.
That's the way it should be.
But that's more of a communist model society. They're not fully communist. They're more communist model than America.
Right.
But
I would say, yeah,
their government and other governments like Denmark, Switzerland, some of the Netherlands, some of the other countries that I've covered over the past 6 months are countries where taxation is higher, medical care is more fluid, and people are getting more of what they need directly from the government because the government has more money for the people. We don't nearly pay as much, like they're like 28% taxes or more. We don't nearly pay as much taxes as some of the other countries that you might go to, but the benefits that you get from the system is higher. It's more effective. And they're going to be more towards resolving the problem, not treating the symptoms. Whereas America, it's a bigger profit in treating the symptoms.
Absolutely.
Steven says there has to be another way to get it. I just don't have a solution. I personally do not participate in the healthcare system because it cost me well over 10 grand last year due to a surgery. Right. And some people do without. That's what some people do. If their health can support it, they do without.
And even if their health can't support it, they do without, and they pass away. And it's awful, and it's not how it should be. And the idea that raising taxes cost us more money isn't necessarily true. Because if we raise taxes by, let's say, $2,500 on the average American family per year, but they save $5,000 per year on health care, then this really a net savings. It's not an increase in taxes per se. They're saving
No, I
money.
agree with that. The people would have more. They would be able to spend less. Privatized free healthcare would be the standard, and nobody wants to pay more money in taxes. And with no extra money in taxes that's being directed towards healthcare and pharmaceuticals, even if they did raise the taxes, as long as we have the kind of president in office that's redirecting money from healthcare, the budget won't go to healthcare. But if we have a president in office that redirects the money to healthcare and standardize healthcare, then you can get you some free healthcare that'll put you on. That'll take care of your current condition.
Right, and that the solution is Medicare for all. And Bernie Sanders did, introduce the legislation. It takes big pharma out of the picture. It takes profit out of healthcare. It does away with private insurance. Why are you laughing?
Let's see how much we got now.
Huh? What
I'm
happened?
trying to see which camera's working for which mic is working for us right now.
You said you were laughing?
Okay. So we got a one mic left. We've been 9 hours tonight.
And I appreciate you. But when I mentioned Bernie Sanders, you
There's gonna be a
started
little bit of
laughing.
feedback because all the headsets are dead.
Yeah, there's a bad echo. But
Well, I wasn't laughing at the situation. I was laughing at the fact that the microphones aren't working for us.
oh, okay, I got you. But have you studied Medicare for all the way Bernie Sanders introduced it? Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I reviewed that.
Okay, we got a lag.
Yeah, I reviewed that.
So then you know that the reason it costs so much is because of the for-profit industry, the corporations. Again, taking advantage of the United States consumer and taxpayer because we need those pharmaceuticals. Right? And if we take the for-profit industry out of it, we end up saving the American consumer money over 10 to 14 years. So to say nobody wants to pay a higher tax rate, I feel like that's not true. Because if people knew that with a little bit higher taxes, they could end up saving money, then it wouldn't be such a bad thing.
I agree.
Sorry, we got a long delay.
If we did make that change, we would have a better position for the American people because we would be more towards how do we put this? A more standardized system where the stuff that we need we would get, which would actually be more effective for us because in a situation where we're able to do more preventative maintenance on our health, we're able to reduce the cost of healthcare, and that would be cheaper all the way around. But again, when we start thinking about increasing taxation to save money on medication and medical treatment, the average individual does not correlate the taxation to the medical treatment. They just think about taxation all the way around and think, I can't afford, I shouldn't have to pay. But they disregard the way they waste money. And then everyone else who needs that benefit is not receiving that benefit. Then we also have people in political power that redirects funds for healthcare away from healthcare, the way Donald Trump has done this year. And then we don't have the funding to support stuff like having the policy that you have cover the medication that you need.
We can't afford it. What'd you say?
We end up not having the funding to afford the policies that you have to pay for the medication that you need.
And I think I heard you correctly, but it always floors me when people say we can't afford to this Medicare for all. We can't afford something that's going to save us money. Like, how silly is that, though?
Oh no, we could. The government doesn't want to pay for it. The people don't want to pay the taxation for it. It's not that we can't. We just don't want to, and I don't understand why we don't want to.
The people don't want to save money.
Apparently not. They're not correlating saving money with the decisions with that policy.
Exactly, and I feel like the corporations have brainwashed us into thinking that we're the best and we have the best, and that Canada has long wait times, and you don't have to wait forever to see a doctor, and they give us all this information that makes us think we have the best health care, but we don't. Like you said, it ranks very low, but it's number one for cost. So they brainwash so many people into thinking that we're the best, and it drives me nuts when I hear people saying that it's our fault. In a way, it is. You're right, but like I feel like we need to push back on our politicians. We need to be more involved in the political side so that they can control the billionaires and the trillionaires. And if we only look to ourselves, I feel like we're almost victim blaming. We're not really looking at the people who are profiting off of our hardships. When people are profiting because we can't afford our insulin, something's fucked up, and it doesn't happen everywhere else.
Well, I can agree with some of that, because victim blaming is going to be us, woe is me because we're in a shitty situation, and blaming somebody else for it. Some of us are in a situation that is outside of our control, and some of us made decisions that put us in a situation that's out of our control. So I do agree that we do need to hold those politicians responsible to the magnitude that they vote the way we want them to vote, which is why I've been encouraging people to go find out who your electoral voters are, go find out who your congressmen are, and go talk to them about the problems and concerns that you have, to try to see if they can lobby something or vote on something that can benefit your situation a little bit better. Don't just vote just because they're Republican. Vote because they're doing something that's going to benefit you. But I also recognize that if we don't change the way we decide to spend our money, we're not being taken advantage of, because we're spending our money in places that aren't convenient for us. We're just spending money in places where that's not convenient for us. So I mean, that's probably the only left field situation that you might not agree with, is like, I hold people first person accountability to when it is inside of their control. When it wasn't inside of their control, then I'm like, the person who was directly responsible for that should probably tighten up. But whatever area of power you had in your situation that you could have navigated something different out of your outcome that you didn't navigate, that is situation is what I'm holding you responsible for. So even if somebody else screwed up the situation, but you helped, you could have done better by not helping. And that is the fault and failure of the person that jumps in and assists a bad situation get worse. Sometimes it's not our choice, because you pay Walmart because that's the best that you can afford to do, and you don't want to go to the dollar store. But saying that, hey, Walmart is not one of the things I want to do because Walmart is not paying me enough money and they're not offering enough benefits to the people, quit your job and go work at a different company and get you some stock on a different company. But they're probably going to be a more expensive grocery store. So it's a double-edged sword. But if you're really serious about how much you dislike how big business behaves, you have to stand on moving your money to other locations.
And again, you're putting it on the consumer. I mean, yes, you could if you can afford that. A lot of people can't. So then, what do you do? And again, I think you prevent people from profiting off of our hardship.
I am.
And that's the part that you're leaving out. You don't seem to want to put any pressure on Walmart and limit the amount of profits that they can make, and you don't see a problem in them paying people a full-time employee a wage that makes them qualify for food stamps. And you tell
There's
them
no way to put pressure on Walmart, because the only thing that's going to make Walmart change what they do is if you stop shopping at Walmart, and that requires 170 million people to say, I'm not going to shop at Walmart.
And again, you're leaving out the other option, which is for our politicians to get involved, which is what Bernie Sanders did with Amazon. Bernie Sanders is almost solely responsible for getting Amazon a living wage. He did the same thing with ABC Disney. Are you still there?
I mean, I understand that. I'm just I'm not giving them a pass. I don't want you to think that I'm giving them a pass. I just think that, you know, it is, in my observation, the consumer's failure, because the only thing that big business is going to respond to is profits. So in order for you to get their attention, you have to take away their profits. And not too many people are willing to give up the luxury of those profits and that property. And that's one of the reasons why, like, sticking it to the man isn't going to work, when the man is only hurt if you sit in his chair, but nobody wants to sit in his chair. So you're not going to be able to change your situation unless you change the whole dynamic, which means you got to get all your peers on board. The average person is not going to want to do that. And since that's the case, we're in a situation where you're likely going to have to deal with the original situation, or the former last satisfactory situation, simply because you're running out of options, because you got deadlines, you got performance, and then you've got new beginnings, all in the same situation.
And the last thing I would say is that if you truly want to do everything that you can that's within your responsibility, I would say that we absolutely need to stick it to the man as one of the things that we can do. And if we need all the people in Walmart to stick together, like, that's not really feasible, then why not, say that all Americans should stick together, and again, these corporations aren't us. They're not one of us. So, they're against us. They are absolute. There is no ethical.
You can lobby a bill to do that in Congress. That's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like any business that's too big to fail should be broken up. The government should own it. It should be a commodity. So like, and remember when Occupy Wall Street happened in like 2008 or 9, I think it was, and we bailed out the big banks because they were too big to fail, and we bailed out the auto industry, right?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that, right? Hello? You remember that, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Right. So that didn't help. That didn't help us. That's what you call.
Yeah, there's a 3-second delay.
No problem. But that's what I call privatizing the profits and socializing the losses. In other words, they can't lose.
Now, I agree with that, but that's not taking advantage.
You agree with that? But that's not taking advantage. Do you think that in America you should be able to pay somebody $7.25?
Yes, because it is capitalizing on the profits and socializing the situation. You're not taking advantage of the people.
I feel like you're making money off the back of them.
To answer your question about the $7.50, I've seen places in Louisiana that's $5.15 an hour, and I don't believe that it is a good idea to charge people that much money. And one of the things that we're seeing right now is you have restaurants that are charging servers $2.15 an hour, and then making it a mandatory gratuity for the customer to pay for the tip. Now, even in this dynamic, I strongly believe that at the very least they should be getting minimum wage, but they're not. The big business is not taking advantage of the employee. They're benefiting from a legal standard that, because servers can primarily get paid off of tips in certain situations, that they're mandatorily required to pay the minimum wage if they don't make a certain quantity of tips, But if they do make a certain quantity of tips, the tips typically cover the taxes on the non-tips or the hourly wage that they would have worked. So they're in a situation where they can live almost 100% off of their tips because their hourly wage covers their taxation. Now, what big business does is benefits from our lack of knowledge, because since they have to cover the spread on the employee's salary if the employee doesn't get tipped, they're not going to cover the spread. They're going to instead say mandatory gratuity and force the customer to pay the tip before the customer decides on a tip. So now you're paying an 18% gratuity. You're paying all of these other fees in addition to taxes and buying the food. And then below all of that, they're going to ask you to give another tip on top of that. Well, if I'm giving you 18% and then you want me to give you another 10%, that's 28%. I'm not giving you 28%. What did you do to earn 28%? I don't care about your kids. I don't care about your child support. I don't care about what benefits that you don't get. What I care about is, why am I paying 28%? Simply because your job doesn't want to pay you $16 an hour to do what you do.
Exactly. And that's,
but let's think about this though. In Asia, they're less likely to take a tip from you because they're mandatorily required to only get paid by their wages.
Say that again. I'm sorry. They're less likely to what?
They're less likely to get a tip from you because they're mandatorily required to get paid from their wages.
You don't think that's taking advantage of the American worker and the American consumer, the American taxpayer?
Like, you'll offer the tip and they'll say no. You'll try to tip them and they'll give you the tip back. But in America, the company is allowed to not pay the server and then force the customer to pay the server's salary, when that is a failure on the American people. Because instead of us saying, I'm not shopping there because they're not supporting their employees, we will shop there and then put $0 tip. And now the server is mad at the customer because the customer is not offsetting the salary of the server when the employee is supposed to be covering the salary of the server. That's not them taking advantage of the employee. That is us not making a stand and, like you say, taking a hit on big business.
I agree. Is there anything you want to say before I go? Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate your time.
No. I appreciate you coming as well.
You have a good one.
Well, all right, guys. We've been here for a while. For anybody that's going to be in the membership, I am going to take the walkthrough from tonight's show, and I'm going to put that into the membership so that you guys can take a look at it. And then we'll cover some of the forefront, because I had like 3 hours worth of information that I didn't get a chance to talk to. And I'll cover some cliff notes and some of the other shows for the rest of the weekend on the stuff that we didn't get to cover today. So I really appreciate Sterling for coming to tonight's show. We're going to wrap things up really quickly by saying thank you guys for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Boy, push that button.
Higher ground! company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.